Chapter 1109. Demon Hunter World, Sintra of the Northern Kingdoms. It was a stone palace the size of a basketball court. Behind the throne, there were two long and narrow skylights. The ancient palace was slightly dark. Even during the day, whale oil braziers were lit on both sides of the walls. From the gate to the throne, there were 4 or 5 thick white pillars on both sides of the 20-meter-long path. The nobles and ladies of Sintra stood behind the pillars in 2s and 3s, pointing at the woman in the red robe as she walked in. Is she the otherworld emissary? She's beautiful. Look, the ruby on her neck is shining. She must be a powerful warlock. I heard that she has been to almost all the northern kingdoms since Coville. The red-robed woman ignored the whispers of the people around her. She walked straight to the throne and performed a mage salute according to the customs of this world. Honorable Queen Calanthe, I am Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom of the Seven Gods' Great World, West Eros. On behalf of His Majesty the Northern Ice King, I convey peace and respect to the Lioness of Sintra. The woman on the throne had brown hair and blue eyes. She had deep eye sockets and thin lips. Her face was oval-shaped, and her skin was fair but rough. She was beautiful and full of heroic spirit. She was in her early 30s. Her long hair was tied behind her head and held in place by a spiked crown. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She smiled. Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom. There is no queen in Sintra, only a queen. Even the only daughter of the king must marry and let her husband be the king. That's a pity. In our world, you will be a great queen who will be praised by the world. Melisandre smiled. Your world is called the Seven Gods. Is it the Seven Gods, or is it called the Seven Gods? Calanthe asked with interest. Melisandre frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I thought you would be very sensitive to this name. Why? Calanthe asked curiously. Your ancestors from 100 years ago, didn't they leave any special last words? Ancestors from 100 years ago. Calanthe's expression changed. She said coldly, What are you trying to say? How much of our agreement do you still remember? Melisandre asked. I have no idea what the agreement is, the Lioness of Sintra said coldly. This. Melisandre did not expect to get such an answer. She paused for a moment before saying, Forget it, I'm just a messenger. The main purpose of this trip is to convey the wish of peace and establish friendly diplomatic relations with Cinderra. How can we just let it go? Explain yourself clearly, Calanre said solemnly. Your ancestor. Melisandre hesitated for a moment, but she didn't directly reveal Laura's identity. She had been in this world for almost 2 years and knew that the elves and humans were mortal enemies. Although the elven bloodline possessed a powerful warlock innate talent, it would be despised by other pure-blooded humans, even to the point of hostility. About 120 years ago, your ancestor met a great being in our world and established a good friendship. They agreed to give their most precious skills to each other. The great being fulfilled her promise on the spot, and your ancestor swore a sacred oath after returning to this world, she would fulfill her promise. After 100 years, when the two worlds converged, they would meet in person and renew their friendship. When these words were said, the queen, nobles, and guards in the palace were all stunned. My ancestor met the great being in your world before the stars converged. How is that possible? Calanre doubted. Melisandre thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you rejected the power in your bloodline and are a pure warrior. However, your mother, Princess Idalia of Mapori, was honored by the world as the Sun Princesses. She had the power to control light and fire, and was very difficult to kill. The wounds inflicted on her by mortal swords could be seen healing with the naked eye. You know a lot, but what does this mean? Calanre frowned. Your mother's power came from that great being, Melisandre said. Oh, so by my ancestor, you mean my mother's ancestor, and not the Cinderra family's ancestor? Yes. Calanre was silent. After a while, she hesitated and said, So, my ancestor did leave some vague last words. My mother once told me that one day, a god would come to find me, or my descendants. A god? The nobles behind the pillars were shocked. Aunt May let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, That's right, that great being is a god, and the king of gods. The king of gods? Calanry was shocked. You can think of her as a super warlock who controls the eternal fire, Melisandre said. In this world, there was a religion of the eternal fire that believed in fire. Its doctrine was roughly the same as the Red God Church in the Song of Ice and Fire world, but the scale was a little smaller. The eternal fire was another name for the first flame. Calanry's expression was solemn. What does the King of Gods want? If possible, she hopes that you, or your descendants, can come to our world in person. She wants to talk to you face to face. If you find it inconvenient, she is also willing to arrange for her descendants to come to Syndra and talk to you face to face. Calanry thought for a moment and said, Madam Melisandre, I received news from other kings long ago that you came from the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains and have been to almost all the kingdoms in the north. Well, you may be used to the collisions of stars and the convergence of worlds, but we just came down from the upper universe and saw another world for the first time. There are many scholars, mags, and nobles in our world who are curious about this world. They hope to come to your northern countries to experience the culture and customs of the other world after the convergence really happens. So, I set off in advance as the ambassador of Westeros to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the northern countries. I hope that the respected kings can protect the safety of the tour group. Of course, the friendly diplomatic relations established are mutual. If nobles, civilians, scholars, and mags are interested in our world, as long as they get a visa from their country's king, they can also travel to the Westeros. The Arctic king swears to ensure that their legal rights and interests will not be harmed. There were dozens of countries in the north, and each country was about the size of a count's territory in the Westeros. Syndra was at the southernmost point of the northern countries. Therefore, Calanry had heard Aunt May's words from the other kings. Madam Melisandre, you know my situation here. The Syndra royal family only has me and my daughter left. I can't leave my own kingdom, and my daughter is too young, only 13 years old. The other world is thousands of miles away, too far. I don't feel at ease, Calanry said. Melisandre understood the meaning of the song and immediately nodded. I understand. Targaryen will arrange for the direct descendants of the royal family to meet you in about 2 or 3 years. After that, the Queen of Syndra summoned her attendants and announced a grand welcome banquet for Melisandre. At the banquet, the Lioness of Syndra asked a lot of questions about the great world of the 7 gods. Melisandre had lived for hundreds of years, and naturally, she could handle it easily. After 3 rounds of wine, the hawk-nosed middle-aged man sitting to the right of the queen put down his fork and said solemnly, Madam Melisandre, the convergence of the stars is often accompanied by large-scale migration of races. In order for the new races to survive, they have to fight for fertile land. Thus, war follows. How can you convince the other kings of the northern countries that your world is not hostile to us? As soon as he said this, the cheerful atmosphere in the hall instantly disappeared. The nobles and ladies stared at the red-robed woman opposite the queen without blinking. Aunt May smiled and said, Prince Easter, we have a strong military force and vast unused land. We don't have to worry about foreign invasions, and we also have the ability to settle high-quality refugees. The hawk-nosed man was the younger brother of the king of the neighboring islands of Syndra. He seemed to be pursuing the widowed Queen Calanthe. Or perhaps the two had been lovers for a long time? Prince Easter frowned. You mean, you won't migrate to our world? Your Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. Your world is far less fertile than ours, and more importantly, it is not as safe as ours. You asked me how to convince the other kings. In fact, it's very simple. The North has the Warlock Brotherhood, and each kingdom is assigned a powerful warlock to assist the king. As long as the king asks their warlock consultant, he will get the same answer. The great world of the 7 gods has just descended from the upper universe and is full of powerful firepower. At this point, Melisandre was puzzled. Is there no warlock in Syndra? He didn't come, the queen said. You can ask him, and he will tell you what I mean, Aunt May said. What's so hard to understand? You said that you are a city dweller, and you will never be neighbors with us country people, the little princess on the right of the queen said. Princess Pavetta, you are very smart. However, I mean no harm. Every world has its own characteristics and destiny. Your world also has its advantages, the powerful chaos force that can be seen everywhere, the vast land, and rich and diverse resources. Even the king of gods is envious. The red-robed woman smiled. Really? The little princess was delighted. The convergence will last for decades. You have enough time to understand the similarities and differences between the two worlds, Aunt May said. Calanthe said, a year ago, our world shook slightly. That means that the two worlds are converging, right? The seven gods are merciful. They have predicted the time and place of the collision decades ago. They deliberately spent a huge amount of divine power to change the angle of the collision so that it will happen in the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains where there are few people. This will reduce the damage to your world as much as possible. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She probed, I heard that the warlocks have also predicted the time and place of the collision. The news spread that many mercenary groups have tried to enter your world. How are they doing now? Those with evil intentions will be lost in the ice and snow wilderness forever. Adventurers who only want to explore will safely reach the Northern Ice Kingdom. The virtuous will even be rewarded. Some will stay in the Northern Ice Kingdom, or continue to travel to the south. Some will return to the Kingdom of Covil in the north. In fact, I can safely travel to the northern countries thanks to the protection of the demon hunters in your world. The Butcher of Bravican, a count said in a low voice. Aunt May nodded with a smile, it's Geralt of Livia. He is a brave and righteous knight. He perfectly passed the trial of the 7 layers of purgatory. He even passed the 12 zodiac temples and received the blessings of the 7 gods. He received the most honorable reception in the Northern Ice Kingdom. In return, he will protect me and complete my mission to the other countries. Righteous and brave. In the palace, the nobles looked at each other. Can you tell us about the 7 layers of purgatory and the 12 zodiac temples? Queen Calanthe asked. The 7 layers of purgatory are 7 barriers. Those who forcefully enter our world without being invited will have to go through 7 tests of character. Only those who pass will be able to enter the material world. Those who perform well will have the chance to receive the favor of heaven, which is the 12 zodiac temples. The 12 temples, the 12 temple masters, each guarding a checkpoint. According to the performance in the 12 zodiac temples, the 7 gods will give different levels of rewards. Chapter 11:10. 20 years after the sun rose, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire shook violently. Like a meteor that had left its fixed orbit, it smashed into the dimension that Danny named the bottom universe. Boom 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 on that day, countless undead and devils in the 7 levels of hell heard 4 crisp sounds from the dark red sky filled with the smell of sulfur. Hiss the Megalosaurus roared with all its might, but its voice gradually faded away. The 4 Megalosaurus stayed in the 4 universes and did not follow the world of the Song of Ice and Fire into the bottom universe. They were also the hope of the future world's upgrade. After entering the bottom universe, Danny's connection with Little Fog strengthened. Only then did she find that the elf girl Laura, who used to talk to her, had passed away. In the next 80 years, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like Halley's comet flying from afar. It seemed slow, but it was approaching the Demon Hunter world very quickly. To Danny's surprise, the Demon Hunter world was larger than she had imagined. It was like a Gundam piled up by countless abandoned cars. In the past tens of thousands of years, countless worlds had collided with it. Then, it was like a mouthful of thick phlegm falling on a moldy sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake was expanding in volume. Danny was sure that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be like a bullet, not a thick phlegm. But she was also worried that the bullet would not be able to penetrate the sesame seed cake, or, if the bullet hit a human bone, the bone would shatter and the bullet would be deformed. So, as Aunt May said, she began to adjust the collision angle. Danny even split a thought and mentally projected it into the Demon Hunter world. Well, as early as 50 years ago, she had been to the Demon Hunter world. However, she did not go to the material world. Instead, she wandered around the astral world of the Demon Hunter world. She had 2 purposes: to observe the strength of the Demon Hunter world and determine the best collision point. The power of the Demon Hunter world belonged to the middle class. The number and quality of ordinary extraordinaires were far greater than the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. This world also had gods. Danny even found some half-step true gods lying on the ground, like Danny and the sheep egg, who had comprehended the complete Song of Laws, but because of the fall of the world, they could not reach the level of a 3-story true god. If there was no hidden big boss, all the gods together would not be her opponent. Not to mention her now, even the Lalo 20 years before the long night could be the boss of this world. Well, at that time, Lalo was the boss of the Song of Ice and Fire. Determine the best point of collision, reduce casualties, and minimize the losses of both worlds as much as possible. Danny chose the location of the collision to be in the north of the Dragon Mountains. Two worlds of the two worlds were colliding, the two worlds were worlds, and the two worlds were worlds of the world. Of the world. The two of the two worlds, the contact, the of the world of the world. The world of the world worlds, when the world of the world Earth. The process of the celestial convergence would last for more than a decade, or even decades. Danny had predicted the time and place of the collision in advance, and the demon hunters, a world of magic and martial arts, had foreseen the arrival of the celestial convergence 100 years ago. With the observation and mapping of the stars, the warlocks had long calculated the location and time of the collision. Just 2 years ago, the two worlds trembled slightly. The mercenaries, inspection teams, warlocks, demon hunters, wandering elves, and so on, who had been waiting in the Megalosaurus Mountains, swarmed into the North Pole of the Song of Ice and Fire world. At that time, Asher had not been resurrected. 2 years ago, in the wilderness 500 kilometers away from the northern border of Colville. The undulating hills were like yellow waves, and the yellow weeds that reached the knees had been trampled into the mud by thousands of wanderers. The mushroom-like tents spread for several kilometers. Bonfires, barbecued meat, strong alcohol, noise, the smell of leather, horse dung and urine, all combined to form a complete picture of a mercenary camp. Boom! Suddenly, a series of thunder boomed in the north. Then, a dark icy fog came from the north, gradually blocking the afterglow of the sun, accompanied by a wave of cold. "Ah, the ground is covered in frost," someone shouted. Geralt frowned and looked around. The weeds on the ground were covered in a thin layer of white crystal. "That's a cold world," he said. The black-haired female warlock shook her head and said, "That's a world full of light and fire." "There's only white frost in front of me," Geralt said. "The celestial convergence, two celestial convergence, the landing point of the other world has appeared," someone shouted. Then, countless people rushed in the direction of the ice. "Pack up, get ready to enter the new world," the black-haired female warlock said. Thousands of explorers walked north for another 80 kilometers before they arrived at a world covered in ice and snow. "Let's go back. It's all ice and snow here, no gold or gems." The demon hunters were not afraid of the cold, but Geralt had a bad feeling. "Do you think I'm like those adventurers, coming to the new world to look for wealth?" The black-haired female warlock sneered. "Ah, there's a stone tablet here, written in the ancient language of the elves. Lord Yennev, can you translate it for us?" The bearded mercenary leader waved his hand and called out. When the black-haired female warlock walked over, the 2-meter-tall stone tablet was already surrounded by explorers. She even found 7 or 8 of her colleagues from the Warlock Council. "Visitors from the other world, the territory of the Northern Ice Kingdom lies ahead, please do not continue. Half a year later, the world rift caused by the collision will be closed. We will arrange for the officers of the Immigration Bureau to check the qualifications of the visitors," a warlock read out loud. It's a very standard elven language. "Are there elves living in the other world?" Yennev asked in surprise. "Count Anton, should we continue?" The mercenary leader looked at the armored knight in the team. The middle-aged knight was a noble count from the Kingdom of Aden, and was also the employer of this 20-man team. "We need to get first-hand information about the other world for the kingdom. If the countries near the Megalosaurus Mountains take a huge amount of wealth and resources from the new world, Aden in the middle of the north will be very passive." Although Count Anton said this, he still looked at Yennev with a questioning gaze. She used to be Aiden's great guardian wizard. Yennev stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space above his palm was like a transparent pot of boiling water, rippling and undulating. The laws of the new world are different from ours, but my witchcraft is still working. Yennev had a quarter of elven blood. Although she was infinitely far away from the ancient blood that could open the world door, she had awakened the talent of opening the portal. Also, the snow here is not magic, but natural seasonal snow. As long as we are prepared for the cold, it won't affect us much. We'll retreat if there's danger, Count Anton decided. Many people had the same idea as him. In other words, most people turned a deaf ear to the stone tablet's warning. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have become explorers. In the next half a month, more than 20,000 people entered the northern snowfield one after another. Unlike the caution of the residents of the Song of Ice and Fire world, this world and the races of this world had experienced too many celestial convergences. They had long been used to exploring or migrating to the new world. Well, yes, although they didn't know the specific situation of the new world, many races had decided to leave the world of demon hunters. Just 500 years ago, the masters of this world were still elves. Since 700 years ago, humans migrated from across the sea and fought with elves for hundreds of years. In the end, humans, who had a stronger reproductive ability, won. The civilizations of elves, halflings, goblins, dwarfs, and other humanoid races were destroyed by humans. The remaining minorities in human society were refugees or low-class citizens. They would be happy to go to the new world and start a new life. After entering the snowfield, the sky in the south was obviously brighter, and they could vaguely see the shadow of the sun. So, everyone moved in the same direction. But in less than half a day, Geralt found a very scary thing. As long as the people around him left his sight, he would never see them again. At first, when he told Yennefer about this discovery, the sorceress scoffed. I can swear on my honor as a member of the Supreme Council that there is no trace of witchcraft within a few kilometers. To be more direct, there has never been a fluctuation of the force nearby. Half an hour later, she lost track of Geralt. When night came, they set up their tents in the snowfield. The Count arranged for Geralt to go around and see if there were any beasts that could threaten them. But Geralt never came back. 7 or 8 people left one after another. Like throwing meat buns at a dog, they never came back. At that moment, extreme fear gripped the heart of the sorceress of Vinge Castle. They had met a super expert. Fortunately, they met the natives of this world the next day. Like Yennefer, the lost demon hunters also found a warm and prosperous town that night. There were about 100 families in the town. 2 or 3-story buildings were built on both sides of the crossroads, and in the center was a small castle with a wall. The houses here were very unique. Whether it was wooden houses or brick houses, half of them were buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed outside. It was late, and there was no one on the cobblestone road. Warm light shone through the windows a foot above the ground. In the shadows, one could hear the voices of people and see the shadows of people walking. Geralt knew the way and easily found the noisiest tavern. The taverns in every world were the same: dirty, noisy, dark, and full of the stench of sweat and rotten feet. Of course, there was also the sweetness of the ale, the burnt smell of barbecued meat, and the skin of bones smeared with low-quality makeup. Traveler, this is Lanruor town. Where are you from? Look at your outfit, it's very strange. The fat bartender behind the counter spoke in an unfamiliar language that Geralt could not understand. But he was not worried. He walked forward and put his hand on the bartender's right arm that was wiping a horn cup. Hello, I'm from another world. I'm a demon hunter, Geralt of Livia. His mental wave reached his mind. The fat, red-haired bartender was stunned. He glanced strangely at the sword behind the demon hunter. You're a respected mage. Geralt still could not understand what he was saying, but he received accurate information from the bartender's mind. A demon hunter who knows a little about magic. Geralt explained the convergence of the stars and his situation in a simple manner. So you're a guest from another world. The bartender was shocked. I have to report to the mayor immediately. There are too many explorers from another world coming in. Our vault is in danger. Vault? Geralt frowned. We're not robbers. We won't rob your town. But this is Lanruor town. There's an open-air gold mine half a mile away. There's too much gold in the vault. Money moves people, the bartender said anxiously. This. Geralt sighed helplessly. Your worries are not without reason. Quickly inform the mayor. Geralt, you're a good ranger. I, Tormund, the giant's nemesis, am definitely going to befriend you. The fat bartender patted the silver-haired demon hunter's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Geralt felt a sense of pride from him that did not belong to a bartender. Chapter 11:11. Geralt slept in Tormund's tavern for the night. As he wasn't sure when Yennefer would find him, he reluctantly rejected the Red Saintess who threw herself at him. Early the next morning, as soon as the demon hunters woke up, a butler came to the stone castle in the middle of the town. Lord Geralt, Mayor Alisa invites you for breakfast, the butler said. It must be about the otherworldly visitors, Tormund said as he shook Geralt's hand. Geralt nodded and carried his great sword on his back as he got into the butler's carriage. The town came to life in the early morning mist. The residents opened their doors and started their day's work. Geralt observed carefully and was surprised to find that there were no humanoids here. In the demon hunter world, as long as there was a mine, regardless of whether it was gold or iron, the dwarfs would always gather. There are no dwarfs in our world, but not all of them are humans. Are there giants in your world? The mayor, Alisa Thorne, was an old man with white hair but a strong body and sharp eyes. The mayor's daughter, Cersei Thorne, attracted Geralt's attention even more. Her figure was slim, but she did not lack breadth of mind. Her skin was as fair as milk, and her soft golden hair brightened up the dim hall. Her green eyes were like spring springs, and she was shy and delicate like a newborn lamb that had lost its way on a grassy slope in spring. However, her beautiful face had a natural charm that made men unable to resist. This girl could become the queen of any kingdom. Geralt praised her in his heart. There are not only giants in our world, but also elves and dwarfs, he said. During the meal, they discussed the customs of their respective worlds. After breakfast, Mayor Alisa said solemnly, there are only 100 strong men in the town. It's not enough to protect our wealth. Therefore, I've decided to move the gold from the vault to Winterfell, which is further south. However, I'm worried that the team escorting the gold will encounter otherworldly explorers. I know Tormund's evaluation of you. You're a brave and righteous knight. I'm willing to believe him. I hope you can accept my employment and protect the gold and my daughter as they leave Lanrut town. Mayor, I'm honored to be recognized by you, but I didn't come to your world alone. In fact, I was just about to ask you to help me determine the location of my companions, Geralt said. Alisha stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, I have a rough understanding of your situation. Ordinary people might not know anything about the collision of worlds, but I am a noble, and I have my own sources of information. A long time ago, the Northern Ice Kingdom sent us a message, warning us not to head north. It's best if we don't leave the town's territory, because when the celestial bodies converge, many spatial cracks will appear at the point of convergence. It is possible to travel hundreds of miles with a single step. So that's how it is. There was indeed a warning about the world chasm on the stone stele, but we didn't listen to it, Geralt said thoughtfully. You should understand that I'm unable to determine the location of your companions. I can only promise you that if your companions come to Lanruor town, I'll welcome them warmly and arrange a guide to Winterfell. Anyway, if you want to explore our world, you will eventually reach the Northern Ice Nation. Geralt glanced at Cersei, who had a pleading look on her face. He sighed and accepted the escort mission. At noon, the team escorting the gold left Lanruor town on the snow horse's sleigh. Besides Geralt and Cersei, there were 10 strong men and a maid. There were 3 big chests, which weighed 250 pounds of gold. Geralt was moved. The next week's journey was indeed thrilling. They encountered ferocious beasts and bandits. Even explorers from the world of demon hunters had encountered a few waves of them. In the beginning, Geralt could use his identity as a demon hunter to keep the explorers at a distance. However, once they saw Cersei or guessed that there was gold in the chests, a massacre would ensue. After 7 days, Geralt was the only one left in the escort team. However, the demon hunter still completed his mission meticulously. He handed the gold and Cersei over to the Winterfell dungeon lord. You're a righteous person. Cersei licked her red lips regretfully. Geralt was pleased with himself, but he also felt regretful. He thought that Cersei was regretting that she couldn't spend a night with him, who was righteous, handsome, brave, and powerful. During that period, they did have some ambiguous moments. Many times, when he saw her flirtatious behavior, his dick was so hard that his leather pants couldn't contain it. As long as she showed any signs of invitation, he would pounce on her. But although she was seductive and showed her admiration and respect for him, her behavior was ladylike. She even hinted to him that she was engaged to Winterfell's young master Robert, but she wanted to go to the otherworld to have a look. Geralt understood that the girl wanted to elope with him, but he also knew his own situation. A demon hunter couldn't make any promises to Cersei. He didn't even belong to this world. Moreover, he and Yennefer, before he left, he asked for a kiss on her forehead. Then, he took the money pouch and left. What a pity. Such a strong soul, why did he have to be a gentleman? Cersei swallowed her saliva. At this time, her pure green eyes were dyed a charming purple, and her pink lips seemed to have been smeared with blood. It was a seductive red, and her sun-like golden hair was purplish black. There was also a pair of curved demon horns on her full white forehead. Forget it. The wild boar is gone, but there's still the deer. Cersei exploded into a cloud of purple-red smoke and disappeared at the entrance of Winterfell. The nearby guards were like clay puppets. They didn't move at all. Unknowingly, Geralt left the Seven Hells. After everyone crossed the boundary marker, they entered the Seven Hells, and all they saw were undead. After leaving Winterfell and walking south for half a day, the demon hunters came across an impregnable pass that stretched across a canyon. Geralt, fight with me. No matter if you win or lose, you can leave. There was only a warrior in golden armor on the 30-meter-high wall. Why do we have to fight? Geralt looked around and asked curiously. I want to see the otherworld's top swordsmanship. We'll only use swordsmanship. Only duels, no life and death, the warrior said. Does every explorer who comes here have to spar with you? Geralt drew his two-handed sword from his back. He also wanted to see the swordsmanship of this world. Not every explorer can see the 12 zodiacs. Yes, I'm Richard Hope. Richard was defeated. His opponent's strength and reflexes were better than his, and his swordsmanship was concise and experienced. It was a true killing technique. Geralt, this is your fortuitous encounter. Continue on your path. The 7 gods are watching you. May the Holy Mother bless you. Richard didn't answer Geralt's questions. He only personally sent him out of the pass and left a meaningful blessing. After that, Geralt came across another 11 checkpoints. Only 6 towers had owners. Their swordsmanship was better than the other. Geralt only won 3 rounds, and the other 3 were terrible defeats. Especially at the second-last checkpoint, the one-armed Jaime Lannister in the Golden Lion armor. Geralt had the urge to give up on the sword and go home to farm. It was too much of a blow. His opponent only faced the setting sun and stood on the tower with his back facing him. He couldn't even hold his sword. In the end, the Golden Lion's strange aura disappeared, and they still fought. It was very awkward. Geralt felt that his opponent was like an old instructor, practicing swordsmanship with a child who was learning swordsmanship for the first time. In the future, you can try to forget the swordsmanship, or even the precious combat skills you learned from countless life and death battles, the Golden Lion said. Using the sword instinctively? Geralt frowned. No, using your heart to hold the sword and using your will to fight. I don't understand. Geralt didn't snort, nor did he think that his opponent was fooling him. It was just that his swordsmanship was too strong. Let me ask you, how much weight can you carry? 1 ton shouldn't be a problem. The inhuman demon hunter gave him an inhuman number. What about your reflexes? How many stabs can you make in the blink of an eye? The demon hunter thought for a moment. Not more than 10 stabs. Let me ask you again. If an enemy uses 2 tons of strength and stabs you 20 times in the blink of an eye, crushing you, will you kneel down and kowtow to him out of fear? Of course not. No one can make me feel fear. I will kneel to show my respect, But I will never cowardly kowtow to my opponent, Geralt said firmly. Then, do you understand? Sigh, what do you want to say? Just say it to me. I really can't understand the way you otherworlders think, the white-haired demon hunter said helplessly. Jaime was embarrassed. He recalled himself in the past. This conversation had appeared between him and the Dragon Queen. It seemed that he wanted her to say it directly. The world thought that he broke through to become a demigod with the Divine Comedy. This wasn't wrong, but it was also very wrong. The essence of the Divine Comedy was a poem written by Ymont Targaryen about heaven, hell, and the mortal world. Of course, the Divine Comedy could help Jaime increase his knowledge and accumulate experience. However, the old Ymont himself had to go through the back door to become a saint. How could he write a secret manual that could let others become gods directly? The Divine Comedy was like a phone that stored the phone numbers of all the big shots in the world. If he dialed Hell's 7th floor Cersei, he could communicate with Cersei, who was being tortured in Hell, face to face, kill her inner demons, and start a new life. If he dialed Heaven's 7 gods warrior, he could connect to the god of swords Dany and ask for advice on swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, and so is the speed of movement. In theory, transcendence is also close to the peak of physical techniques. With limited speed, strength, and technique, there is naturally a limit to swordsmanship when wielding the iron sword in one's hand. This limit is the boundary between mortals and gods. The mind can be infinitely wide and encompass the world. The mind can be infinitely fast and reach the boundary of the universe in an instant. The will of man is infinitely strong and powerful, able to withstand all the suffering and pain in the world. Thus, by wielding the sword in one's hand with one's mind and will, one's swordsmanship has broken through the limit. It makes sense and is thought-provoking. I have a deep understanding of it, but... Geralt sighed. I don't know what to do. Didn't I teach you before? Geralt was stunned and muttered, forget the moves and experience, hold the sword with your heart, and swing it with your will. Yes. Why do you want to teach me swordsmanship? Geralt was puzzled. The intersection of planets is dangerous, but also an opportunity. For mortals, we can exchange battle techniques. For higher-level beings, they can exchange laws. The so-called exchange is to take out something precious and exchange it for something of equal value. I don't have anything precious to give you. Geralt frowned. It's not you, it's your world. The will of your world has already opened the door to the great beings of our world. If you still don't understand, you can continue south. In the city of Everwinter, someone will explain it to you in more detail. Chapter 11-12. What was the most valuable thing in the other world? In the Demon Hunter world, the most valuable thing was, of course, the ancient blood that opened the world gate. Almost every world had its own unique talent, but not every talent was useful to Dany. Most of the time, she couldn't even find the unique talent of the other world. So, compared to the talent of luck, the Song of Law of the other world was more practical. No matter how badly the world was damaged, as long as it was not completely dead, there would be a world will. The only difference was that the will was strong and weak, some were mechanical and dull, and some were flexible and intelligent. The will of the Song of Ice and Fire world was very strong, and its brain was barely at the average level among its peers. It could make corresponding changes to the state of the world. For example, the birth of each generation's savior. After wandering around the Demon Hunter world's astral world, Dany found that the other world's will was very weak and dull. They didn't have much of a reaction against outsiders. Dany could also guess the reason. The Demon Hunter world had experienced too many planet conversions, and the will of the world had been invaded many times, all. Just like a 20-year sex worker who came home at night and met a knife-wielding rapist, its reaction would not be as strong as an ordinary person's. Even so, she decided to make a fair deal with the other party. She arranged for someone to go to the Demon Hunter world to comprehend the Song of Law, and she also opened the Sea of Law of the Song of Ice and Fire world to someone with destiny in the Demon Hunter world. Well, Dany decided to do it herself. It would be best if she could sing the complete Song of Fire of the Demon Hunter world, or even more songs of law. To be more fair, she even arranged for a teacher to teach the chosen person personally. The reason why she was so serious in the face of a retarded will of the world was that Dany was sure that after she obtained the ancient blood of the ancient elves and started traveling through time, she would inevitably encounter countless other worlds. She needed to figure out a reasonable and legal method of traveling through time. Dany didn't want to see the dishes and take by force. Apart from the fact that she wasn't completely evil, she also had scruples about walking by the river often. One's shoes will get wet. If she saw a world with a weak will, she would rely on stealing, cheating. One day, she would encounter a world that seemed weak but hid a big boss. Not every white-haired old comrade was a protector of the country. Even Sweeping Monk and Jong Sanfoam were old and appeared to be senile. Wasn't she a typical example? Compared to the will of the Song of Ice and Fire, she herself was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, it was better to have some martial virtues when doing things. After Geralt left the 11th trial, he had been thinking about the Sword God realm in his heart. In just half a day, he had passed the last trial. He could also tell that the strength of the palace masters guarding the 12 ecliptic palaces was stronger than the previous one. He was expecting to meet a swordsman who was stronger than Jaime the Golden Lion in the 12th palace, but unfortunately, the palace was empty. This palace is waiting for a stronger palace master. Who would be stronger than Jaime Lannister? Before leaving, the demon hunter let out a long sigh. The 12 ecliptic palaces were built in the canyon. Leaving the 12 ecliptic palaces meant leaving the continuous mountain range. Geralt's field of vision suddenly widened. He could even see a sparkling ice city under the sun at the foot of a mountain in the distance. Everwinter. Geralt cheered himself up and quickened his pace. Everwinter was not too big. It was only a square 2 kilometers in length. The east of the city was a tall mountain, guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. Some of the buildings extended up the slope. There were only 3 walls, and half of the buildings inside were underground. After staying in Goldshire town for a night, the demon hunters already knew the beauty of such underground houses. They were warm and did not lack light like basements. The demon hunters' first impression of Everwinter was that it was very clean. There was almost no human or animal feces on the stone path and beside the houses. Other than the cleanliness, the demon hunters were also attracted by the viaducts and canals built along the road. It was as if the river water was diverted from the snowy mountains and then flowed through the canals to thousands of homes. I learned this from the people of Bravos. A woman in a red robe with red eyes and long copper hair walked over. Like Yennefer, she wore a large gemstone around her neck. However, Yennefer's amulet was a star-shaped obsidian, while the woman's was a ruby that shone with a strange red light. "You can speak the common language of our world?" Geralt asked curiously. "It's very simple and easy to learn. I'm Melisandre, the mage consultant of the Northern Frost Palace. Come with me. Your friend is already here." Geralt was from another world, so he did not think much of Aunt May's self-introduction. He only nodded and followed her to the castle on the hillside in the east of the city. "Who's my friend?" he asked curiously as he looked at the scenery and the people around him. "Yennefer from Vinge Castle." "Ah, she's already in Everwinter. Why didn't I see her in the 12 Zodiac temples?" "The 12 Zodiac temples are your reward," the woman in the red robe said with a smile. "How do I cross the canyon without going to the 12 Zodiac temples?" "I'll show you when you return." "You want to leave with me?" Geralt was shocked. "Yes, I hope you can be my guide and help me complete my mission." Later, Geralt met the Lord of Neverwinter, Jon Targaryen, who had a snow-white beard. He looked old, but his cheeks were rosy and his muscles were strong. He looked like a middle-aged man. Jon answered many of his questions, such as why he wanted to teach him swordsmanship. They also talked about the customs of their respective worlds. On the same day, he met Yennefer. The black-haired sorceress was meditating in a clean and warm guest room in the castle. She was very excited when she saw him. "This world is a mage's paradise. There are almost no side effects when using witchcraft. King Jon said you were also chosen. What did you get?" Geralt asked hesitantly. "Do you know what price our world paid?" "You were chosen too?" Yennefer stopped smiling. She was confused. "But you're not a sorceress. I got the method to become a sword god." A powerful sword master named Jamie also left a sword will in my mind for me to study, Geralt said. I see. Different professions have different rewards. Yennefer was enlightened. I got the chance to enter the Sea of Law. All the laws and mana are open to me. Maybe I can learn a song of law and become a demigod. What's the price? Didn't the North Ice King tell you? The will of our world won't stop the Mother of Dragons from learning the laws of our world. I don't understand, Geralt said. It's also the first time I know that a world has its own will. But our world doesn't have the Sea of Law. It's much harder for the Mother of Dragons to learn the laws. Do you think the otherworlders are stupid and let us take advantage of them? Geralt frowned. Do you know the price of becoming a sorceress? Yennefer put her hand on her belly and said with a gloomy face. Losing the ability to have children, Yennefer said bitterly. Apprentices use magic to stimulate the seeds in their hands. When they germinate and bloom, their bodies will wither. Because our world doesn't have a sea of mana, ordinary people can't extract chaos mana. The more universal origin force they use, the more vitality they lose. Sorceresses' ovaries shrink and lose the ability to reproduce. Isn't that the same as paying the price of endless vitality for mana? There's a mana pool in the headquarters of the Sorcerer Supreme Council. Many sorceresses who were in the same batch as me turned into eels and fell into it. They use their bodies as conduits to extract chaos mana from the universe and turn it into gentle mana that can be used by sorcerers. Also, because they don't have a Sea of Law, sorcerers can only work hard to develop the bloodline inherited from ancient times. It's hard for them to listen to the song of law from the depths of the world like the sorcerers of this world. Geralt frowned. Since our world lacks mana and can't learn the laws, what can the Mother of Dragons get? Our world doesn't lack chaos mana. What it lacks is orderly and gentle mana. Maybe the Mother of Dragons can use the primitive chaos mana at will. I suspect that she has already mastered the Song of Law and wants to test it again in our world. These things don't cause any direct damage to our world. So, the powerful beings in this world are all good people. Geralt thought. Not good people, but they follow the rules. Everyone gets what they want. Geralt nodded and asked, what about the rest of the team? The black-haired sorceress turned pale and said in a trembling voice, they all went to hell. Hell? Dead? The people who went out to look for you that night all disappeared. We were also scared and didn't dare to separate. The next day, we didn't find you, but we found a place called Goldshire Town. Hearing that a large number of adventurers had arrived, the mayor entrusted us with 2 tons of gold from the vault and his daughter, Miss Cersei, to escort them. What's wrong with you? Geralt's shocked expression made Yennefer confused. Is Miss Cersei blonde, very delicate and beautiful? The demon hunter asked in a trembling voice. Yennefer nodded first, then shook her head vigorously. She's a demon, a devil. What happened? The demon hunter asked curiously. On the way, the mercenaries wanted to steal the gold and the beauty. Count Anton was also lusting after her, but I stopped them all. But when we arrived at Winterfell, the delicate Cersei transformed into a succubus with horns on her head and dark purple tattoos on her skin. She said she was the queen of succubi in hell. In front of me, she sucked Count Anton and the others dry. I even saw their souls leaving their bodies in pain as they were sucked into Cersei's mouth. This is a test. Geralt suddenly realized. Yes, it is a test. Cersei told me that when we crossed the boundary stone, the 7 gods started the 7 trials for us. 7 levels of trials, 7 levels of morality. In Goldshire Town, when we were hired by the mayor, we made a sacred oath. If we break the oath, such as attacking the mayor's daughter out of lust, stealing the gold out of greed, or running away from a powerful enemy out of cowardice, it's considered breaking the oath. And those who break the oath will definitely fall to the 7 hells, the black-haired sorceress said with a pale face. Sigh, I said we shouldn't have come. The others had left a warning steely at the entrance, but we ignored it. Geralt sighed. No, I'm glad we didn't listen to the Steely's warning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a great benefit, Yennefer said excitedly. Geralt nodded reluctantly and asked, in a few days, I'll be escorting Melisandre to the other countries. What about you? I'm going to stay here until the end of the planet convergence. This is a rare opportunity. Just as the demon hunter and the red-robed woman hooked up, traveling at public expense and comforting each other's loneliness, Asher came back to life. Chapter 11:13. Imperial University, King's Landing Branch. Dragon Incubation Square in front of the library. White jade was built into a 30 by 50 meter wide square. At the north end of the square was an obsidian sculpture of the Dragon Queen hatching a dragon. Below the sculpture was a waist-deep fountain. At the end of spring and beginning of summer, a faint rainbow hung above the fountain. The square was surrounded by sloping turf. Going up the turf, there was a loquat forest on the left and a sycamore forest on the right. Both sides of the forest faced the square and there was a row of park chairs overlooking the square. At this moment, at the northeast corner of the square there were dozens of students in white shirts and black trousers conversing in Draconic. Although they were stumbling, their voices were loud and clear. This was the Draconic corner. Students from other schools often joined in. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Targaryen were the most popular because their pronunciation was always accurate, their sentences were fluent and they were full of emotions. These were the basic requirements for casting Draconic magic. In the center of the square, there were senior students chanting spells and practicing elemental magic. There was also a circle of junior students around them. From time to time, the wind would howl and the flames would burn. Then, there would be cheers. On the turf, there were students hugging their knees and meditating. There were also people leisurely lying down and enjoying the sun. There were also people reading. Asher sat under a loquat tree on the west side. A handsome young man was holding an exercise book and explaining wildfire magic questions to her. Asher, you have to understand that no matter what the equation is, it is all for the purpose of synthesizing wildfire. After 100 years of development, fire mags have already experimented with hundreds of ways to synthesize wildfire. And every method represents a magical chemical formula. The left side is the reactant, above the equal sign is the corresponding magic rune, and the right side of the equal sign is the wildfire. Junior Tyluan, I understand what you're saying, but there are only 405 types of main formulas, 214 types of reactants, and 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants. Furthermore, there are 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants, and within these 214 types of secondary formulas, there are even more detailed reaction formulas. 7 levels of hell. Asher scratched her head irritably. What's even more ridiculous is that every reaction formula has its own unique reaction rune. I can't remember it at all. Sigh, it can't be helped. The Wildfire Major in the 14th Department of the Chemistry Department is a 5-year course. Even though you've been here for 2 years, you've only been in contact with the Wildfire Major for half a semester. Take your time. Our Imperial University is lenient and strict. There was once a senior who took 15 years to get his diploma, the black-haired young man said helplessly. In the blink of an eye, Asher had been reborn for 2 years. She gradually became familiar with this new world and began to fall in love with this new world from the bottom of her heart. The world right now was full of vigor, vitality, and hope. Both the nobles and the civilians were brimming with vigor that was rarely seen in ancient times. She even began to agree with some historians' assessment of the Dark Age before the Long Night. Compared to modern times, the era before the Long Night was really dark, barbaric, and ignorant. Sometimes, she even felt ashamed that she was an ancient. However, considering that the Dragon Queen who changed this world was from the same generation as her, she was very proud. Just half a year ago, for the Dragon Queen's 130th birthday, she followed Dany and the others to Slaves Bay. Oh, many places in the Westeros had changed their names. For example, Winterfell had become the Summer Palace, the rustic Bear Island had changed its name to the Western-styled Malborn, Qingting Island was no longer green all year round and had changed its name to Autumn Plains. However, Slaves Bay was still called Slaves Bay so that the people would always remember that it was the Dragon Queen who brought the light of freedom to the old world filled with slaves. Hundreds of Targaryens went, and the nobles and ministers who came to celebrate the Dragon Queen's birthday numbered in the thousands. However, when the Dragon Queen saw her, she said, "Asher is an old friend, sit beside me." looking at the envious gazes of her granddaughter-in-law Dany and the nearby Targaryens. Asha had never felt so honored before. It was also because of the Dragon Queen's other, casual, gaze, speech, that Asha's market value suddenly rose. From the Sea Queen of the Imperial University that no one wanted to marry, she became the matriarch of the family that all the small and medium-sized families fought over. Tyron Greyjoy, who was now explaining the magical chemistry exercises to her, was one of the many backups who pursued her. This Greyjoy came from the River Bay Greyjoy family. As Victarion had a holy oath with the River Bay nobles that lasted for more than 10 years, even after he died, the noble parliament gave him an earl's territory near the sea. Generously, it was divided from the High Court Tyrell family's territory, the mouth of the Mandea River, facing the Shield Archipelago. Later, Margaery was conferred the title of High Court Duchess by Sansa. Because of her identity as Victarion's wife, the land returned to its previous owner. Later on, Margaery and her descendants died. This land that theoretically belonged to the Greyjoy family was once again separated from the High Court Duchess territory. As Victarion's nephew, Theon naturally inherited the land. Thus, the sea monster family split into two. Rob's second son inherited his granduncle's inheritance. The great-grandson was going to marry his great-grandaunt. What's the point of so many chemical formulas? Can't we just choose the formula for the most stable reactant? Asha threw away her pen and sighed with a pained expression. Of course not. You can't just consider stability. Reaction speed and raw material cost are also very important. For example, the engine power of Joffrey's car, 1 horse is enough. But the Titan of Braavos has a single engine set that can produce close to 10,000 horses. Both produce wildfire, but how can the reaction speed of the two engines be the same? The higher the engine power, the more wildfire it requires to be produced in the shortest time. Asha was stunned. She said, "Can we arrange for more fire mags to increase the speed of the wildfire synthesis?" In theory, it's possible, but it's very dangerous. For a normal wildfire engine, the wildfire is synthesized in the cylinder and burns immediately after synthesis. There's almost no risk. If multiple fire mags work together to synthesize the wildfire outside the cylinder, the wildfire will gather together and flow to the cylinder, burning again. Have you noticed that when the wildfire flows through the pipes, the temperature is very high and it's very easy to explode? So there's so much to learn about the wildfire engine. Asha sighed. To be able to become a professional knowledge, it's not simple. If you look deeper, you'll find that different engine models have different requirements for the driver. The reason why I don't think Joffrey's car can be popularized is because it requires the driver to have very precise magic control. Asha fell silent. Right in front of them on the walkway, there were 2 white-robed swordsmen, 1 male and 1 female, each holding a sword. Their footsteps were nimble as they moved swiftly. Ping ping bang bang bang, they exchanged blows back and forth. Asha's attention was attracted by the light of the swords. Rhaegar Settiger and Margaery Hightower from the Night Academy. Turin said. They're both level 4 again. Asha said bitterly. A sudden change occurred. When Margaery leaned to the side to avoid the vertical slash of the sword, she miscalculated the range of her sturdiness. Rhaegar also thought that the other party could avoid this slash, so he couldn't stop in time. The light of the sword flashed, like a master who had been selling coconut milk for 50 years. With just 1 slash, he chopped off the head of the coconut. So miserable. Asha grimaced. Although the bra is more comfortable, the leather armor can really protect the safety of the female knights. She didn't make a fuss. There were too many injuries in the academy. In just a moment, the students from the Holy Knight Academy and the Priest Academy gathered around and skillfully picked up Margaery's tits. After cleaning them, they quickly reinstalled them. The crazy Prince Bran has awakened. Big news, the crazy Prince Bran who has been sleeping for 20 years has awakened. Right in front of Hibiscus Restaurant, the crazy prince has gone crazy again. Just as Margaery covered her chest and ran away, a blonde girl with freckles stood at the entrance of the library and shouted excitedly. Who is the crazy Prince Bran? Asha asked doubtfully. Turin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it should be the brother of the current king, the Crown Prince Bran Targaryen from 20 years ago. But I heard that he died a long time ago. Why is he sleeping now? Hibiscus Restaurant was a circular 4-story red brick building. It was also the female dormitory. Asha lived in it. She liked the swimming pool in the center of the circular building. She could swim there and also admire various types of beautiful bodies. Look north. At the entrance of Hibiscus Restaurant, a 4-meter-high wooden platform was built. A handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes pointed to the sky and shouted, "That is another world. The convergence of the stars has already happened." Asha followed and looked towards the northern sky. She could faintly see a part of the arc-shaped planet that covered 1/16 of the sky. The northern sky was dyed a dark green by its reflection. This phenomenon started a year ago and became more obvious and bigger. Asha had already gotten the answer from the Dragon Queen. She was not the only one who knew. Anyone with eyes could see it and get a rough idea of the situation from others. The convergence of the stars was not a secret. 2 years ago, there were people from another world who came to our world. The Northern Ice Kingdom also sent messengers to the other world. Students, that is a world with a brand new civilization and a brand new power system. Even if you can't get any treasures, you can still increase your knowledge and experience by traveling there. You can even gain enlightenment and sublimate your soul, allowing you to break through your bottleneck. Prince Bran shouted loudly. "Prince Bran, do you have the qualifications to form a travel group from another world?" Someone asked bluntly. "In fact, I will be engaged to the princess from another world." Prince Bran smiled proudly. "The prince is going crazy again." The crowd burst into laughter. "It's up to you to believe it or not. I only need 10 of the most outstanding companions." Bran was so angry that his face turned red. When they returned to the dormitory that night, Asha told Danny about what happened in the afternoon. She asked curiously, why did someone say that Bran died 20 years ago and is now in a coma? Also, he has been in a coma for 20 years. Why isn't he dead? Do you know about Bran's past? I heard from others that he rode on a horse and killed a commoner on the road, drugged a female classmate with a sword, gathered a bunch of bad friends to have sex in a brothel, set fire to his own roommates. He did almost all kinds of evil. In the end, when he secretly used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to summon a demon, he fell into a coma, or was his soul sucked dry by the demon? Asha said. "Do you know about Queen Sangza's mother?" Danny asked. "Madam Stoneheart?" Asha was shocked. Did she get redemption? She was tortured in hell. Her descendants also helped her pay her debts in hell. Queen Sangza once made an oath that she would atone for her mother's sins with her descendants. The old ancestor conditionally agreed to Queen Sangza's oath. Any unfilial son of the Targaryen family would go to hell in their grandmother's place to be tortured until they turned over a new leaf. Only then could their souls return to the sun. So, do you understand Bran's situation? Asha was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen used hell to teach the family's good-for-nothing children? Danny nodded silently. This is the Targaryen family's secret. Don't tell anyone else. Are there many unconscious Bran? The Targaryen family's upbringing is not bad. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 3 or 4 unfilial sons. Some are still being tortured in hell. After one woke up, he went to Sky Dragon Temple to become a monk. The effect is that good? Asha said in a daze. Whether the effect is good or not, you can see Bran's actions in the future. By the way, do you want to go to the other world? Can I go? Asha asked in surprise. Chapter 11:14. I am Cersei, hell was created for me. Before I went to hell, there was no hell in the world. To settle me down, the Holy Mother created hell. I was once the princess of Casterly Rock, the queen of the Westeros, the queen of King's Landing. If not for the devaluation of the Atonement Scroll, perhaps, there would be another Archangel Cersei today instead of the great demon King Cersei. Of course, I don't think of myself as a demon. The so-called demon is just a derogatory term for the despairing people of hell. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was not being able to become Prince Rhaegar's wife. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Robert drunkenly crawled on top of me, nuzzling me with all his might while calling out Lyanna's slutty name with his smelly mouth. I used to think that the moment Joffrey died in front of me was the moment I experienced the greatest pain in life. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Jaime ignored my summons and ran away with that ugly Brittany. I used to think. I can now confirm that the greatest pain in life is the complete despair of not seeing a trace of a future. 9,999,999,999 years. That was the length of my sentence in hell, and also the limit of my sentence in hell. Can the universe exist for so many years? At that moment, my faith almost collapsed. When I died, I came to a picturesque place. It was filled with a heart-warming holy light. Even the air seemed to be a holy milky white. My body was filled with pain and exhaustion. In an instant, all of it turned into black gas and seeped out from my body. It polluted the area within 100 meters. You can see how miserable I was at that time. Sigh. I knew that I was finally free and had come to the legendary heaven. I have believed in the 7 gods since I was young. After experiencing the pain of losing my son and husband, I became even more devoted to the Holy Mother. After being judged by the Church and witnessing the miracle of the Holy Mother's descent, my faith became as firm as a rock. From being tortured to death by Yulun to finally seeing heaven, my eyes were filled with tears and my soul was elevated. Oh, I didn't know what happened to me back then. I wasn't like Saint Matthew who understood the profound teachings of the 7 gods. I just felt very touched and grateful. The purest feelings for the Holy Mother elevated my soul and made my body shine brightly. The fake crown Prince Aegon by the side, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Well, I found out later that he was the angel of heaven. Are you really Cersei? The fake crown prince asked like a fool. You're the fake crown Prince Aegon. I've seen your portrait before, I said. The fake crown prince seemed to have been shot in the heart. His body was on the verge of collapse as he said with a face full of disbelief, "You actually believe in the Holy Mother so devoutly. Your devotion is even higher than mine. Is there any justice in this world? Furthermore, your soul has actually sublimated into a secondary angel." I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he doubted my devotion to the Holy Mother. Wasn't that the same as coming to the Red Castle and saying in front of the king that a subject was not loyal to the king? The Holy Mother was watching from above. Unable to bear it any longer, I argued loudly with him. The strange thing was that after I became angry, holy light shone from my body once more. The fake crown prince across from me seemed to be under some invisible pressure. His face paled, and his forehead was instantly covered in sweat. His spine even began to bend. In the end, his knees gave way, and he knelt before me. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as you know your mistake. This isn't the mortal world. There's no need for such formalities. I was shocked. Although the fake crown prince was fake, he had the Dragon Queen as his backer. He could even be a guide in heaven. I was new here, so I couldn't offend him. He started crying. First, he wiped his tears. Then, he started bawling like a pitiful child. As he cried, he howled, "It's true. Your devotion is real. You're a petitioner, devotion 100 to 150. You're even close to becoming a holy disciple. Your soul sublimation is also real. The holy pressure that a high-level Holy Spirit exerts on a normal holy disciple is real and powerful." I didn't understand what he meant, but I understood that he was jealous of me. Chmph. I've seen too many similar situations. I knew that I had the confidence to be arrogant in front of him. Thus, my chest was filled with a heroic spirit. Aegon, tell me, what's the current situation in heaven? What kind of status do I have? I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes. The fake crown prince wiped his tears as he brought me up the stairs to Heaven Island. Cersei. When I saw Sparrow, he saw me too. His expression was as if he saw the Holy Mother eating shit. It's me. Congratulations on meeting an old friend. I extended my arms and walked towards him with a big smile. I was prepared to give him a warm hug. Although old Jong's old face still made me want to vomit, now that he was the owner of Heaven Island, I had to establish a good relationship with him. Then, I could use his recommendation to get closer to the Holy Mother. After I win the Holy Mother's favor, She would give me a heaven island. Yeah, Circe's heavenly kingdom. By then, I would be able to throw Sparrow away like he was a stinky sock. Ha ha ha. As a Tywin with a pair of big boobs, I never lacked schemes and shrewdness. Unfortunately, Sparrow didn't know what was good for him. I smiled as I walked towards him, but his old face twisted like a devil and he retreated like a snake. He shouted in disbelief, "This shouldn't be, this can't be, Circe can go to heaven? Holy Mother, is your mercy like a flood, overflowing like a disaster? I have sinned, but I have the atonement scroll." I forced a smile. The people around me pointed at me and whispered among themselves, their faces full of disbelief. The smile on my face was no longer as beautiful. The atonement scroll is prepared for those who fight ghosts. Have you killed a deviant ghost before? Or, have you seen a corpse ghost? A baby-faced girl pointed at me and scolded loudly. There are 4 kinds of people I hate the most in my life. Secondly, women who are younger and better looking than me and whose temperament is not inferior to mine. Thirdly, people who oppose me. Fourthly, men who are handsome but do not pay attention to me, or men who are wretched but look at me with wretched eyes. What? You said that I missed a type of people? Idiot. Of course, the first type would be the imps and dwarfs who looked like imps. What? You said that I misunderstood the prophecy and that the brother who killed me was Jaime, and that I had misunderstood Tyrion? Sorry, I got used to hating him and I couldn't change it. Besides, even if the prophecy was wrong, I had 10,000 reasons to hate imps, and now, I had only eliminated one. Even if an ordinary village girl was younger and prettier than me, I wouldn't take her seriously. But if her temperament was better than mine, only those who do not belong to me by birth can possess a temperament that surpasses mine. That's right. That meant that she could threaten my position. I might be open-minded, but I wasn't stupid. This girl with the emblem of the sun-piercing spear on her chest was the little princess of the Martell family. There was an 80% chance that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Red Viper. Of the 4 types of people I hated, she occupied 2 of them. Shut up. I am a secondary angel whose soul has been sublimated. How dare a mere mortal like you speak to me like that? I glared at her angrily as golden light shone from my body. A high-tier aura spread in all directions like a raging wave. First, the baby-faced girl knelt down in fear. Then, the surrounding people were forced to retreat in fear. On the way to Paradise Island, the fake crown prince had already made me understand my current state. Good. Very good. Holy golden light, high-tier aura. The huge sparrow split open. No, 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 the Holy Mother is unfair. Countless people hugged their heads and wailed. There was a faint black aura surrounding their bodies. It wasn't a big deal for a person to wail. It wasn't a big deal for a person to emit a black aura of resentment. It wasn't a big deal for a person's faith to collapse. But now, thousands of people were hugging their heads and wailing. They were all emitting a black aura of negative emotions that was incompatible with paradise. Paradise was about to turn into hell. Damn it. I already knew that the more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. But this was paradise and all of you were the saints of paradise. Shouldn't the saints be virtuous and follow the teachings of the 7 gods? The teachings of the 7 gods clearly stated, tolerate the unintentional mistakes of others and praise the merits of others loudly. The more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. Could it be that I was so outstanding that even the saints of paradise couldn't help but be jealous of me? Then how outstanding must I be? I was wrong. I didn't know that I was outstanding enough. After all, the fake crown prince had told me that only Saint Matthew and I seemed to be the only 2 believers of the 7 gods whose souls had ascended. Big Sparrow's devotion was the highest and he was close to ascending. The Holy Mother taught us not to be blinded by jealousy. Only by acknowledging the merits of others can we face our own flaws. I tried my best to put on the compassionate attitude of the Holy Mother and taught Big Sparrow earnestly. Big Sparrow spat out a mouthful of colorful blood and exploded. I thought that he had run away, so I turned around and continued to preach the teachings of the Holy Mother to the others. Paradise Island seemed to have lit up with fireworks and firecrackers. It was beautiful. Why are all of you running away? Humbly seeking guidance is also part of the teachings of the seven gods. How can you not know this when you can go to paradise? I shouted loudly and the firecrackers became more and more urgent. Not long after, Big Sparrow returned. Everyone, don't panic. Demon Circe is going to paradise to be judged. She is not a saint of paradise, he said loudly. Catcher, catcher, as he said that, a chain appeared out of thin air and flew over to tie me up tightly. I struggled with all my might, but it was useless. But I wasn't too worried. It was a trial after all. I had experienced it too many times. I was used to it. Circe, do you confess to abusing your brother? I knelt in front of Big Sparrow as he drew a circle in the air with his finger. There was a clear picture in the circle, a blonde girl of 7 or 8 years old, pulling an ugly baby's penis with all her might as if it were a rubber band. I immediately understood. This was a scene that took place in the nursery in Casterly Rock. Perhaps, the reason why the dwarf's little brother could grow so long was all thanks to her helping him grow when he was young. Come to think of it, it was disgusting. Why did I touch that ugly thing? He caused my mother to have a difficult birth. I hate him. I shouted. So, you confess to it. I admit that I did these things, but I do not confess to them. I was angry. Big Sparrow was being unreasonable. You're being unreasonable. The Big Sparrow shouted in a low voice and wrote something on the parchment with a pen. My face must have turned red from anger. Big Sparrow didn't give me a chance to argue. He continued, you tortured and killed the maid. Another scene played out in front of everyone. The 8 or 9-year-old me threw a teapot filled with boiling water on the maid's head, then made her kneel in the corridor outside the house. One night later, the maid developed a high fever. 3 days later, the maid died of illness. I had punished too many maids in my life. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally remembered what that bitch had done. That bitch took advantage of my youth and spat in the teapot. I hit her and made her kneel. What's wrong with that? You can punish her, but you shouldn't have left her alone in the stables. You shouldn't have allowed the scholars to treat her. I want to establish my authority. Father taught me that. I also want to use you to establish the authority of the Church of the Seven Gods. The Holy Mother taught me that. The Holy Mother wouldn't do that. My devotion is high. My soul has ascended. I was a little scared. The ascension of your soul is a reward for your devotion to the Holy Mother. The Father is just, the Holy Mother is merciful. There are rewards and punishments, and rewards and punishments are clear. Although Big Sparrow kept a straight face, I could see that his eyes were laughing. He was mocking me. I admit that I am guilty, but I have already been judged by the church when I was alive. I have also repented for more than a year. Moreover, I have the atonement scroll. I don't accept it. Repenting is just a process. The church wants you to realize your mistakes from the bottom of your heart and repent completely. But have you realized your mistakes? Have you repented? Big Sparrow said coldly. I quickly said, I have. I have also repented. HMPH. Just the first 2 crimes, abusing your brother and killing your servant, you have denied it in every possible way. You even refused to admit your guilt. What have you repented for? Big Sparrow sneered. My mind was blank. Arguing with cunning words was never my strong suit. Father had taught us since we were young, wise words have the same power as a sharp sword. A glib tongue, making a scene and hurling abuse is like throwing feces at an enemy. Regardless of whether it will hit the enemy, the first step is to dirty your own hands. I have wisdom, but words of wisdom need to be heard by people with wisdom. Big Sparrow was obviously trying to frame me with his glib tongue, and this was his territory. Father, you have done me in. Big Sparrow also saw my predicament. He pretended to be serious, but in fact, he was mocking me. The Church's judgment is actually the Holy Mother's grace to sinners. After the judgment, if you have achieved enlightenment while you were alive, even if you don't have any merit points, your past sins will be written off. Without the Church's judgment, even if you have achieved enlightenment and repent, your punishment will only be reduced by a small amount. If you still refuse to repent after the judgment, your past sins will be multiplied. You are not me. How do you know that I have not repented? Do you mean that I have defended myself before? What if I have not repented for the first 2 sins, but I have achieved enlightenment for the rest of my sins? After I said that, I couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Although I am an honest person and not good at arguing, my wit should be better than my father's, right? You can lie to yourself, but you can never lie to the just Heavenly Father. Big Sparrow's eyes shone with a golden light. At that moment, I felt that he had seen through my thoughts. How terrifying. My mind was in a mess. I couldn't refute him anymore, so I just let him continue to list my sins. He seemed to be able to read my life, from when I was young to when I died. There were more than 500 sins in total. Cersei Lannister, your sins are monstrous. You should go to hell for 99. 9 billion years. You have enjoyed the Church's judgment, but you still refuse to repent. Your punishment will be doubled, but the maximum sentence for a hell prisoner is only 99. 999,999,999 years wait. I have the atonement scroll. I have already deducted 50 points of sin from the atonement scroll, Big Sparrow said coldly. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. Of course, Heavenly Father is just. I was filled with fear, but the bastards nearby cheered loudly. I'm going to hell. On the first level of hell, there are 18 punishment divisions. Every day and night, I go back and forth between the 18 divisions. Tongue-pulling division, any living person who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued eloquently, and lied would be sent to the tongue-pulling division after death. The green-faced evil spirits pried open my mouth, clamped my tongue with metal pliers, and slowly pulled it out. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The pain was so intense that I couldn't even scream. At first, my tongue could only be pulled out 2 feet long, but after a few decades, 30 meters was no longer the limit. Knife Mountain Division, killing people on purpose, slaughtering animals other than food, they would all be sent to the Knife Mountain Division after death. 2 little devils took off all my clothes and climbed up the mountain of swords naked. This time, my mouth wasn't gagged, so I could howl. I howled as I climbed. It was also in the Knife Mountain Division that I met Aunt Xena, that fat woman. It was so badly mutilated by the countless blades that he almost couldn't recognize it. Oh, she was the one who recognized me first. In the Knife Mountain Division, we didn't talk much. We were too busy and didn't have time to talk. After that, we often met, not only Aunt Xena, but also many familiar nobles and unfamiliar commoners. Seeing them howl miserably, I suddenly didn't feel so painful. Gradually, I learned how to endure torture. I pretended to be an executioner, punishing others. Even so, when I met someone who was particularly miserable, I would laugh. Hearing my laughter, they would show a frightened expression, which made me even happier. Even when I heard from others what happened to Casterly Rock City and the Western region, I didn't stop laughing. To be honest, the pain of my old man dying 10,000 times couldn't compare to an hour of hell. Even my old man couldn't shake my heart, let alone others. After all, Jamie was still alive. Later, when I was frying with a group of evil spirits in a pot of oil, I accidentally met Yulun. When I saw that, I couldn't help but laugh. Although I was also in the pot of oil, my stomach was bloated and exploded, and my intestines flowed out. But when I saw Yulun's miserable state, I felt like my soul had ascended. Suddenly, there was a frightened cry from the side. Then, the half-fried, half-cooked me was picked up by the giant evil spirit with chopsticks. Cersei, someone is visiting. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, I couldn't move. Even if I twisted my neck, it would make a crisp sound like someone was tearing a fried chicken. Who is it? Melted flesh stuck to my eyes, fried until they were crispy. I dug with all my strength and finally dug out a white eyeball. Turning the eyeball in the direction of the cry, I vaguely saw a fat woman. I didn't recognize her. Who are you? I shook my crispy body, a fragrant green smoke overflowed from my torn joints. Of course, my tattered stomach also gave off the stench of fried feces. Don't come over, I want to go back, sob, I want to go home. The fat woman waved her hands vigorously and retreated. She even knocked out the eyeball that I passed over to see her face. Just as I was lying on the ground searching for the eyeball that had fallen out, the woman left with a whoosh. It was only a few decades later that I found out from others that the person who came to visit me this time was Jenny from Fairy City. Jenny and Malaya were my childhood friends. Malaya was the daughter of my family's knight, and Jenny was a hostage. Her father even dared to lead Fairy Island to rebel against Castle Rock City after my father caused the Castle incident. In the end, my father only sent a poet to Fairy City to sing a song called Castleem's Reign, and Jenny's father knelt down. Speaking of Jenny, I couldn't help but sigh, fortune favors fools. Back then, Jenny, Malaya and I went to look for Toad Witch Concubine. In the end, Fat Jenny was a coward. Once she saw Toad Witch Concubine's terrifying appearance, she ran out of the Forest Witch's tent in tears. Because of that, she didn't hear Toad Witch Concubine's vicious prophecy. Malaya told me that as long as others don't know about it, the prophecy won't come true. I agreed with her, and that night, I tricked her into a deserted courtyard and pushed her into a well. She screamed and made a fuss inside, and in the end, I seem to have helped the witch fulfill her prophecy. Malaya asked the witch, "Will I marry Jamie?" The witch let out a weird laugh. "Your chastity will be taken away by maggots, little girl. Your death will come tonight. Haven't you smelled her scent? She is right beside you." Unfortunately, the next morning, when I brought the guards of Castle Rock City to look for Toad Witch Concubine, she disappeared. I thought that if Jenny didn't run away, I wouldn't mind letting her be Malaya's companion. Oh, the Holy Mother is merciful. Goodness, goodness, goodness. That's not right. Murdering Malaya added tens of millions of years to my sentence. I can't. No, my sentence is already at its limit. It doesn't matter if I kill Jenny, that fat whore. After all, Sigh, 99. 9 billion years, when will it end? The more I thought about Jenny, the angrier I got. Back then, among the 3 ladies, she had the best life. She even gave birth to more than 10 children and none of them died. Yet, I only have the pitiful Marcella left. Why? That fellow is fat and cowardly. Why is she so lucky? In the following days, while I was being tortured, I prayed to the Holy Mother, "Let fat Jenny accompany me in hell." But, before Jenny could come down, my fat aunt was about to leave. "Ah, Tyrion, my good nephew, my love for you when you were young was not in vain. You still remembered to give your aunt merits. Woo, I am finally free." Aunt Xena, who was frozen on the ice mountain with me until her soul shattered, suddenly shone with a golden light. Her pale face also regained its color. She floated into the air and flew towards a place where holy music and holy light could be faintly heard. I immediately understood. My aunt had cleansed herself of her sins and went to heaven. Aunt Xena, save me. Take me with you." I was on the ice mountain where the slut was punished. It was a real heart-wrenching experience. The ice froze my organs and cracked them. "Cersei, it is all thanks to Tyrion that I am free. He has great merits, but I don't." Tyrion, at that moment, I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to save me, I will sincerely be his brother and sister. Half a year later, not a single bit of merit fell on me. I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to help me, I will be willing to repent to him. Another half a year later, I swore in my heart, even if Tyrion asks me to do something outrageous, I will reluctantly agree to it. The prerequisite is that he can save me from hell. Another half a year later, my hatred for Tyrion rose to a whole new level. For 2 years, he did not give me a single bit of merit. It was also at that time that I met the person who changed my fate. Shirley Yankshin. Chapter 11:15. Perhaps I had met the noble bastard of the Targaryen family long ago. Only, we did not recognize each other. The tortures of hell were too painful, so painful that I did not pay attention to who was around me. That time in the cauldron, she heard me laugh and said in surprise, "You must be Cersei Lannister. I have heard that you can laugh while being tortured." At first, I did not believe it, because every punishment Dany lies set up magnifies the pain to the extreme, making one almost powerless and unable to think. Indeed, except for myself, everyone I met was dumb, like a wooden stake that could only howl. You can also think nonsense. I said. I am not like you. Oh, no. She quickly changed her words. We are not like them. What is the difference? I was puzzled. We are all spirits of the gods. What is a spirit? Do you know Saint Matthew? He is an angel. Believers, because of their piety, or because they have an epiphany, have their souls sublimate, and become an existence that transcends the mortal world. Realization dawned on me. Yes, my soul seems to have sublimated twice. Although the boiling oil scorched her pretty face, I could still feel her twisted expression of envy. Sublimation is useless, I still have to be tortured. I am not happy, but depressed. If I had married Riga back then, I would not have sinned. I would have gone to heaven with the atonement scroll, and my status would have long surpassed that of the great sparrow. It was useless before, but now hell is materializing. Hell has a physical body, and we, who live in hell, will also materialize, so we can cultivate. Although cultivation does not reduce the pain, an increase in strength always represents a kind of hope. She said many things that I did not understand at the time, but from what I could understand, I gradually discovered a terrible truth. There was no 7 gods, the 7 gods were just Danny Lie's 7 coats. No, impossible, you are lying. I did not believe it, I panicked, I shook my head. But later, I had to believe it. Because there were more and more visitors from hell, I gradually met many supernatural undead, and they all knew the secret of the 7 gods. No, I screamed in the fire, unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other complex emotions stirred to the extreme. My consciousness fell into chaos, and my soul turned to ashes. After that, I heard from others that my faith collapsed and my soul was destroyed. At the time, Shirley Younghart was smiling her scheming smile on the sidelines. She would never admit it when I caught her. I don't know if my soul has been annihilated. I went to a special place, and there, I saw a god that was taller than the sky. Sure enough, it was Danny Alice's appearance. She had 1 head and 2 faces. The front of her head was enshrouded in holy light and was filled with a peaceful aura. The back of her head was filled with a gloomy aura and was cold and murderous. I stared blankly at the face surrounded by darkness and death. He spoke, telling me the truth about Danny, Rise, the 7 gods, and the truth about heaven and hell. You were once my angel, so I have the responsibility to tell you the truth of your faith before your soul is destroyed, it finally said. I understand. For the sake of my belief in it, let me die with a clear conscience. But after knowing the truth, I didn't want to die. Or rather, the collapse of my faith and the annihilation of my soul were not my intention. Just like a king who died on the battlefield, he didn't want to die in the first place. I don't want to die. I am willing to believe in you, Black Mother Danny Alice, I knelt down and begged. As long as the Black Mother had the power of the Black Mother, it didn't matter if she was Danny Alice or anyone else, I was willing to believe in her. At most, I would separate Danny Alice from Marguerite and Sansa, and remove her from the list of women I hated the most. Maybe my sincerity moved it, but it didn't say anything. My body gradually became more solid. It was even better than before. Then go. It waved its hand, and I entered the space between its eyebrows. You actually survived, and your soul has evolved again. After meeting Shirley Younghart on the ice mountain again, she was so shocked that her soul was about to split open. Are you trying to kill me? I pounced on her, grabbed her, and bit her. No, I mean you no harm. I just want to tell you the truth. To show her sincerity, she even taught me a meditation technique. To be honest, I didn't care at first, because I also wanted to learn magic from Yulun when I was alive, but I couldn't light a glass candle. Without talent, meditation techniques were useless. But unexpectedly, I successfully built a foundation for meditation in my mind. Shirley Younghart explained, the so-called supernatural talent is essentially the interaction of spiritual power and the force of the universe. In this world, every living being's spiritual power can sense the sea of magic, but some are sensitive, and some are slow. Thus, it is possible to distinguish between supernatural and ordinary people. You were originally an ordinary person, but after your soul has evolved twice, you can't be ordinary anymore. With your identity as an angel of the 7 gods, It will be easier for you to develop the Black Mother's divine arts, and it will be easier for you to learn other divine arts from me. But you are a sinner, and the Black Mother is stingy with even the most basic sacred healing art. You. At this point, Shirley became uncertain. You were able to grasp the foundation of the Goddess of Lust's meditation technique so quickly, but it doesn't seem to be easy for you. Instead, you are like a fish in water. Is it your nature? At that time, I knew nothing about the divine arts, so I believed whatever she said. It wasn't until decades later, when I married Lalo, that I gradually understood that sexual compatibility was only one aspect. At that time, the bald donkey Chizang had already raised the land, and the goddess of lust had already been killed by a palm strike from the sky. Shirley certainly sensed the death of her Lord God, but she didn't know that the black-hearted Black Mother had swallowed all of the goddess's songs of law. Those songs of law that didn't conform to the values of the 7 gods had been kept by the Black Mother, a believer of hell. Am I not the Black Mother's angel? This seemed to be a pie in the sky for me. At that time, I thought so too, but later, I and the other demon gods of hell realized that the Black Mother was really black, and her heart was black to the core. Sigh, I will talk about this in detail later. After I obtained the enchanting secular meditation technique, my realm improved by leaps and bounds. Slowly, some changes happened to my body. My appearance and body became more perfect, and my skin was whiter and more delicate than when I was 16, and light purple runes gradually appeared. My shoulder blades started to itch, and something seemed to break out from my forehead. At that time, the long night had just ended, and the Impermanence Arya led a large group of leaders to enter hell. They were all heroes who died in the war against the ghosts. Other than the war against the ghosts, their moral integrity wasn't enough to enter heaven, but as heroes, they couldn't go to hell. More and more undead appeared in hell. Thus, they entered hell and became administrators. I even saw the 2 Kate Black become ghost envoys. The ghost envoys soon noticed my transformation, and they surrounded me as if they were looking at something rare. After that, the scholar ghost envoys even took a notebook and stared at me every day, recording the process of my transformation. I was unhappy, but I couldn't resist. I could only listen to Shirley and focus on my cultivation, so that I could transcend one day. Slowly, a pair of purplish-black bat wings grew out of my body, and a pair of goat horns grew out of my head. My skin was covered in light purple runes, and my blonde hair turned black, while the color of my eyes deepened. The entire hell was in an uproar. This is a fallen angel. Demon Circe is the first fallen angel. Impermanence Arya pointed at me and announced, "Is becoming the first fallen angel an honor? I don't want honor, I just want to end the pain. Isn't the reason why I worked so hard in my cultivation to transcend?" But now, when I was in the frying pan, my body became stronger, and the pain was even worse than before. On the ice mountain, when everyone else's soul was frozen to the point of shattering, and they were almost numb, my body was slowly cracking, and my senses became clearer and sharper. In other words, I obtained the power that I dreamed of when I was alive. However, not only did my punishment in hell not lessen, because my mind became clearer, I became even more terrifying. I was a little depressed, and I didn't even have the motivation to cultivate, until I met Yulun again. Alright, we met often, but like sardines in a bucket, even if we were in a small space every day, it was hard for us to meet face to face. From the very beginning, I knew the foundation of the 7 hells. We were the first batch of evil spirits to enter it. Do you understand what I mean? Sweetheart. He teased me, but I didn't get angry with him. Previously, I saw him being fucked by dozens of flame demons, and it was 10 times more brutal than what he did to me back then. His cries were also 10 times more miserable than mine. After that, I didn't get angry when I saw him again. On the contrary, I would laugh, mock him loudly, and cheer him on from the side, even though I was also being smashed by dozens of wild boars. This was my punishment for murdering Robert. The sins of the mortal world would be returned to me 10 times, 100 times in hell. Honey, what do you mean? I flapped my wings and swam to the side of the squid that was fried until it was crispy. A beast king will definitely appear in a forest, and a kingdom will definitely have a king. Therefore, hell will definitely give birth to a demon king in the future. We are the first batch of evil spirits, and as long as we don't stop cultivating, we have the highest possibility of becoming a demon king. I want to go to heaven. Although Demon King Circe sounds interesting, hell is too bitter. Yulun hasn't seen heaven and doesn't know the joy of it, but I have experienced the beauty of heaven. Don't joke around. How many years of your sentence? Is it 100 billion? Jamie will save me. He is just a mortal. How many years can he live? How much karma can he earn in his lifetime? Yulun mocked. Maybe, Jamie can convince Tyrion. I said uncertainly. Do you believe that yourself? My soul is at the level of a semigod, which is equivalent to a demon king. Wouldn't I still end up in a pot of oil? I sneered. Sigh, you haven't grasped the correct lifestyle of a great demon king. What lifestyle? I humbly asked for guidance. Yulun smiled and said, look at this big pot of oil. There are millions of people, but most of them are like wooden blocks. All of their minds are used to endure the pain. They can't spare any energy to chat like us. But our pain isn't any less than theirs, I said doubtfully. You were laughing when we first met, weren't you? I was happy to see you suffer. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Yulun rolled his eyes at me. It was also that time that I gained inspiration from you. As a demon king, we suffer a lot of pain, but a demon king has extra energy. This way, they can divide their extra primordial spirit and obtain happiness from other aspects. Before I was picked up by the giant's chopsticks, Yulun quickly taught me a little trick of mental projection. It wasn't a high-level technique, but I learned it easily. Soon, I understood Yulun's meaning. Although my main body was still being tortured, my mental projection could pretend that it wasn't. For example, Yulun and I stood beside the pot of oil with a leisurely expression, pointing at the wailing souls in the pot of oil and commenting on them. We could even chat happily with the ghost servants beside us. Didn't I have the demeanor of a demon king? But in reality, my main body was just one of the many crispy little fishes in the pot of oil. The me beside the pot of oil was just an extra thought. The pain didn't lessen, but I did find happiness from other aspects. A poor landlord ate rice and vegetables, but before going out, he had to use pig fat to wipe his mouth until it was glossy. It was the same logic. Thus, in the following days, I flapped my enormous wings every day, whistling through the air above the 18 punishment divisions, laughing heartily. I announced to all the undead, I am the great demon king of hell, Circe. I am the most beautiful succubus in the world. Those undead who were being tortured, those who had just entered hell and were waiting in line to be judged, trembled under my demonic might, their faces filled with fear. Seeing such a beautiful scene, I became more and more excited. The fear and envy of the other evil spirits towards me was the source of my happiness. When even the ghost servants of hell started to envy my freedom and might, I reached my climax. In endless happiness, my soul ascended for the third time. My wings became wider and the horns on my head became longer and more twisted. When I roared at the ghost servants, they actually trembled. Some of them couldn't help but kneel before me. Long live the Black Mother, I rule hell. I felt that the time for my fourth soul ascension was not far away. Yulun and Shearbud Demon's jealousy towards me was almost unconcealable. How did you do it, to become a demon while being devout? They asked. Seeing how cool I was, more and more supernatural evil spirits started to create spiritual projections. They also understood the roots of the 7 gods and hell, so they learned from Yulun and called themselves the Demon King of Hell. However, I was the only one who was a semigod, a true demon king. They also expressed their allegiance to me. The Holy Mother is powerful and compassionate, so of course I would believe in her. The teachings of the 7 gods are compatible with human ethics, so I have no reason to not believe in them. However, being a good Holy Mother and having good teachings doesn't mean that I have to be a good person in the eyes of the common people. Doing things my way and being the only one who is respected is the true me. These words came from the bottom of my heart. Every time my soul ascended, I would gain a new understanding of myself. I understand what you are saying. I also know that to normal people, the Holy Mother is very noble and her teachings are very correct. However, I just don't agree with it from the bottom of my heart. This way, I am unable to form a devout belief and my soul will not be able to ascend. I can only slowly cultivate and raise my soul through cultivation so that my soul can evolve at a snail's pace. Demon Yu Lun said bitterly. Perhaps this is my innate talent. I am bad, I do bad things, but I am a good believer of the Holy Mother, I said proudly. Happiness is always short-lived. My days of roaming freely in hell ended in less than 2 years. In the first layer of hell, other than the 18 divisions of punishment, there is also the division of judgment and the division of imprisonment. The division of judgment is built in an underground palace. There are 2 human lanterns at the entrance of the underground palace. Previously, it was Friar who violated the rights of the guests. I even mocked them a few times, causing another wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred, which then turned into another wave of happiness. Perhaps, I shouldn't have gone to the division of judgment that day. Every moment, there are new undead entering the division of judgment. That day, I met one of the men I hated the most in my life, Stannis. When Robert was still alive, he used to grind his teeth at me. After Robert's death, he first slandered me for incest, slandered my child as a bastard and led an army to attack the King's Landing. That night, I almost peed in my pants. That night, I almost took Joffrey and committed suicide by drinking poison. When I met him again, of course, I had to mock him loudly and show off my might. In the end, he who had already resigned himself to his fate, had his face contorted and black smoke appeared around him. Before he completely turned into a demon, Impermanence Arya knocked him out. I was careless and didn't restrain myself. Instead, I went to provoke Caitlin who was lighting up a sky lantern on the walkway. Then, Impermanence Arya got angry and reported me. When the Black Holy Mother heard about this, she thought that I was using a bug. Seeing that I had discovered a bug in hell, she didn't punish me and only took away my right to roam around the first layer of hell. In the future, if there are any supernatural evil spirits who split their consciousness, the consciousness can only exist in the 7th layer of hell. The higher it goes, the faster it disappears. What's worse is that if one is a spiritual projection, the pain of the punishment will gradually increase. In the 7th layer, the pain increases by 30%. In the 6th layer, it increases by 50%. In the 5th layer, it increases by 70%. What I can't stand is that there aren't many undead in the 7th layer. I lost 99% of my source of happiness. To put it bluntly, my situation never changed and the punishment never stopped. I could only obtain happiness through a fake show of divinity to offset the pain. With no one around, who am I supposed to show off to? Thus, I was depressed for a period of time. The 7 layers of hell could no longer see my graceful figure flying freely. It's Yulun again, opening the door to a new world for us demon kings. The 7th layer of hell is the scariest place in the 7 layers of hell. There are mountains, rivers, forests, rain, snow, and wind, but there is nothing there. All material objects were like illusions. All emotions and emotions were rapidly disappearing. At the start, we only had fear towards the 7th layer of hell. We didn't understand why it was so scary. Until a few decades later, the shadow and the poison fire demon Lalo arrived. Because of the position of Demon King of Hell, we became competitors in the future. As expected of my lifelong enemy. His knowledge and experience are far from what I can compare to. He revealed the essence of the 7th layer of hell with a single sentence. Dragon Queen took a piece of void outside the star world and created a failed product of a new world. Dany Rise is indeed scary. She even started to try to create a new world. Outside the star world, material objects, spirits, emotions, and concepts are not allowed to exist. Thus, we demon kings are afraid of the 7th layer of hell. But in order to exchange information and to establish the rules of the demon kings, we regularly go to the 7th layer for meetings. It was during one of these meetings that Yulun told me a piece of good news. Marguerite is trying to open the door to hell. The 7 layers of hell, what is she thinking about? I shouted back then. But Benello expressed his doubts. Mortals can't even pinpoint the location of hell, how can they open the door to hell? Yuen, Benello, and a large group of red-robed monks also joined the Hell Demon King Club. They participated in the final battle and had great merits. But after Lalo was judged, they chose to sink into depravity. Let me add, when they first entered hell, they were still impassioned and unyielding. I am willing to give up all my merits. I would rather become a demon than go to heaven. Then, they really lost the grace of the Dragon Queen. In the Judgment Division, they had to discuss their future as mortals. Because of the crimes of blood sacrifice, deceiving believers, murdering the innocent and committing suicide, all of the red-robed monks were sent to hell. The lightest sentence was as high as a few thousand years. After rolling in a pot of oil, all of the red-robed monks, including Benello, knelt on the ground and begged, "I am the one who made a mistake. Return my merits to me. I want to go to heaven. I am willing to believe in the 7 gods." In the end, the Black Mother's projection descended upon hell and told them coldly, "Don't go back on your words. Your merits and blessings have already been evenly distributed to those who were harmed by the red-robed monks." Lan Li floated in the air. Golden light shone from his body. Holy music and auspicious clouds surrounded him. Ha ha ha, this is great. Not only did the 100 years of torture disappear, I even received blessings from heaven with 0 merits. Thank you, red-robed monks. Even I am envious of that pretty boy Lan Li, let alone the red-robed monks. Benello turned into a demon on the spot. No matter how much Benello and the rest of us suspected, Marguerite had indeed opened the gates of hell. However, it was not for all of us demon kings. It was just for Yu Lun alone. Oh, I understand now. It is the modified version of the 7 gods' Holy Spirit summoning technique. After carefully sensing the spatial ripples around Yu Lun, Benello came to a realization. "But why did Marguerite summon you?" he asked curiously. "She has her eyes on my sea monster. When I obtained the sea monster in the Smoke Sea, the storm god took a part of my soul and fused it into the sea monster's soul core. It is like the second life of a shapeshifter. This way, I can guarantee that no one will be able to take the sea monster away from me, even if they have my horn. Maybe, Marguerite has the same idea as me. Maybe, she just finds the horn troublesome. In this period of time, she has been trying to turn the sea monster into her summoned beasts. Just like how Varys summoned the strength Varja and Cerberus." Benello finally understood. "What do you mean? I still didn't understand. For example, Marguerite came to the Trembling Sea one day and suddenly encountered a large-scale sea battle. She urgently needed the help of sea monsters. However, her sea monster is in the deep trench of the Summer Sea, tens of thousands of miles away. What should she do?" Benello asked. "There is no way," I said. "There was no way previously. However, it is different now. Danny Lee Sai used more than 10 years to fuse the seal of war beasts with space teleportation, creating a divine summoning system. In the final battle, the Saints of Heaven, Frost Strength Varja, Cerberus, and even the soldiers of the Northern Region and Ursos were all summoned beasts." Benello said. "I had also heard about the final battle and said in realization, Marguerite wanted to break free from the shackles of the horn and turn the sea monster into a summoned beast." "Yes. But what does this have to do with Yu Lun?" I didn't understand. "Hihi, I am the sea monster." Yu Lun raised his head and laughed maniacally. "I am not the sea monster, but I am the sea monster. When she formed a contract with the sea monster, I could also respond to her summons." Chapter 11:16. You can escape from hell? I was shocked. How is that possible? The smile on Yu Lun's face disappeared and he said bitterly, "Danny Alice is so strong that it makes one despair. Only by surpassing her can one have the chance to break the shackles of hell. As long as we are in hell, we will never be able to surpass her." Sharira looked at me with a complicated expression. The 7 levels of hell and heaven were once a part of her consciousness. The stronger we are, the stronger she becomes. This is the relationship between an angel and a ruler. After hearing their words, I didn't feel despair. It wasn't that I didn't want to leave hell. I dared to say that every undead who was tortured in hell wanted to be saved. It was just that I, who had evolved my soul 3 times, had a premonition that I would never be able to escape hell through the normal way. The so-called normal way was to atone for one's sins with merit points or to complete one's sentence. Because of this realization, I gradually grasped the trick to make myself happy during the years in hell. Never think about surpassing myself, surpassing hell or surpassing the Black Goddess. That would be too tiring, too bitter and too despairing. As long as I could be stronger than others and lead a better life than others, I would be the happiest. Happiness was never fixed. Even if I had 999 pain points, seeing others suffer 1000 pain points, I would still feel a little happy. As long as I convince myself, happiness is that simple. Marguerite doesn't know that she is opening the gates of hell. I asked Yulun. She should have sensed it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hesitating. She has been hesitating for half a month and she still hasn't made up her mind. This is also the reason why I gathered everyone here. I hope that you can help me. Yulun's eyes shone. Looking at his expression, I knew that his heart was filled with venom again. However, I was happy to see Marguerite in trouble. How do we help? Marguerite is hesitating and experimenting. Every time she tries, she is exposing her spatial coordinates. As for me, you have seen it too. The spatial barrier around my thoughts will also ripple. The next time she tests it, give me a hand and push me with all your might. Break the ripples and create a splash. My thoughts will be able to break through the water surface and enter the soul core of the sea monster in the modern world. Then, we have no reason to refuse. After all, Yulun is the one taking the risk. When the space around Yulun's thought began to ripple again, I was the first to transfer the little bit of God power I had to him. Space rippled like water. Finally, with a pop sound, Yulun disappeared. An hour later, he reappeared. An endless sea of blood covered the sky. Thousands of undead floated in the sea of blood. Their expressions were twisted as they wailed and struggled. Demon Yulun stood on the sea of blood and laughed maniacally. At that moment, even I was intimidated by his arrogance and dominance. At that moment, he looked more like the Demon King of Hell than I did. Maybe I should learn from him. Demon King Yulun, you are a man of your word. He called out to us. There is endless power of blood sacrifice here. Everyone has a share. This is the first time I've tasted blood, so I'm still hesitant about where to start. But once I enter the blood sea, I will sink. For the first time in decades, I found something more comfortable and addictive than having an affair with Jamie. Who are you? What do you want? I am a priest of the 7 gods. Seeing Marguerite's soul trembling like a quail, I was even happier. I stretched out my 30-meter-long tongue that I trained in the tongue-pulling division and pulled the pitiful little girl to my side. I laughed and said, "My poor Marguerite, we meet again." Demon Circe? Marguerite was shocked. I am Demon King Circe, the ruler of hell. Even though my main body was still on the mountain of swords, I wouldn't back down. As expected, Marguerite was frightened. We are all demon kings of hell. The bunch of mental projections started to get high. Getting high was the same as getting high. It was a pity that we didn't get high for long. The Black Goddess brought the ugly girl Arya and descended. All the souls were saved and the demon kings who participated in the revelry were punished. This isn't fair. Marguerite was the one who provoked me. Yulun cried out pitifully. Due to his transfiguration talent, the Black Goddess fused him with a human flesh fungus in the dark hell. He was first eaten by a bunch of dark demons. When he was pulled out, the fungus roots absorbed his feces and grew back into his human form, Yulun. Then, he was eaten by the demons again. It was disgusting and terrifying. However, in less than 2 years, Yulun returned to his original form. The additional punishment that was imposed on us was also removed. The Black Goddess even signed a hell contract with us. Everything in hell belongs to hell. Hell is our home. When humans provoke the demons of hell, the demons' actions are not considered a crime. Humans and angels can take revenge, but there is no punishment from hell. The final interpretation of the contract and the right to amend it all belongs to the stranger. We looked at each other in disbelief. We couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. It wasn't until Lalo's arrival that our doubts were cleared. Speaking of Lalo, it was another story. After the Great Judgment, he was molded into a wick by Dany Rise to illuminate her palace in Slave Bay forever. Every courtier, commoner, and soldier patrolling the palace could see the crystal lamp hanging under the plaque Grand Hall of Divine Wind at the entrance. The King of Light's dignity was trampled into the mud. According to him, Dragon Queen split him into two based on his characteristics. They were the wick of shadow and the wick of fire. The two wicks were intertwined to form a magical pull lamp that would never be extinguished and couldn't illuminate the shadow. One day, a year after the tragedy of the High Court, Dragon Queen's eldest grandson, who was later known as Scar Yimont, mischievously shot down the crystal lamp with a slingshot. It fell and broke. The wick of shadow took the opportunity to escape and prepared to escape from this world through the 4 extreme passages. However, it accidentally fell into the 7 levels of hell at the entrance of the world. It would be trapped in the 7 levels of hell forever. Later, when I was fighting with him over the great demon king of hell, he once threatened me in anger. Do you really think that it was an accident that I came to hell? As long as Danny Rise doesn't agree, even 100 strong men with dragon-slaying crossbows won't be able to destroy that crystal lamp. To tell you the truth, it was her, the 7 gods, who let me leave. Because you little devils are reckless and don't have any skills, you can't even be a proper demon. And I am the great demon king that the 7 gods have chosen, the ruler of hell that will rule over you. With my intelligence, how could I be scared by him? I have seen through everything about you. You just want to trick me into submitting to you, I mocked. At that moment, Lalo the Shadow felt as if he was struck by lightning. Smoke came out of his 7 orifices, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted from shame. That's right, you are really smart. Dragon Queen isn't the mastermind. She doesn't know anything, Lalo stammered. As he spoke, he looked around in fear, as if he was afraid that his predicament would be seen by the other demons. I digress. Although Lalo loved to brag, I had to admit that he was knowledgeable. Yulan's act of sacrificing High Court City was a heinous crime to humans, but it was a great merit to the heavens and earth. That was because he truly balanced the heavens and hell, good and evil, light and darkness. At first, I scoffed at his bullshit theory. Although I am Circe, I fully acknowledge the correctness of the teachings of the 7 gods. Only by following and promoting the teachings of the 7 gods can one obtain merit. The other demons also expressed their agreement. The merit of heaven and earth is different from the merit of the 7 gods. You have all heard of the Heavenly Father's judgment of the souls of the dead in the judicial department. Many of the so-called merit is because the undead did things to promote the teachings of the 7 gods. For example, that bastard Stannis is guarding Storm's End Castle. Simply guarding Storm's End Castle isn't beneficial to the 7 kingdoms. To a certain extent, it is considered a rebellion against Targaryen. It isn't beneficial to heaven and earth at all. But in the process, Stannis has shown perseverance, courage, wisdom, and loyalty to his brother and family. These are perfectly in line with Danny Rye's values, which are the new teachings of the 7 gods. Therefore, he has merit. His merit comes from the 7 gods. If the final victor of the War of the Ages is me, not Danny Rise, and I am now in control of the will of the world, Stannis wouldn't get a single hair on his head. If you believe in me and serve me, I can bestow merit even if you kill and burn. Heaven and earth merit, however, is doing something beneficial to the world itself and gaining the recognition of the will of the world. Do you understand the difference between the two? Lalo's words were easy to understand and reasonable. We all understood and accepted his reasoning. He continued, many times, the merit of the 7 gods and heaven and earth coincide. Most of the teachings of the 7 gods are beneficial to the country, people, and heaven and earth. For example, the Long Night's End is in line with the teachings of the 7 gods and is also beneficial to heaven and earth. Therefore, you will subconsciously ignore one thing. Danny Rise is a human. Who doesn't know that she is a human? I asked in confusion. With your intelligence, you want to be the great demon king? The cow-headed, snake-bodied, scorpion-tailed shadow devil mocked me. He didn't give me a chance to argue and immediately said, she is a human. Her way of thinking is based on people. If she is only the human sovereign, or even the 7 gods who represent kindness and order, then there is no problem. But she is the human sovereign, the 7 gods, the divine king, and the ruler of the world. There is a big problem. We were all confused. Why? The Shadow Devil's sense of superiority became more obvious. All right, you were all humans once. You can't escape the limitations of your thinking. Let me put it another way. Cersei, you are now the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, but you are always thinking from Lannister's perspective. Can you do it? Why not? I have always ruled the Seven Kingdoms like this, I said righteously. Lalo seemed to choke. He sighed and said, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms should put the interests of the Westeros as a whole first. Otherwise, how can the nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms obey you? You don't even understand this principle. No wonder you are the worst queen in history. You are a demon who has never been a king. How can you teach me how to do things? If you have something to say, just say it. I was annoyed. Follow me. Lalo brought us to a canyon in the 7th layer of hell. The sky there was covered in root-like black lines. It was also there that the sense of emptiness was strongest. We had always avoided it. This is the border of hell. At this moment, hell is like a plant that has come alive. It has taken root in the void outside the star world and is slowly growing. He pointed at the sky. It is growing. The other demons were doubtful, but I kept quiet. Lalo looked proud. He glanced at me and asked with a smile, your soul has evolved 3 times. Your connection with hell is the closest. Has your magic power grown faster in the past year? I nodded silently. As the kingdom's territory expands, the king's power grows. Similarly, as hell grows, the demon king in hell grows as well. Why is that? I was beginning to have some respect for Ahlor. Because Yulun answered Margaery's summons and bathed the High Court in blood. Only then did hell truly grow into an independent entity. You could even say that it is an independent life. A new life is born and then slowly grows. Isn't that natural? Why does Yulun's evil deeds have such an effect? Benello asked. Lalo looked coldly at his former believer and said calmly, I thought that you would be smarter than Cersei. Shiera Yangshin smiled and said, His Majesty Lalo explained it clearly just now. The king of a country cannot only care about his own family's interests. The ruler of the world cannot use the good and evil of humans to determine the rules of the world. Dany and Rhys are humans, but hell isn't. If hell had a nature, its nature would be the opposite of heaven. It would be the abyss of all negative energy. Mother Dany's mercy would never be able to nurture the beautiful flowers of hell. On the contrary, when demons grow through blood sacrifice, hell grows as well. Growth is the instinct of all life. In order to grow, hell will grant legitimacy to any actions that are beneficial to the growth of demons. Dany and Rhys can disagree and even destroy hell, but they can't change hell's nature. If hell's nature is really changed, then hell will no longer be hell, but a part of heaven, a prison used to imprison criminals. If there is only heaven and no hell, what would the world become? She looked around and concluded, based on the good and evil of humans, sacrificing the lives of an entire city is a heinous crime. To hell, consuming souls and the power of blood sacrifice is like breathing. Looking at the entire world, heaven and hell are 2 pillars of the world. That is why they don't walk with a limp. Not bad, not bad. Shiera, I admire you. Lalo nodded in satisfaction. Shiera gave him a flirtatious look. I have admired your majesty for a long time too. Shiera, remember your identity. You are a succubus and I am the king of succubi. I reminded her coldly. Shouldn't succubi flirt with males regardless of the occasion? Shiera said disapprovingly. I was speechless. Looking at Lalo's strong waist, my mouth felt dry. If I could push Lalo under me, my dad would be proud of me, right? After all, he used to be the king of light that everyone in the world worship. What do you want to do? The shadow demon retreated in fear. Yulun rubbed his chin and suddenly laughed proudly. So, Dany and Rhys suffered a great loss and lost the right to manage hell? She was even forced to sign a contract with us, Shiera said excitedly. I was a little disappointed. Wasn't the Black Holy Mother that I believed in omnipotent? Sigh, you are wrong. Not only did she not suffer any losses, she even improved. I'm afraid she is not far away from controlling the first flame, Lalo said dejectedly. I felt refreshed and energetic again. What happened to me? Why? She should be shocked. Yulun was shocked and shouted unwillingly. Let me ask you, can a person who has never learned blacksmithing forge a peerless armor? Lalo said. Of course not. The first flame contains all known and unknown existences, good and evil, good and bad, heaven and hell, humans and non-humans. Can a complete human control the first flame that includes both humans and non-humans? But she has already controlled it, Shiera said. The past and the present are gone, the future is in her hands. She was once a complete human and humans could never control the first flame, but now she is not a human? Lalo thought for a while and said, maybe she is still a human, but she is slowly gaining the knowledge and awareness of the Creator. The teachings of the 7 gods did not change, which means that she still adheres to the good and evil of humans. The changes in hell mean that she no longer uses her emotions to regulate the operation of the world. Her realm is becoming more and more extraordinary, her strength is also. Sigh, when will I be able to catch up to her? Lalo sighed with a frown. Why is it like this? I want to destroy, I want to take revenge on her, I don't want to help her increase her realm. Yulun hugged his head and cried. He seemed to be in more pain than when he was a human mushroom. However, I was very happy. Hell, heaven, earth, and even the entire world belongs to her. Lalo looked helpless. When the demons grow, hell grows. When hell grows, she grows. When heaven grows, she will still grow. When the world evolves, she will still grow. Everything about the demons belongs to hell, and hell is her creation, her child. This is too despairing, the demons said dejectedly. This is great. I was overjoyed and even felt like I was floating. My body unconsciously glowed with a faint purple-black light. 7 levels of hell, Circe, she. Shiera pointed at me in horror. Her soul is ascending again. This is the 4th time. Why? Lalo's eyes were cold. With a whoosh, he appeared next to me and tapped my forehead. That carefree feeling of ascension was interrupted. It was as if I had been constipated for half a month and someone had plugged it from below. What are you doing? I was shocked and angry. Isn't it obvious? I want to interrupt your ascension process, Lalo said righteously. The other demons were delighted. Why? For a moment, I was confused. Is there something wrong with the soul ascension process? I have just arrived in hell and haven't had the time to comprehend the Song of Shadows, but you are already ascending 4 times. Are you trying to steal my position as the Lord of Hell? You can't compete with me, so you resorted to such despicable means. I was so angry that I pounced on him and started fighting. My main body was still being fried in oil, and my mental projection wasn't a match for Ahlor at all. The other demons were still trying to stop the fight, and even though they were trying to mediate, they were still trying to step on my body. At that moment, I suddenly understood that I was too outstanding. Everyone was jealous and fearful of me. I hugged my head and endured the hail of feet. I felt pain and pride. I needed help. Yulun was my enemy, and I couldn't rely on you. Shiera recognized me as an angel the first time she saw me. She had evil intentions and couldn't be trusted. Benello and the other red-robed monks were Lalo's believers when they were alive. They had no reason to follow me now. The other superhumans couldn't even use their mental projections. I didn't like them. Plus, those who went to hell weren't good people. They couldn't be trusted. Sangza, become a demon. With the 2 of us working together, we can rule hell. I found Sangza, who had moved to the 6th floor of hell to light up the sky lanterns. Back in the Red Keep, Sangza was already under my control. Now that I've grown for a few decades, I can easily control her as well. There were 7 floors of hell. The first floor was the 18 punishment divisions. The second floor was the ice hell. The third floor was the endless black water. The fourth floor was the dry continent. The fifth floor was the dark purgatory. The sixth floor was the lava hell. The seventh floor was the land of nothingness. Scram, scram far away. Don't tempt my daughter. Before Sangza could say anything, Caitlin roared like a lioness. After becoming a demon, you will be free. What's wrong with that? Anyway, Your sentence is as long as the lifespan of the world. There is no hope of release. The more you fall, the happier you will be. I suppressed my anger and persuaded gently. I am a saint of heaven. I am only being punished in hell for my mother. I am different from a demon like you, Sangza said coldly. He, a saint. I laughed and told her about the Holy Mother and Danny Rise. Sangza seemed to have known about it. Her expression was dark, but she didn't show much emotion. Caitlin, on the other hand, was shocked. She looked like she was about to crack. Bastard, how dare you murder my mother? It was Sangza. Her body was glowing with golden light and a pair of pure white angel wings appeared on her back. Fuck. She wasn't lying. After being tortured in hell for more than 10 years, her soul had ascended and she became a saint. Bastard, how dare you murder my mother? It was Elia, a hellguard. Her face was as long as a donkey's and she swung her scythe. Bastard, how dare you murder my mother? It was a man. Was he Caitlin's son? Bastard, how dare you murder my grandmother? Who was he? Bastard, how dare you murder my grandmother? Fuck, why is my son-in-law here? Bastard, how dare you murder my mother? Who else was there? In an instant, my vision blurred and countless voices echoed in my ears. Countless soul attacks landed on my body. In an instant, this clone of mine died. It was completely reduced to ashes. My soul was severely injured and my main body was crying in pain in the sea of flames. Stark was terrifying. I couldn't afford to offend him. After that, I was depressed for a few years. One day, I was humming a tune as I was being fried in oil. A white-haired old man floated to the side of the oil and asked curiously, "Don't you feel pain? Come down and try. Aren't you a netherworld servant?" Only then did I realize that he had white hair and a white beard. He was dressed in a white robe and his body was emitting a faint holy light. He didn't look like a dark-skinned hell servant at all. I am Ymont. Ymont Targaryen. Do you know me? The old man smiled. So it's you. You're dead too? I just died a few years ago. Oh right, Messiah got married and gave birth to a few children. Do you know that? I know. During festivals, I can also absorb incense from the Yang realm. My attitude towards the old man became much friendlier. When Messiah offered incense to me, she often said that she was taken care of by this old man. The old man pointed at the boiling oil and asked again, "Are you in pain?" "It's very painful, but I am the ruler of hell. I can't cry out in pain like this bunch of trash." "Ruler?" The old man's cheeks twitched. "I am preparing to write a biography about the Demon King of Hell. Are you interested in being the main character?" "Sigh, since the Demon King of Hell is the main character, how can I refuse?" I said helplessly. Chapter 11:17. Countless years later, perhaps the Divine Comedy will spread to the multiverse. Dear readers, the Divine Comedy Lord of Hell that you are looking at now is a product of old Ymont's artistic processing of my dictation. After reading it, please remember to praise my name, Lord of the Seven Hells, Supreme Saint, second only to the seven gods, beautiful succubus Queen Circe, long live. Lord of Hell, Queen Circe, this shameless attitude, it is indeed my whore of a sister, ha 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 ha. 3 years after old Ymont left, I heard a familiar laughter while I was being burnt to a crisp on a volcano. It was so familiar that I woke up abruptly. Little devil. I saw a skinny old monk smiling at me under the bleak rain and desolate mountain. "Ah, you can see me." The little devil dressed as an old monk was shocked. I couldn't let the dwarf see my predicament. I split my thoughts and projected my soul into bat-winged fallen angel form. The powerful pressure of 3.5 soul ascension was fully unleashed. "Little devil, why did you awaken the demon lord of hell?" My voice was low as I tried my best to imitate the cold and monotonous tone of the black goddess. "Semigod." The dwarf under the banana tree was so frightened that he collapsed on the muddy waterway. Seeing this, I was extremely pleased and happy. I couldn't even feel the pain of being burned by the volcano anymore. "Semigod." I pretended to snort in disdain. Beneath the 7 gods, I am number 1. In hell, I am the demon. Emperor of Hell. I dragged my voice as if I was singing an opera. 7 hells, Is what is written in the Divine Comedy true? Your soul ascended 3.5 times? The dwarf was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for Lalo's treacherous tricks, I might have already grown a second pair of wings, I said resentfully. Lalo, the dwarf couldn't accept the fact that I was once the number one true god and was in a daze. Why did you become a monk? I asked. If the dwarf was glossy and proud, I would be filled with hatred. Now that I saw him as a weather-beaten skinny old piece of cured meat, my inexplicable hatred for him decreased by quite a bit. I'm cultivating, strangely enough, for the first time in our lives, we were able to communicate so calmly. At that moment, I forgot about the hatred he had for not giving me a single contribution point. Considering how well he took care of Messiah, even giving her his own Gene Island, my hatred for him was permanently reduced by half. Sigh, what's the point of training? You were born greedy and lustful, hypocritical and vicious, treacherous and cunning, committing all kinds of evil, doing no good, ridiculous and laughable. How can you break through to become a demigod priest? Why don't you come to hell and become a true little demon? I'll be the Lord of Hell, and you'll be the great general. What do you think? It was very rare for me to fall in love with a dwarf. The dwarf's face that was already tanned by the scorching sun became even darker. No matter what, I'm still stronger than you. If you can ascend, so can I, that's right. How did you manage to sublimate your soul 4 times in just a few decades? Even Chizang is only SOSO. The longing in his eyes was undisguised. Ha ha ha, are you jealous? This is talent. I laughed proudly. What's the trick? I'm only one step away from breaking through to become a demigod priest. The anticipation in the dwarf's eyes grew even stronger. As long as your faith is pious enough, it's easy to sublimate your soul. To be honest, I've always been studying the witchcraft of beauty and desire, but I've never purposely pursued the sublimation of my soul. Do you know the background of the 7 gods? The dwarf asked hesitantly. Danny Rise is one of the 7 gods, but the 7 gods aren't her. You actually know? The dwarf was shocked. If you know, why are you still so pious? It's because I know her identity that I can't get over that barrier in my heart. As long as I know that she's the strongest in the world, no matter what identity she has, what creed she preaches, I will believe in her sincerely. The stronger she is, the more pious I will be. It's that simple. The dwarf's expression twisted. So, your faith is in strength, and not the 7 gods. If Lalo, that villain's strength, is the strongest in the world, I might believe in him, but it's impossible for me to sublimate my soul. I also acknowledge the creed of the 7 gods from the bottom of my heart. But have you ever practiced the creed of the 7 gods? What does it have to do with whether I follow the creed of the 7 gods or not? And I sincerely acknowledge the creed. Your way of thinking isn't rare. Almost all shallow believers are like you. They acknowledge the creed, but due to their desires and benefits, they are unable to fully practice the creed. But it's impossible for them to sublimate their souls. Maybe, you really are a weirdo with a special talent. The dwarf sighed. In the next few years, Tyrion often chatted with me. He even used the Divine Comedy to project his consciousness into hell, and also briefly summoned my consciousness into the real world. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Since you want to compete with Lalo for hegemony in hell, you can't purposely avoid it. You have to understand it, find its fatal flaw, learn from it, and use its strengths. Doesn't it have a lot of experience? You can curry favor with it, try to get information from it, and make up for your shortcomings in transcendence. The little devil gave me advice. And so, I entered the 7th layer of hell again to find the group of friends I had abandoned. Thanks to the dwarf's reminder, Lalo had indeed achieved great things in the few years I had been separated from him. First, he subdued all of the red-robed monk demons and formed a systematic leadership. Then, the red god demons ran around and helped him recruit troops in the 5th layer of hell, gathering tens of thousands of demons from the world of darkness. Finally, he compiled the great devil scripture as the scripture of hell demon Lord Lalo's creed, and spread it widely to every evil spirit, demon, ghost servant, and even living people in the mortal world. Sand accumulates into a tower. With the support of many believers, Lalo's strength became even stronger. I was also envious of His Majesty. There were guards of honor at every entrance and exit. At the front, the demon poet played and sang. In the middle, 8 strong demon generals carried the palanquin. At the back, 4 succubi scattered red spider lilies, and there were hundreds and thousands of minions shouting slogans. Damn it, my tribesmen betrayed me too. Succubi. Will all women who cultivate the goddess of desire meditation technique evolve into succubi? Tyrion asked with a frown. Not in the beginning. When I was the first to evolve into a fallen angel with bat wings, purple skin with magic patterns, sexy little horns, black hair and purple eyes, the images of those female evil spirits who cultivate the goddess of desire meditation technique slowly moved closer to me. Thus, there was the saying of the succubi tribe. Why do you say that you are the king of succubi? Tyrion asked again. As long as I release my aura, almost no succubi can straighten their backs in front of me, including that lowly servant Sheila Youngshin. Isn't that a king? Tyrion nodded his head lightly and asked again, can you control those little succubi? Of course not. Our main bodies are being tortured in hell, and we can't control them, let alone control others. Looks like Dragon Queen didn't completely release the authority of hell. The little demon pondered for a moment and asked again, have you cultivated the Song of Laws? There is only divinity, there is no law. Mentioning this, I was also very troubled. I originally didn't have the talent for cultivation, and relied on the sublimation of my soul to increase the sensitivity of my spiritual power to the sea of laws to become a succubi. Speaking of which, my talent shouldn't be considered top-notch. The law is the foundation, and it is much more useful than the titles of succubi queen and demon king of hell. I can't solve the problem of your cultivation, and we are not of the same faction. I have a good idea. The little demon thought for a moment and said, tell me about it. I asked curiously. You marry Lalo, treat him as the king of hell, and you will be the queen impossible, I interrupted him angrily. That little person is ugly and evil, and he is even more annoying than Robert. But there is one thing that he is right about. He is a person who does great things, and he is theoretically the ruler of hell. Your main bodies are trapped, but he is free. If you don't join forces with him, he will continue to scheme against you in the dark. Think about it. He used more than 6,000 years to scheme against Dragon Queen. How terrifying is he? On the contrary, if you dispel his wariness, his wisdom will be used by you, and in the end, you will achieve endless glory. Don't doubt, Lalo's strength may not be great, but his ability to nurture others is definitely top-notch. Balerion is his disciple, and he founded the Valeglia Empire for 6,000 years. Dragon Queen also used the Grand Wizard meditation technique as her foundation to achieve what she has today. His words seemed to make sense, but I still couldn't make up my mind. I thought of Jaime, and I had been looking forward to forming the Hell's twin lions with him, and maybe even giving birth to a real demon, Jaime. Now that Jaime was not young anymore, and he had committed many sins, perhaps he could accompany me in hell? Even if he could ascend to heaven with his merits, he would definitely be willing to swim in boiling oil, climb a mountain of blades, jump into a sea of fire with me. If Jaime had been there that day, Lalo wouldn't have been able to plot against me so easily. I told Tyrion my thoughts. He seemed to be anxious. Balerion betrayed him and took away his Song of Fire. Dragon Queen is even more ruthless, but I believe that you can surpass the two of them. After all, you are an expert. Think about Robert. Cersei, I believe in your abilities, he said sincerely. After I married him, I have been with him for a long time. If my soul is enhanced again, will he feel threatened and interrupt my advancement again? I began to hesitate. Tyrion thought about it and sighed. Definitely. But don't worry, I will help you consult an expert. Who? 7 Treasures. I was filled with anticipation when I heard that it was Saint Matthew. After the long night ended, Saint Matthew came to hell with long-faced Arya. Arya was a soul reaper, and she was in charge of dealing with the evil spirits who couldn't go to hell after they died. Saint Matthew didn't hold any position, but walked barefoot in the 7 levels of hell. He made a sacred vow that he would never ascend to heaven before he cleansed all the demons in hell. He was a ruthless person. Mountains of swords, seas of fire, pots of oil, glacier. He had appeared in all the 18 punishment divisions. He had endured the same pain as the evil spirits. If I don't feel your pain, how can I persuade you to be kind and merciful? Those were his original words. When the evil spirits wailed on the execution ground, he would recite the 7 God scripture and use mercy to resolve the evil spirits' resentment and hatred. I had been recited by him a few times, and his merciful voice almost made my head explode. 7 Treasures didn't have any secret arts to enhance one's soul, but he had taught me a little trick. When a person is idle, their thoughts tend to wander. If you can keep your thoughts in check and recite the 7 God scripture in your subconscious mind, you can resist any form of soul attack. Although I couldn't do it now, I believed in 7 Treasures. The process of marriage was easier than I had imagined, but there were also unexpected difficulties. When he heard that I was willing to serve him as the king and be the queen, Lalo ignored Sharira Youngshin's dissuasion and happily agreed. I didn't know that Sharira had always been scheming to become the queen of the Shadow Demon Kings. Originally, I was still reluctant, but when I saw someone else fighting with me, especially a woman, I immediately became spirited and my desire to compete increased. I chose you to be the queen because you have the mandate of heaven. When I wrapped around Lalo's muscular waist like a vine, he pushed me away. What was even more unbearable than forcing me to do it was rejecting my passion. I was already furious, and I was about to throw a tantrum out of habit. Suddenly, the word mandate of heaven reminded me of Tyrion's advice. Lalo's knowledge is second only to the Holy Mother, who controls fate. You have to listen more, ask more, and be less angry. You are the most foolish when you are angry. What mandate of heaven? You are the first evil spirit of hell. Back then, in order to settle you down, Danny Rise created a virtual hell, which is the prototype of the current 7 layers of hell. Really? I was a little flattered. As Danny Rise's lifelong enemy, I naturally had to pay attention to her every move. In fact, back then, I was even prepared to launch a sneak attack on her dimension of faith. The birth, separation, independence, and growth of heaven and hell were all witnessed by me. Why didn't you launch a sneak attack? I was waiting for her to move the dimension of faith out of the Westeros. Unfortunately, she didn't. Isn't heaven a worldwide place? Foreigners can also go to heaven and hell, I asked curiously. Lalo seemed to be looking at me with disdain. The dimension of faith doesn't belong to any of the 7 countries, but it is still within the range of the Westeros world will. Do you know the Green Prophet? With the 3-eyed crow around, I was unable to launch a sneak attack. If I didn't launch a sneak attack, I wouldn't be able to defeat Danny Rise, who had 5 dragons as her helpers. The 3-eyed crow might even try to pull me aside. My disdain for Ahlor increased by another 3 points. Back then, Danny Rise hadn't become a god yet. He actually couldn't defeat her. At the same time, my respect for the Black Goddess increased by 30%. Suddenly, I felt as though my soul was floating in the air again. Is my soul going to ascend again? I quickly restrained myself. Lalo was still next to me. At the same time, I chanted the Bible of the 7 gods in my heart, trying my best to maintain the feeling of ascension. Lalo seemed to have sensed something, and his expression became vigilant. What's wrong with me? I asked in confusion. Previously, when my soul was ascending, it was as though I was drunk, and I had lost my consciousness. Thus, when he saw that my mind was clear, Lalo gradually dispelled his suspicions. How dangerous. You are the first evil spirit in hell, and also the first fallen angel in the world. All the first spiritual creatures in the world have the mandate of heaven. For example, I am the first ball of fire in the world. I have the mandate of heaven, but what does it have to do with us enjoying sex? I was happy and proud, but also confused. Lalo sighed and showed me the place where the snake's body and scorpion's tail intersected. After checking carefully for a while, I was stunned. You only have a steel door, but you don't have a penis, and you don't have a small stove? I am a natural-born god. How can there be a difference in gender? Lalo said seriously. Danny Rise is the king of gods. Doesn't she have a son and a grandson? I am a natural-born god. She was originally a lowly human. Lalo looked proud. You damn eunuch, you don't even have a penis. Why would I marry you? I felt that I had been deceived. I told you, because you have the mandate of heaven, I chose you to be my queen. I became angrier. But what about me? I am a succubus, the queen of succubi who cultivates the path of lust. How can I be a widow? Sigh, what you said makes sense. Lalo sighed helplessly. He patted his lower abdomen, and it bulged like mud. Is this for real? I was dumbfounded. Do you know anything about Megalosaurus? Megalosaurus don't have genitals. Their bodies are filled with fire, so they don't need to pee. The steel door is enough to expel the carbon residue from their food. When Megalosaurus reach adulthood and have the thought of passing down their descendants, they will evolve ovaries and a uterus in a short time. That is how they differentiate the female dragons. Is that so? I was shocked. Do you know Valeglia? Lalo asked again. No. In Valeglia, prince and princess are the same word, because Valeglia is a civilization of dragons. Is that so? I was confused. Sigh, you should know about the Asher prophecy, right? The prince in the prophecy. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be Dany Rise? It's Jon Snow. Lalo shook his head first, then nodded. But why would people think that the child of the prophecy is Dany Rise, when she is clearly a female? The Asher prophecy is written in Valeglia, and those who understand Valeglia know that prince doesn't refer to a man. Could it be that Megalosaurus is also a natural god? Something like that. After Lalo grew out his second brother, I spent almost every day and night looking for him to practice the goddess of lust technique, and my realm improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 10 years, my goddess of lust increased by more than 3 times. Sometimes, when I reached the peak of the mountain, I seemed to hear a strange song. After I told Lalo, his expression changed, and he kept saying that I was hallucinating. Hallucinating was hallucinating, as long as the happiness and realm were real. In contrast to my ferocious improvement, Lalo was basically walking on the same spot, and he was becoming more and more unwilling to cooperate with me. Today, after a lot of effort, I finally found Lalo in a remote flame cave in the 6th layer of hell, cultivating in seclusion. I'm here for you. I wrapped my collar around Lalo's neck, holding the reins with my left hand and the whip with my right. I looked like a female general galloping on the battlefield. Let's rest for a while. My back is sore. Lalo's mouth was foaming, like an old ox that had plowed the fields for the entire afternoon. What are you talking about? I don't even have a physical body. I have no weight. I continued to flip the clouds. Soul clones are even scarier. They don't know what fatigue is. Lalo howled. I've been absent for half a month. This time, I swear I won't stop until I fight for 3 days and 3 nights. I gritted my teeth. Ah, Cersei, I was stunned. It felt like my chest had been stabbed by a sword, revealing the emotions and memories that had been buried deep in my heart. Jaime. I looked up blankly and saw a tall old man with white hair and a white beard. He was wearing a heptagram armor and a colorful cape, sitting in a dark and cramped stone room. Tears streamed down my face. Why are you so old? Jaime Sr.'s expression twisted. Me. I looked down and realized my situation. It was very awkward. What divine artifact are you holding? How can you communicate with hell and the mortal world? Lalo's surprised exclamation broke the silence between us. Jaime Sr.'s words were still stuck in his throat. You're Jaime Lannister, right? Hello, I'm your sister's husband, Lord of Hell, Lalo Shadow. Lalo sat up like a gentleman and nodded at Jaime. Lalo? Jaime Sr. was shocked, but he still had difficulty speaking. I'll look for you in a few days. Jaime Sr. turned the page of Cersei's story. I sat there in a daze, not moving an inch. Lalo moved and asked, continue? You move. I'm not interested, I said blankly. Jaime Sr.'s artifact can communicate with the mortal world. Do you know what this means? Lalo asked excitedly. Jaime Sr.'s old face, miserable eyes, and white hair flashed in my mind. I had no interest in talking to Lalo. Do you want to show your divinity in the mortal world? Would you be happy if tens of thousands of people sang your name? You'll have believers, and your believers will build a church for you. The church will operate according to your will. You can even send down an oracle and interfere with the politics of the seven kingdoms. My interest was piqued. Really? Do I have to lie to you? Lalo's eyes flashed. I hope you can trick Jaime Sr. into giving us the divine artifact. With it, we can dominate both hell and the mortal world. It's a volume of poetry. I hesitated, then told Lalo the secret of the Divine Comedy. I didn't fool around with Lalo for the next few days. I combed my hair, changed it, and chose clothes. I disguised myself as an innocent 13-year-old. I hoped Jaime could see my best side. Unfortunately, I couldn't hide my devil horns and the magic tattoos on my skin. I couldn't hide my identity as a devil. Jaime really came. We talked about many things. After knowing what he had been through in the past few decades, I suddenly felt heartbroken and guilty. Jaime, after a long time, I gathered my courage. We have no future. Jaime was stunned. At first, I was dreaming that I would kill Lalo like I did Robert. Then, when you died, you would go to hell to accompany me. Now, I suddenly understood that the moment I died, the fate between the two of us ended. You should go to heaven, and I should go to hell. If you go to hell to accompany me, you won't be able to accept my behavior. But it's also impossible for me to change myself for you. Instead of torturing each other in the future, it's better to preserve the beauty of the past and give each other blessings. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Jaime wasn't in a hurry to argue. Instead, he seemed relieved, but his expression was a little strange. You're old, and I've changed. Quite a lot. As I said that, I gave him a flirtatious look. Do you feel it? I can go over and accompany you. You can try. I'm the warrior's son now, and this is the great cathedral of Baylor. Jaime smiled. To be honest, if he really summoned me outside the great cathedral, I would have made him happy and stolen his divine comedy. Unfortunately, he never came to find me again. I was a little disappointed, but also relieved. At the same time, I was happy for Jaime. Even if we were no longer lovers, I still loved him. Maybe, on the day the world was destroyed, I would still have the image of the handsome blonde boy in my heart. But within a few years, I began to hate Jaime again. My heart was full of resentment. If he died and went to heaven, I would bless him. But he shouldn't have hooked up with that ugly woman, Brittany. Not only did they live together, but they also got married. The little devil hosted their wedding, and it was a holy marriage blessed by the seven gods. Littlefinger smiled. Chapter 11:18. Littlefinger wasn't in hell. He wasn't even dead yet. Lalo had always wanted to break through hell and spread his fame and power to the main world so that he could gain the favor of hell's will. Then, he would be blessed by heaven, and his power would increase by leaps and bounds. He would then become the true ruler of hell. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Littlefinger. He told me that Asher's prophecy, Dragon Queen's dragon hatching, Jon Snow's birth, Stannis' conversion to the Red God, and even the resurrection of the Lightning King and Catelyn had a special meaning. He had already foreseen everything in the prophecy, and he had even pushed for it to become reality. For example, he had two goals for resurrecting Catelyn. The first was to show the Red God's miracle to the people of the Seven Kingdoms, who worshipped the Seven Logs, so that he could deify the Westeros and seize the will of the Westeros. The second goal was to restrain the three-eyed crow and threaten his mother to ensure that the Bran wouldn't disturb his plan for his savior, Jon. If the three-eyed crow was merciless and was willing to sacrifice Jon to help him complete his mission of saving the world, he would use Madame Stoneheart to attack the three-eyed crow's reputation in the Westeros. The three-eyed crow was the greatest obstacle to the Red God Church's march into the Seven Kingdoms. It could be said that Lalo's actions were all carefully thought out, and he had his own goals. Only Littlefinger's resurrection wasn't part of his plan, and it couldn't even be considered as a casual move. But now, all of his previous plans had failed, and only the heartless Willow had grown into his most important helper. Oh, he had always wanted to contact the red-robed woman, Melisandre, but she didn't want to talk to him. Littlefinger was quite pitiful, and after I learned about his misfortune, I laughed heartily, but my blood ran cold. Catelyn's hatred for me wasn't any less than Littlefinger's. If she had caught me back then, Every time I thought about this, I couldn't help but shiver. However, the Duchess of Casterly Rock City wasn't like Littlefinger, who had a weak foundation. The guards of the Red Fort were all warriors of the Western Territory, and they might be stupid and be deceived by Yulun, but they definitely wouldn't be bought over by Madame Stoneheart. When Pinky was found by Lalo, I was already married to it, so I knew the whole process. At that time, Lalo finally broke through the seal of hell and contacted Littlefinger. However, he found that Littlefinger was in the wilderness, being ridden by a large wolf dog. Littlefinger was howling in pleasure. Fuck. It's so disgusting. It's Madame Stoneheart, that demon. I followed her for more than 10 years. She made me pull the sleigh during the day and let the male dog ride me at night. At first, I resisted, but I was just a dog. I couldn't resist. Since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it. As I ride, I gradually get the feeling. I just sigh, I guess I'm just going for broke. He was already in such a state, so what was the point of caring about dignity and human relations? Only the pleasures of the flesh can relieve me for a short while from all this pain, lamented Fingerhound. He contacted us through the bonfire. Before that, he followed the method taught by Lalo and bit off the eggs of the male wolves and sacrificed them to us in hell. Then, Lalo and I responded with God power. Just like that, the connection between us was established. I have to say, without Lalo's teachings, I wouldn't have known this technique. Lalo was much more useful than Robert and more honest than Yulun. Thinking about it, he was the best match among my 3 marriages. Caitlin has already gone to hell. Why are you still in the human world? I asked curiously. What do you mean by going to hell? Asked Fingerhound. Madame Stoneheart killed herself and burned herself to ashes. Her soul returned to the embrace of the 7 gods and she became Caitlin again. To a certain extent, she was redeemed because Lalo was captured by Danny and Rise. Caitlin's missing soul returned. Fingerhound was stunned. He muttered, Caitlin was the one who let me go. That day, she pulled Da Lee away from me. Da Lee was a male sled dog. Caitlin untied me and said that she wanted to set me free. Then, she threw me off the wall behind the Red Castle. Fingerhound thought for a while and understood the whole story. He said with hatred, I see. That demon didn't want me to be free. She wanted me to live in the human world with a human head and a dog's body forever. So cruel? I shuddered again. Lalo said disapprovingly, I took away Caitlin's best character. Of course, she was cruel and evil. Your Majesty, did I lose my most precious thing? Fingerhound asked with tears in his eyes. Of course. Everyone who is revived by me will lose their most important humanity. Don't blame me for being greedy. This is the rule of the world's balance. Since you have to pay the price, you might as well give it to me, said Lalo. But Big Sparrow and John didn't lose anything after they were revived. I asked in confusion. You can't imagine the price I paid for that ingrate John. As for Danny Alice. Lalo began to sigh. The Holy Mother's revival has a flaw. What flaw? Immortality. Her body's stamina, endurance, and resistance far surpass that of ordinary people. What? Danny Alice only revived 3 people. I'm not sure about Big Sparrow, but Song Ji and Richard could live until the end of time if they weren't killed. My revival can extend their lifespan, but as time passes, the souls of the revived will slowly dry up and eventually vanish. Danny Alice used a special method to solidify the total number of souls of the deceased. So, after the long night, the Holy Mother was no longer willing to revive the dead. Is this a blessing? Fingerhound murmured. It may be a blessing to an individual, but to the world's rules, it's a major flaw. Perhaps, she can develop a more perfect revival technique in the future. After all, the first flame represents everything. What is the precious humanity that I lost? Is it my honor as a human? Fingerhound asked. What honor do you have? Lalo glanced at him. Wisdom. Lalo shook his head again. It's a glib tongue. Fingerhound was silent. A moment later, he asked hesitantly, Can I kill myself and return to hell? We all want to go out, but you want to come back. I told Fingerhound about the horrible state of the evil spirits in hell. With your sins, you'll definitely be sentenced to 10 billion. With your muggle talents, you won't be able to become a little devil. When you're lonely, it's hard to find a male dog. You might as well ride a horse and live a carefree life. Lalo played the good cop right after I finished playing the bad cop. He comforted him and said, "Be my high priest of the shadow demons, and you'll be blessed by God. There's hope for you to transcend in the future. You once controlled the most prostitutes in the Monarch's Descends, and now you've become a bitch. You're extremely lewd. You'll be able to become the high priestess of the Red Dust Church of Freedom and spread my name to the world," I said hurriedly. After a series of threats and promises, Fingerhound swore a sacred oath. He would be loyal to the Demon King and Demon Queen, never betray, and never give up on his mission to spread the church. Of course, Lalo and I also swore that we would not delay payment, God's blessing. That night, Fingerhound and dozens of male wolves practiced the teachings of the Red Dust Church. Although the power of faith I received was so weak that it was barely noticeable, I was still very excited. I've become a god. I have a church and believers. I waved my hand and rewarded Fingerhound with his first divine spell, Pink Beauty. Back when Chizang and Goddess Love Jade fought, just the aftermath of the Lust God's power had caused more than 100,000 people in the city to have sex. Of course, I couldn't compare to a goddess who had comprehended the laws, but I had no problem seducing ordinary people. As expected, with the divine spell I bestowed upon him, Fingerhound was like a tiger that had grown wings, a fish in water. As long as he was interested in a male, it was almost impossible for him to escape from his demonic clutches. When I discovered that humans could contribute more power of sacrifice, the men in the villages of the Seven Kingdoms were in for a bad time. However, if you walk by the river often, how can your shoes not get wet? A veteran who had participated in the final battle returned to his village to work as a farmer with countless medals. His simple and unadorned appearance concealed his valiant will. Pink Beauty didn't manage to seduce him, instead, it exposed Fingerhound to the world. Hajin County and the Royal Territory began a large-scale cleanup operation. Fortunately, it had only been a few years since the long night ended, and the population hadn't recovered to what it used to be. Large areas of the Seven Kingdoms were deserted, and Fingerhound was able to escape all the way to the Great Wall. For the next 20 years, Fingerhound didn't have a good life. Lalo and I didn't obtain much divine power either, until Jamie appeared. Not only did he marry Brittany, he even had a son with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong body, just like Joffrey's reincarnation. "Jamie, you bastard." I gritted my teeth and immediately agreed to Lalo's plan: ambush Jamie's family of 3 and steal the original copy of Divine Comedy. Fingerhound had already gained Jamie and Brittany's pity by acting pitiful. More importantly, Jamie had also contributed to Fingerhound becoming what he was today. When he begged Jamie to set him free, Jamie didn't have his guard up, and even felt guilty. Thus, with the help of Lalo and I, Fingerhound kidnapped Arthur Tass, Jamie and Brittany's bastard son. At that time, I really wanted to possess Fingerhound's body and bite off that bastard's slender neck. Jamie and I were fated to die, and I also hoped that he could have a good future. However, my plan for Jamie's future wasn't to marry and have children, but to live happily in heaven with his love for me. Once he was in heaven, he would always reminisce about our beautiful past. But now, he had ruined everything. The big picture is more important. The Divine Comedy is what we need. Lalo persuaded me. We forced Jamie and Brittany to swear 2 sacred oaths. First, to not harm Fingerhound in any way. Second, to never take back the Divine Comedy. If I didn't agree, would you really kill Arthur in front of me? Jamie's fragile and pained expression made my heart ache. To be honest, I really hesitated. Perhaps, but before I could hesitate, Brittany spoke. She knelt in front of me and cried, "Mercy, mercy. Jamie and I are truly in love." It wasn't easy, I didn't hear anything else, but the phrase "truly in love" was like a sharp blade in the hand of the sword god, digging out the best memories I had with Jamie. I coldly ordered Fingerhound to give the 10-year-old child the cruelest pink skull. He would explode if he didn't touch a woman. Jamie's heart was dead. He threw the Divine Comedy to Fingerhound and swore 2 sacred oaths with Brittany. I wasn't very happy that we had the original copy of the Divine Comedy. Alright, Lalo wasn't happy for long. After removing the lust voodoo from his son, Jamie chased after us. He didn't break his oath, nor did he touch the Divine Comedy. He only used his sword to crush it. In the end, he cut open the void with his sword and threw all the fragments into the Divine Comedy. Then, he looked coldly at Fingerhound, who was shaking and peeing, and left with a whoosh. Collect the fragments. The Divine Comedy isn't an ordinary parchment. It represents a kind of authority. Lalo was very excited. After touching the Divine Comedy with my own eyes, I realized that my previous guess was wrong. Danny Rise really did give free will to hell. Just like how a child would leave its mother one day, she understood this and watched her child leave. However, she didn't give the authority directly to hell. Instead, she turned it into a book, the parchment on which the Divine Comedy was written. Simply put, that parchment represents a part of hell's will. Even if it's just a fragment, it can change the fate of ordinary demons. If you can find your own life chapter, the barrier between the human world and hell will be completely broken. What happened in the next few decades verified Lalo's words. Hundreds of mortals accidentally obtained the original fragment of the Divine Comedy and then communicated with the demons of hell. While obtaining the power of the demons, they also spread the name and doctrine of the demons. After learning the names and hobbies of the demons, even more extraordinary people modified the ancient sacrificial methods and used blood sacrifices to please the new demons of hell. As a result, the connection between the human world and hell became more frequent. Especially after the long night, the number of humans increased explosively. As the number of humans increased, the number of evil wizards also increased. Demons were summoned frequently, and the power of the demons and their influence in the human world increased day by day. After decades of development, Cersei Lannister also became known as the Great Demon of Hell. Let men obtain extreme pleasure, let old women regain their youth, and let ugly people become beautiful. Beauty, lust, and youth are the three great doctrines of Cersei, and also the summary of my abilities. Fingerdog helped me build a church with evil female wizards as the main body. As for Fingerdog's contribution, I was not stingy with my rewards. After receiving a large amount of divine power and divinity from me, Fingerdog actually started to give birth. The offspring of Fingerdog and a male dog were short, filthy, ignorant, and cruel. They had the head of a dog and liked to live in caves and eat shit. They were called kobolds by the world. The offspring of Fingerdog and an adult male were tall and ferocious. They had excellent martial arts skills and were like jackals and wolves that walked on their feet. They were as intelligent as humans and were called gnolls or werewolves by humans. As the saying went, there were 3 cats and 4 dogs. Fingerdog, due to his identity as the leader of the Red Dust sect, was never idle. He gave birth to litters after litters. His litters came one after another, and the litters of his litters, those litters were not like humans. Other than mud and wood, they ate almost everything. Fruits, rotting corpses, feces, and even the rotting mud in ponds. In just a few short decades, kobolds and gnolls could often be seen in the wilderness outside the pass. I like gnolls very much. They are smart and very devout. Unfortunately, intelligence is a double-edged sword. It can make them better fighters, but it also gives them an independent outlook on the world, life, and values. Some gnolls, after reaching adulthood, felt ashamed of their bloodline and went to the human holy church to shave their heads and become monk. Even if they did not join the humans, gnolls still preferred the moon goddess Danny Rise. She was not the dragon queen, but Sansa's daughter, Leg's wife, who was known as Little Danny. Kobolds were obedient, but they did not conform to my teachings. On the other hand, Demon Yulun liked this kind of cruel and stupid believers the most. He tried to recruit them from my hands many times. If I did not know that he had attacked his descendants, I might have sent him a group of kobolds. However, he tried to persuade Greyjoy to kill his father, which challenged my bottom line as a believer of the Black Goddess. I am a demon, but I have a bottom line for my evil. Myrcella and her descendants offered incense to me every year. If I wanted to seduce them, it would be very easy. However, how could I do that? They are my family, my descendants. Lalo told me that I belonged to the evil of order, while Yulun belonged to the evil of chaos. The two of us were incompatible. When Marcella passed away, I sensed something. I immediately dressed up and flew to the judgment hall to look for her. Yes, as my power increased, my clone could not stay in the first level for long, but it could still last for a while. Marcella was a doddering old woman, and I wept when I saw her. It has been almost 100 years, we have been separated for almost 100 years. Back then, when the little demon brought you away, you were still so young. You were so brave, so sensible, sob sob sob. I threw myself into her embrace and cried. Her eyes were also filled with tears, but she had a smile on her face, like a kind grandmother hugging her granddaughter. Mother, I miss you so much. Her expression was calm, but her voice was trembling. After the death of Danny Rye's subordinates and maids, they would at least receive the treatment of hell's ghosts. For example, the whip god Hattar, who was famous for his whip skills, was in charge of suppressing the rebellious ghosts in hell. Miss Andii, who had been the Prime Minister of the Empire for decades, had passed away more than 10 years before Marcella. Currently, she was the Prime Minister of Hell. She represented the Black Goddess to deal with the undead crying for justice, and also received the undead of the noble. Marcella was a noble. Not only were the two of them colleagues, they were also in-laws. Thus, they opened the door for us, mother and daughter, to have a lot of time to talk. Marcella rambled on like an old woman. She told me about her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren one by one. Even if she didn't tell me, I already knew. She would always tell me about them when she offered incense during festivals. Although I already knew everything she said, I still listened with great interest. Marcella had 9 children with the Martell family's little brat. Even now, the number of grandchildren she had was not inferior to Danny Rye's. The Lannister of Jean Island was even more prosperous than Casterly Rock City in the past. They were all of my bloodline. In the ancestral hall, I was their first-generation ancestor. Thinking about that, I felt very happy. Marcella had a very happy life. When she was alive, she was a devout believer of the 7 gods. She practically did not commit any sins. Instead, she served the Dragon Queen and even became the Prime Minister of the Empire for 15 years. Her merit was boundless. When the results of the trial came out, I was wild with joy. I was also very proud. Marcella became the island master of New Paradise Island. Mother, I still have 3,000 merit points. I'll give them all to you. Before leaving, she even pulled my hand and wanted to transfer her merit points to me. See, this is the difference between a daughter and a brother. Jaime and Tyrion, those 2 bastards, they never gave me any merit point. I was very touched, but I also rejected them. Mother has become the ruler of hell. I don't need any merit points. You can stay in heaven and live a good life. Marcella was unwilling but still insisted on giving me her merit points. Before leaving, she even advised me to do more good deeds and less evil. Looking at her disappear in the sacred light and sacred music, I suddenly felt very grateful to the Black Goddess. Today was different from the past. I knew that Marcella's fate had changed. She should have died tragically in front of me like Joffrey and Tomon. Because of Danny Rye's, her life was incomparably perfect. Buzz. My body shone with a dim light and I began the 5th evolution of my soul. Peng. A second pair of wings popped out from my back. The singing in my ears became clearer. Song of Laws. I floated in midair. The Hell's envoys and undead who were being punished looked at me in shock. When I returned to the 7th floor of Hell, Lalo, Yulun, Sharira, and the other demons' faces were twisted with jealousy. Other than Lalo, none of them had broken through to become a demigod. In other words, they were a true demon king. They were infinitely far away from the laws. My daughter is dead, I said calmly. My condolences, Demon Queen. They seemed to be secretly laughing. She went to heaven, I said again. Congratulations, Demon Queen. They stopped laughing. She has become the island master of Paradise Island. She is the new king of angels. The demons' faces turned ugly. They were used to being envious and jealous. I ignored them and continued, as the Demon Queen, I order that today will be the Thanksgiving Day every year. No demons are allowed to leave hell. They are also not allowed to respond to the sacrifices of their believers. All the blessings will be given to my daughter. I believe that no one will object to this, right? The demons trembled in anger. However, they kept quiet out of fear under my unbridled pressure. Messiah's 3,000 merits were like 3,000 chains that bound my hands and feet. I know how hard it is to obtain merit. Every single one of these 3,000 merit points was earned by Messiah through blood, sweat, and tears. I didn't care about these merits. However, I couldn't waste Messiah's love for me. In order not to waste my merits, I didn't dare to seduce mortals into depravity. I was depressed for a period of time. I couldn't do bad things, and I couldn't stay idle. I could only look for Lalo to practice my lust skills. I beg you, please give me some private time. I want to cultivate. One day, after eating and drinking to my heart's content, I was lazily picking my teeth on the fire stone bed when Lalo knelt in front of me. You have such a beautiful and virtuous wife. Why do you still want to cultivate? Don't be like this. You can actually continue torturing mortals, Lalo begged. I don't want to ruin the merits Messiah gave me, I sighed. I know. However, not all demonic acts will result in a loss of merits. You already said that it's demonic acts. Why doesn't it result in a loss of merits? This bastard must be trying to trick me. If he can't even satisfy his wife, what kind of demon lord is he? I looked down on him even more. As long as you follow karma, your sins won't increase, Lalo said confidently. What karma? If you become a king, will you make laws that suit your desires? Of course. If you become a god king and rule the river of fate, will you set a river course that suits your desires? I was shocked. Is Danny Alice controlling the fate of all living beings? No. She only sets the rules and never interferes with the fate of a single person. In the new era, when the new river of fate was born, she stood at the source of the river and wrote 12 words. These 12 words are the rules of fate, Lalo said softly. What words? I asked hurriedly. The heavens are just. Karma is a cycle. Good and evil will be repaid. Below these 12 words are the rules of sacred vows, sacred marriages, guests' rights, and so on. So, I had a vague understanding, but I still couldn't grasp that rope. Our fates are in the rules that she wrote. Simply put, if you go back on your vows, she won't care about you. Fate will make you pay the price. How do you know? She told you. Sigh, to think that you read the Bible of the 7 gods every day. It's all for naught. Didn't you see the words written at the beginning of the Bible? Lalo's disdainful gaze made me feel uncomfortable. Is that the explanation for the scripture? I asked hesitantly. Don't say this to others. For example, you Lun. That idiot thinks that by doing bad things, he can get on the good side of the will of hell. HMPH, childish. Even demons are in the river of fate. We can do evil, but only by following the rules can we ensure that we won't fail. For example, our sacred marriage and your sacred vows are all recorded in fate. If you dare to go against them, the heavens and earth won't tolerate it. This is also the reason why I agreed to marry you without hesitation. You didn't tell me before, I said coldly. I apologize to you, he said with a tired face. Lalo's wisdom always amazes me. This time, his words were proven to be correct. For those mortals who provoked the succubi for pleasure, as long as I extracted their souls and bodies according to their level of depravity, I wouldn't lose any merit. Thus, I focused on doing evil with skills and temporarily let go of Lalo. As time went by, hell became more prosperous. Just when I thought that the peaceful times would continue, the sky suddenly changed. Boom! The entire 7 layers of hell shook. Starting from the 7th layer, the sky cracked open. Meteorites, lava, and waterfalls from the 9 heavens seeped out from the cracks. The ground snapped like biscuits. Even the continental plates folded in half. Icebergs collapsed and the Black Sea overturned. The substances and demons in the lower 6 layers were like dust passing through the cracks of a sieve, entering other hells. I wanted to say that the scene was like purgatory. But aren't we in hell? Hell within hell? Not long after, I received news from an acquaintance of mine. Our world collided with another world. The 7 layers of hell acted as the front of the car and dampened the impact. All the damage was borne by hell. After all, this is hell. Before I could get angry, Miss Andy found me and asked if I wanted to do a part-time job to earn merit. I knew that Messiah must have asked her to take care of me. Thus, I agreed. She temporarily removed the seal on my main body. I'm so powerful now. This was the first time I could use all my strength. I was stunned by my own strength. I stretched my wings to my heart's content. The purplish-black aura was as heavy as lead clouds, covering a radius of several kilometers. As expected, you can sing the Song of Laws, Lalo said sourly. What about you? Soon, soon. He muttered in embarrassment. My mission was simple. I used my beauty to test the otherworlders. Some otherworlder adventurers had just arrived in Lanruor town. They didn't even see me before they habitually killed and robbed. I didn't have to do anything. The townspeople disguised as ghost envoys brought their souls to hell. Even more otherworlders, after seeing me or gold, began to reveal the despicable nature of human nature. There were also otherworlders who calmed down and restrained themselves. In the end, they didn't do anything immoral. Other than humans, there were many evil beings who came to our world. For example, ghouls, gargoyles, and even vampires. There was a very powerful vampire called Dilov. My realm should be higher than his, but in terms of pure strength, I wasn't his match at all. My wings were torn apart in a few moves. He pressed me against the wall and sucked my blood. Fortunately, this was our home ground. From the moment they crossed the boundary stone, they entered the 7 layers of hell. I once killed Goddess Love Jade with one palm, despite being several levels above me. If you don't change, today's incident will repeat itself. Chizang picked up Vampire like he was picking up a chick and left after saying that. Change. I turned to Lalo. Teach me fire witchcraft. Maybe I can use Holy Mother Palm in the future. Chapter 11:19. Asha thought that she would be joining Brandon Targaryen's team, but she later found out that she was wrong. Even Brandon knew to travel to other worlds to increase his knowledge. How could other students and organizations of the 7 kingdoms not know? The King's Landing branch of the Imperial University alone had formed more than 20 exploration teams in just a week. The headquarters of the Imperial University on the peninsula of Valeglia had invited world-renowned historians, philologists, crop breeding mags, animal breeding mags, and other masters of various fields to join the exploration of other worlds. The graduates of Old Town University's Bachelor's College announced that they would put away their necklaces, hang up their swords, and travel across the continent alone. Bravos also joined forces with the many trading cities of Ursos to form a huge trading caravan. The ship transporting merchants, students, and supplies was the newly built Titan. Asha and Danny joined Princess Sangza's team. The children of the 7 Kingdoms dukes were also with them. For example, the heir of Casterly Rock, Tall Joffrey, and the second young master of the Summer Palace in the north, Fierce Beast-Eyed Stark. Brandon the Mad Prince had fallen into a coma 20 years ago, and his younger brother had become the new king. The king's wife was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone and Dany's elder sister. According to the new rules set by the Dragon Queen, it was best for the Targaryen royal family to marry outstanding clansmen, but they had to ensure that the bloodline was more than 3 generations away. In a normal world without bloodline power, Dany would not encourage marriage within the clan, but reality was cruel. The power of bloodline was real. Because of her, the Targaryens had the strongest bloodline in the world. If there was an outstanding bloodline but it was not digested internally, it would first cause the bloodline to flow out and other clans to rise. Secondly, marriage between the royal family and other clans would cause the true dragon bloodline of the royal family to become impure, and the royal family would gradually decline. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, the Targaryen royal power was not so stable. Once upon a time, the Lannister development model of Casterly Rock City was what Dany admired the most. Before the long night, there was a saying in the western region, Lannister Harbour is full of Lannister. This was the truth. When they arrived at Lannister Harbour, as far as the eye could see, they were all yellow-haired. They were all Lannisters' collateral relatives. If a Lannister wanted to get married, he could totally find his other half in the clan. Not only would there be no genetic diseases brought about by marriage within 3 generations, but it could also ensure the purity of the bloodline, and even strengthen the cohesion of the Lannister clan. Of course, Lannister himself did not have a powerful transcendent bloodline. Such a family system limited the possibility of him absorbing excellent transcendent genes from outside. The Targaryens were different. They had powerful genes to begin with and were only afraid of the outflow of excellent genes. They did not have to worry about losing the possibility of high-quality foreign genes flowing in. No matter how high quality it was, could it be better than the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor? We've arrived at Dairué City. Get ready to get off. Seeing the scenery outside the window, Dany suddenly stood up. So fast. Let's finish this round first. Asha was playing tractor with Princess Sansa and the others. She just happened to have a good hand of cards and was ready to go all out. The train will only stop at Dairué City for 15 minutes. Princess Sansa, who was playing against Asha, put down the cards in her hand. This journey to the other world was not an ordinary one. Not only did the Imperial University students not bring servants, maids, and even guards along. They wore armor, carried great swords and staffs, and in the small rattan box, there were only undergarments for washing and life-saving potions. Why isn't there a direct train to Winterfell? Oh, it's the Summer Palace. Why isn't there a direct train to the Summer Palace? Asha complained while carrying her rucksack. From the Trident River to the Neck Marsh to the Summer Palace, it's thousands of kilometers. The road is too long. Besides, Asha, you haven't been to the Neck Marsh. You don't know that the terrain there has changed greatly. It's very troublesome to build a railway, the big-eyed Stark mumbled. Dorne also doesn't have a direct train to the King's Landing. The terrain at the border is too complicated. The second Prince of Dorne, Oberyn Martell, sighed. He wore light armor and held a long spear in his hand. The ancestor once said that the construction of railroad tracks alone could become a specialized field of knowledge. The knowledge of railway engineers now can no longer meet the needs of complicated road conditions, Princess Sansa said. When they alighted, Asha and the others met Brandon and the others. The expedition team got off the train at Dairué City. Hey, Sansa, where are you going next? Do you want to take the airship with us? Brandon took the initiative to greet his niece who was the same age. Ide has arranged for a team of unicorns to be outside Dairué City. Sansa's expression was also indifferent when she faced her uncle. Not only her, but the princesses of the Duke's family were also cold and distant, and Asha was no exception. In fact, the behavior of cheating on a female classmate was too bad. Brandon seemed to know that he was not welcome, so he smiled and nodded before leaving with his companions. As soon as they left the train, the eldest young master of the Dairué family came to greet them. The Dairué family had many children, so Brandon and the other distinguished guests had their own people to receive them. Your Highness, the farmer's castle has been emptied in advance. Do you want to play in Dairué City for a few days? William Dairué invited them warmly. It's still early. We hope to leave early. Princess Sansa smiled very kindly. I understand. Sir William was very capable. He immediately led them to the carriage and drove straight to the North City. Seeing the clean black stone streets and neat brick buildings in the city, as well as the teams of knights in bright armor and showing off on the streets, Asha could not help but ask in surprise, Dairué City has changed so much. Did your family become rich? Sir William was stunned and hesitated. Our family has always been like this. We haven't become rich. Asha is talking about Dairué City 100 years ago, Dany said. Oh, compared to 100 years ago, Dairué City has changed a lot. It's all thanks to His Majesty the Sky Emperor's grace. Then, Sir William began to talk non-stop about the Dragon Queen's care for their family. First, the territory was redivided. Because the King's Landing and 100 miles of land around it belonged to the royal family, the Pentashade Dragon Targaryen received a large piece of land in the Three Rivers Basin. Dairué City, which used to belong to Hadjian County, was also divided into the Duke of Dragonstone Island, and the Dairué family's fief more than doubled. Secondly, The Dragon Queen paid for a bridge to be built for them. The black stone bridge, which would never decay, was 2 kilometers long and crossed the Trident River, which was hundreds of meters wide. Before the appearance of the train, the Dragon Queen had planned a high and a short carriage, as well as a 2-tiered passage for the train. Finally, 30 years after the long night, the Dragon Queen gave them a pair of pterosaurs. When the carriage stopped at the Black Bridge Inn in the north of Direway City, Sir William's face was still flushed, and he looked as if he had not had enough. After the Direway family's carriage left, Danny whispered in Asher's ear, "If we go to the farmer's castle with him, we'll see colourful dragon flags and portraits of our ancestors hanging on the walls of the hall. Is Fry the one who inherited Direway City? Back in the fairy city, I met Maria and Marissa, mother and daughter," Asher said. Dania was not too clear about the history of 100 years ago. Princess Sangza pondered for a moment and gave the answer. Originally, Marissa Fry was supposed to inherit Dare City. However, during the first period of the 8-year war against the other ghosts, Lady Maria had been staying in Helenburg and spent all her time with the Commander-in-Chief, Sir Clinton. It was mainly due to the matchmaking of the ancestors that the two of them got married and had 2 sons. It's said that they could have children at such an old age because of the Holy Mother's blessing. At this point, Princess Sangza looked at the blonde boy who was helping the unicorn saddle at the side of the stable. The boy, who was about 18 or 19 years old, had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was handsome and tall, and his armor had the emblem of the sun and moon shining together. It was the emblem of the Tass family. "Did you notice Andrew's sword? Does it feel familiar?" Asher looked at it carefully for a while and said uncertainly, "It looks a bit like Brittany's Oathkeeper sword." "Look at Joffrey's light howl," Princess Sangza said again. "It should be his ancestor, Jaime's widow's wail." Asher's heart skipped a beat. She whispered, "Is Andrew also the bloodline of Lannister, Jaime, and Brittany? Holy Mother, they must have been in their 70s or 80s at that time, right? They were also blessed by the Holy Mother like Maria and Clinton," Sangza said with a smile. "Sigh, different people have different lives. They were also blessed by the Holy Mother. Jaime and Brittany became the legendary sword couple, but Maria and Clinton. After the long night, Sir Clinton left his wife and children and went to the great cathedral to become a monk." Dany shook her head and sighed. Asher had a strange expression. "I know Sir Clinton's hobby. It's already hard for him to have 2 sons." The girls chattered on one side. On the other side of the stable, the boys had already saddled the 10 unicorns. "Let's go. I hope we can reach the border of the next swamp tomorrow night," I'd shouted. "This unicorn seems different from the one I saw before. It's taller and more muscular, but it doesn't have the long manner that covered its body." Asher carefully climbed onto the unicorn's back, but it didn't get the tantrum she expected. It's much more obedient. In the early years, the unicorns didn't allow knights other than their masters to touch them. They were even fiercer than wolves, she added. "We can still see a long-haired unicorn in the Northern Ice Kingdom. It's too hot in the north now." I'd laughed. They rode along the train for 30 kilometers north and arrived at the Trident River. Wow, what a majestic bridge. If long-legged Lomas was still alive, he would have listed it as one of the 10 wonders of the world, Asher exclaimed. Even if the 10 unicorns rode side by side, there was still room for 2 carriages. Below the stone bridge, there was still a train rumbling past. After the train crossed the bridge, it didn't go north. Instead, it turned and entered the Bright Moon Mountains valley. The railway is like the blood vessels of the kingdom. It transports resources from the 7 kingdoms to the King's Landing, the heart of the kingdom. The heart also provides the necessary nutrients for each kingdom according to their needs. In this way, the 7 kingdoms are full of vitality and vitality, Princess Sangza exclaimed. "It's indeed much more convenient than when we were in the past," Asher agreed. The railway between the King's Landing and the valley isn't completely open yet. The winding Bloodgate Canyon is the nightmare of almost all railway experts, Joey Royce said. The position of Duke of the Valley eventually fell on the heads of the people of the valley. The grandson of Bronze Royce became the first Duke of the Valley in the new era. "Ah, this is the Crossroads Inn." After crossing the Trident River Bridge, Asher saw a familiar building. It was surrounded by walls made of white rocks. The inn inside was a small 3-story building. "Young ladies and young masters, are you going to stay in the inn?" At the entrance of the inn, there was an old woman sitting against the wall, basking in the sun. The old woman was very old. Her body was slightly bent, like a dried shrimp's tail. Her hay-like hair was completely white, and it was very sparse. Her scalp was as red as a baby's skin. Her old eyes were cloudy, and there was only one yellow tooth left in her mouth. Chapter 11:20. The black-haired girl wearing Hellenberg University's uniform in the courtyard heard that there were guests and immediately came out to welcome them. When she saw the emblem on the Unicorn Knight's armor and cape, she immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it's Targaryen." "Who?" The old woman at the door stood up shakily and rubbed her eyes to look. "Grandmother, the Targaryen of the Red Dragon Blacksword is the kingdom's eldest princess." The pretty girl quickly wiped the wet stains on her hands with the scarf around her waist and helped her grandmother to bow to the Unicorn Knight. "The kingdom's princess?" The old woman squinted at the knights and sighed, "Is it Queen Sansa's child?" When Dany and Princess Sansa heard this, they quickly jumped off the unicorn and supported the old woman who was kneeling with difficulty. The Sky Emperor has a rule that people over 75 years old don't have to kneel even if they see her. "Who is the Sky Emperor?" The old woman was puzzled. "Dragon Queen, older people are probably more familiar with this name." Asha smiled. "Oh, Dragon Queen, how is Dragon Queen's health? How many bowls of rice can she eat in one meal?" The old woman asked eagerly. "Good, very good, 2 or 3 bowls." Princess Sansa was a little embarrassed. "Old lady, have you seen her before?" In the early years, the 7 kingdoms had formed a consensus. When meeting old people, it was best to be respectful. Because many of the old people who had lived through the long night were heroes, or the heroes' family members, or even old friends of the Dragon Queen. There had been too many incidents. A noble young man would act arrogantly in front of an old farmer, but the old farmer would take out a stack of medals and say, "I am a brave soldier of the Dragon Queen. The Queen once said to look for her when we have trouble, or take the medals to the king." Who do you think we should look for? Any noble would have to back down, and their parents would have to apologize to the old farmer personally. It was too easy to complain to the Dragon Queen. Go to any holy church, kneel in front of the Holy Mother and cry, and it would attract the Queen's attention. This was not a legend, but a fact. "I've not only seen the Dragon Queen," this was yet another old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the courtyard behind her and loudly shouted, "Back then, this was the place where the Dragon Queen cut down 3 bandits, she and, with who, an old knight, her white knight." The old woman's memories were fading. "Sir Barristan," Joffrey said, approaching. "Yes, yes, yes, Sir Barristan, and Tarthas." "Grey Robe Guard Brain." The old woman grinned. "It's the Roseless Iron Guards. The one in the grey robe is Sir Jaime Lannister," Sansa corrected. She was certain that this old woman was a participant in the incident back then. He could even vaguely guess the other party's identity. "Would you 2 young Targaryens like to stay at the inn, in the bedchamber of your ancestors?" At that time, the Dragon Queen told me that her room would be very popular even if it was sold at a high price. Actually, after I took over the inn, I kept her room sealed. I only opened it when the Targaryens came. A few decades ago, the playboy Ymont Scar passed by this place on his way to the Northern Realm and stayed for 2 nights. Even earlier, in the Targaryens before Robert, there were kings and queens who stayed here. Sigh, speaking of which, your grandmother, Queen Sansa, and I have some history. The old woman rambled on, talking about many things of the past. At this point, the Unicorn Knights who had read the biography of the Dragon Queen had already confirmed the old woman's identity. "Is your grandmother called Weeping Willow?" Dany asked the reserved black-haired girl beside her in a low voice. The girl lowered her head, tugging at the corner of her clothes as she answered softly. "Your grandmother is so old, yet her mind is still so sharp. She even remembers things from 100 years ago," Asha said emotionally. "Grandmother was critically ill a few times in her early years. Fortunately, Sage Master Meribad came in time to treat her every time," the girl said. Asha and the rest still did not stay in the inn. They only drank a few cups of tea in the courtyard, left the money for the tea, and left. After leaving the densely populated main road, the knights could finally relax. The unicorns could run at full speed on the ancient King's Road. They were faster than taking a train. They did not stop even after the sun went down. Eldest Princess Sangza was in front, summoning a ball of holy light to illuminate the road in front of them. The 10 unicorns were like steam engines that did not know fatigue. White steam came out of their nostrils and mouths, but they did not slow down. My ancestor fused the genes of the dragon worms into the unicorn's bloodline. They are magical beasts with magic power. However, the fire magic power in the unicorns' hearts cannot be converted into dragon flames. It can only increase their stamina and magic resistance, Beast-Eyed explained to Asha. Actually, Asha was tired and wanted to stop and rest. She was only a level 3 knight and had only opened up the energy storage point in her heart. Her body was not as strong as Dany and Sangza, who had true dragon blood. She was also much weaker than Joffrey and the rest who had received systematic training since young. In the early hours of the morning, she finally could not help it. My spine is about to break. Rest for a while, she begged. Eldest Princess Sangza slowed down the horse and said helplessly, Dany, help Asha recover. Joffrey, Ide, you guys start a fire and cook. Andrew, Abron, you two patrol 100 meters away. The rest of you meditate and rest. Where are we now? Asha collapsed on the blanket, her face pale and her legs trembling. Dany took off her long leather boots, endured the wet and sticky smell of her feet, and pressed the soles of her feet with the power of holy light. Jenny Tully, who was meditating, opened her eyes and looked up at the stars. She guessed, we should be close to the territory of River Delta City, Fry's territory. It's too scary. We ran for more than 500 kilometers. 7 gods above, I've never ridden so far in my life, Asha gasped. There's still a long way to go. It's 20 to 30,000 kilometers in a straight line, Dany said. Let's take the dirigible too. Asha cried. Do you think the journey to the other world will be easier than the Northern Ice Kingdom? If we can't even endure this bit of hardship, how will we survive in the other world? Princess Sangza said seriously. Danya also said, with our status, it would be easy for us to take an airship, ride a pterosaur, or even take the Titan of Braavosi. Why did we choose to ride unicorns? To get used to the hardships of exploring the other world in advance, Asha muttered. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the sound of dogs barking came from the darkness in the distance, followed by Andrew and Abron's curses, the sound of weapons clashing, and the pitiful howls of dogs. What's wrong? Did we encounter wild dogs? Asha asked, puzzled. It's a group of kobolds. Abron yelled. Jenny smiled. When camping in the wilderness, we often encounter kobolds. Their noses are very sharp, but their brains are very stupid. They can smell the meat soup on the fire from a few kilometers away. If they don't kill a few of them, they will never know how much weaker they are compared to the enemy. Kobolds don't have the intelligence to evaluate the combat power of both sides. They will only swarm forward and run away if they can't win. But this is the King's Road. There shouldn't be kobolds here, Caitlin Tully said with an unpleasant expression. On her breast leaping trout, she was the eldest daughter of the Tullys of Riverrun, a descendant of Rickon Stark. Rickon didn't change his surname, but after his sister became the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, all his children took the surname Tully. He didn't have to change his surname, but the Northern Territory was connected to Hadjen, which occupied 60% of the land of the Seven Kingdoms. If they all had the surname Stark, it would be too scary. Yes, Walnut Emperor Rickon didn't have many achievements in the Long Night, but his sister was the queen, and in the end, he became the Duke of Hadjen. Of course, compared to before the Long Night, Hadjen's territory was reduced by half. Eldest Princess Sangza glanced at Caitlin. Indeed, there are many villages near the King's Road. Kobolds shouldn't appear here. The lord of this place has failed in his duty. Not only did the lord fail in his duty, but his superior, the Duke of Hadjen, was also responsible. Caitlin was silent. Maybe the kobolds came from Neck Swamp. Dany tried to smooth things over. Has Rapid Flow City fallen to this extent? Asha frowned and muttered. She knew about the kobolds. She also knew that every spring, The king and the church would mobilize the vassals and Templar priests to clean up the kobolds in the territory. Normally, as long as the Lord wasn't a good-for-nothing, this mission wouldn't be difficult. After all, kobolds were weak individually and didn't understand military formations. Humans, on the other hand, had military formations and the help of priests. Danny said, Rapid Flow City is only left with a knight's territory and a stone bridge. In the recent 100 years, several kings used a huge amount of the national budget to build bridges and roads in the 7 kingdoms. Just on the Green Fork River alone, there are 2 more black stone arch bridges. Although there's still a fee, the collected fees all go to the national treasury and also take away a large amount of traffic from Rapid Flow City. Moreover, the Fry family had a bad reputation before Wade Fry. They were just nouveau riche with a shallow foundation. Now, they can't even be considered nouveau riche. They even have the bad reputation of violating the rights of guests. At this point, she laughed self-deprecatingly. We Greyjoy don't have the right to laugh at the Fry family. Even the Targaryen family has the Mad King and Rhaegar who betrayed the holy marriage. Elder Princess Sansa glanced at her cousin and remained silent. Asha recalled the great trial in the fairy city. I remember that the gatekeeper Ariel Fry, was overjoyed after obtaining the right to inherit Rapid Flow City. She even talked nonsense to the Dragon Queen, saying that she would lead the family soldiers to fight the deviants and restore the glory of the Fry family. Did she do it? Princess Sansa shook her head and smiled. If we're talking about restoring the population of the Fry family, she's almost done it. She gave birth to 9 illegitimate children whose fathers are unknown. As for glory, she didn't have any. In her later years, she was jealous of Dari City's wealth and fought a few lawsuits with her half-brother. The noble parliament judged that she was Fry and her brother was Dari. They were from completely different families. She didn't give up and brought a group of illegitimate children to her brother's house to eat and drink. Today, because no noble is willing to marry them, Sir Fry can only marry a woman from a small merchant's family. That woman is also fickle. Her first child didn't even pass the Holy Church's bloodline test. The Fry family is getting worse. Actually, it's not that the Dari family didn't help them. Caitlin was the daughter of the Duke of Hadjen. She knew more about the vassals in her own territory. Years ago, the previous Count Dari paid a huge price to persuade a commoner who graduated from the Imperial University to marry Sir Fry of this generation. An Imperial University student, not to mention her appearance, is definitely outstanding. Unfortunately, Sir Fry didn't want to marry her because she didn't have a dowry. She's not just outstanding. That's the commoner sword Saint Sophia. Fry's eyes are blind. Sansa sneered. They chatted as they finished the meat soup. Even the unicorn was fed special beef jerky. The team then set off again at the dawn. They first jogged to digest the food. When the unicorn began to sweat, they galloped. They arrived at Neck Lake at noon. When it was close to evening, they entered Ledas Grey Water Garden. Chapter 11:21. The Neck Swamp was even scarier than before the long night. The area was still covered by wetlands and swamps, and the temperature was even hotter. If you reached out and squeezed, you would be able to squeeze a puddle of water out of thin air. The sky was hot and humid, the air was humid, the leaves were wet, there was rainwater gathered in the flowers, and the trunks of the trees were black and wet from the frequent rain. People who entered the swamp would also feel wet, as if they were in a sauna wearing a cotton-padded jacket. The thick bushes were soaked in the rotten swamp for many years, and grey mycelium and dark green vines hung down from the trunks like a curtain. The forest was 40 to 50 meters high, almost forming 2 sealed walls on the narrow causeway. Huge flowers bloomed in the bubbling swamp, and the withered petals fell into the water, becoming part of the sweet smell in the bubbles. Arshaw felt dizzy at the first whiff of it and threw up. Other than that, there were lizard lions the size of carriages and pythons thicker than waists. Lizard lions looked like alligators, but they had stronger bite force, camouflage ability, and hunting intelligence. Before they attacked, they were no different from black rotten wood floating on the water. Asha was almost dragged into the swamp by a lizard lion, and the others did not have time to save her. Fortunately, the unicorn was not weak, and its 2 hind hooves were like drums, kicking the lizard lion until its teeth were broken. Lizard lions and pythons were not the scariest things in the neck swamp. Asher once saw two huge furry spiders the size of calves, leaning against each other to mate. Halfway, mosquitoes covered the sky and surrounded them, and then Elder Princess Sangza quickly chanted dragon magic, summoning a giant flame shield that covered a radius of 10 meters. She also saw rotting corpses peeping at them from behind the trees with vicious eyes. She saw gnolls besieging a 3-meter-tall giant gorilla. It was not until they arrived at the home of the swamp people, Grey Water Watch, that they slowly relaxed. Grey Water Watch was a wooden castle that kept moving in the swamp, and the short swamp people followed Grey Water Watch on rafts as they migrated in the neck swamp. But now Grey Water Watch stopped, near the middle of the causeway, to protect the workers in the north who were building the railway. Now Asher understood why I'd said that the north could only be connected to King's Landing after at least 200 years. The road conditions were really terrible. How did Neck become like this? Asher hugged the coconut shell and stood on the wooden castle, overlooking the construction site not far away. The Northern Territory hasn't seen snow for 100 years. Winterfell has been renamed the Summer Palace. There's no reason for the Neck to remain the same, Earl Holland lied said with a sigh. In fact, he was also a Stark. His ancestor was the youngest son of Bran and Merra, a pure Stark. After resting for half a day in Grey Water Valley, Asher and the others set off again. A day later, the team entered the northern region. It was completely different from the northern region Asher remembered. There were green plants and bright flowers everywhere. There were also vines with fruits hanging on the roadside. The people of the northern region were all wearing colorful shorts and miniskirts. It's changed. It's completely changed. Back then, the northern region was a desolate wilderness covered in snow. Now, sugar cane, olives, and coconut trees are planted everywhere. In the past, the people of the northern region had thick hair and were as tough as bandits. Their eyes were always shining. Now, they are fat, and their faces are filled with laziness and indifference. It's as if they could fall asleep at any moment. Even if they fall asleep, tomorrow's dinner will fall from the sky. It's not as exaggerated as you say. The people of the northern region are very hardworking. Half of the daily necessities of the Northern Ice Kingdom come from the northern region, I'd said with an embarrassed smile. That's because the old and new lands still belong to the Night Watchers, Princess Sangza said calmly. When they arrived outside the Summer Palace, Asher sighed and said, "The current Winterfell reminds me of the High Court. It's a city of fresh flowers, knights, and white towers. Yes, the Summer Palace isn't something that we old folks are used to." Asher turned her head and saw a white-haired old woman leading a few young men and women from the direction of the White Blade River harbor. "You are?" Asher was puzzled. She didn't recognize the roaring golden bear on the old woman's clothes. "Ah, it's Granny Lionel." Dany's eyes focused. She went over happily and supported the old woman's right arm. "Asher, don't you recognize me? 100 years ago, we were old rivals. Just half a year ago, we met at the Lord of Heaven's birthday banquet," the white-haired, blue-eyed old woman said with a smile. "Mormorn of Slaver's Bay," Sangza said softly behind Asher. "Ah, are you Mage's youngest daughter?" Asher was shocked and embarrassed. In the early years, she did lead Tiamin to attack Bear Island. However, it wasn't to plunder Bear Island. That place was too poor and there was no profit. Her main goal was to prevent Bear Island from assisting Deepwood Castle. Recalling the female pirate's past made her very embarrassed. Half a year ago, she had been to Slave Bay. In theory, she had indeed seen old Lyanna. However, she had been sitting beside the Dragon Queen at that time. She had been so excited that she had forgotten about the other guests in the palace. This made her even more embarrassed. Fortunately, she didn't feel embarrassed for too long. Duke Stark, who received the news, led his family out of the city gate. Duke Brandon was like beast-eyed. He was tall and burly, more than 2-3 meters, like a small giant. Contrary to his ferocious appearance, his personality was very kind. After seeing old Lyanna, he insisted on kowtowing to her a few times. "My mother is from Bear Island. It's my duty to kowtow to you." He laughed heartily. After the greetings, Asher and Lionel, the two old people from the same generation, talked about the changes in the northern region. Sigh, there are now millions of people in the northern region. They all have to thank Her Majesty Dani Rise. The old people's custom of hunting in winter has completely disappeared from the northern region. It's just that they soak in honey every day. The people of the northern region have become the summer knights that we despised the most in the past. Sigh, you win some and you lose some, Lionel said with emotion. In the end, the pros outweigh the cons. Now everyone has become cultured, civilized people. Asher sighed. Civilized people are not necessarily civilized. The old lady rambled on and told them the purpose of her trip. It turned out that Bear Island's second daughter, Nicole, had a sacred marriage contract with Hightower's eldest son, Jordan. Later, Jordan's birth mother passed away and his father remarried. He had a stepmother and a stepfather. Both of them did not treat him well. Therefore, the young boy took a boat to the Yu family when he was 11 years old and asked his future father-in-law for help. Earl Mormon was a good person. He took out money to sponsor him to study in White Harbor University. But Mormont's second daughter despised her fiancé for being poor and having an uncertain future. She wanted to break off the engagement and even found another boyfriend in school. Oh, Nicole was also studying in White Harbor University. How can you break the sacred marriage contract? The old lady was so angry that she stomped her feet. Our Mormon family has been noble for generations. Not to mention the outstanding ability of the family members, at least all of them are loyal and virtuous. Why did this thing pop out when I'm about to die? Modern people like to pursue free love, Asher comforted her. It's not just free love. Nicole despises Jordan for having no future and despises him for being poor. She is also obsessed with the debauched life of the northern region and refuses to go to the old town to live a decent life. The people of the northern region are decent people too. The Duchess on the side mumbled. How can a woman keep an actress at home and a man keep a red saintess outside? How is that decent? The northern region now is even more depraved than the city of Ursos. Do you have to be a nouveau riche just because you're rich? If Duke Ide was still alive, I'm afraid he would go out every day with ice to chop off people's heads. The old lady sighed. There are no actors in the summer palace. The Duchess quickly said. Without waiting for the old lady to reply, she quickly changed the topic to Bear Island's second daughter. Nicole really likes Shorosh. Shorosh's status is not bad. The chief engineer of Bravos's newly launched Titan is her father. That girl is only the second daughter, and Jordan is the eldest son. How lucky is it for the second daughter to marry the eldest son? When she was engaged, her parents must have thought of her happiness. For the sake of free love, should she betray her parents' kindness? Fine, they're your parents. You can ignore them, but what about your family's honor? When you want to reap benefits, you're the daughter of the Mormons. When you have to be responsible for your family, you start to clamor about free love. Don't you think about it? Without the status given by her family, her free love partner will not like her. The old lady's mouth was like a wheel, running fast. After only half a day, Bear Island's Earl Mormon arrived at the summer palace on a pterodactyl. However, the otherworldly expedition team did not stay long in the northern region. They set off immediately after a night's rest. On the way to the Great Wall, Asher saw many prosperous towns and villages. Thinking back to when she and Stannis had marched into Winterfell, there were no signs of human habitation for hundreds of kilometers. She could not help but sigh again. The Dragon Queen is too powerful. Her casual and unintentional actions can easily change the world. Dani shook her head and said, "It's not unintentional. The equator passes through the northern region, ensuring that more human settlements are livable. Before the long night, the equator is at the summer sea, and the north lacks light. There are not many humans, but Sosros has been wasting the excellent climate." After arriving at the Great Wall, Asher was shocked again. The Great Wall had shrunk by almost 2/3. There are no more night watchers. There were continuous farms near the Great Wall, and the night watchers' castles had become prosperous towns. The ownership of this place still belongs to the night watchers. The taxes and crops will be transported to the Northern Ice Kingdom by sea. The new night watchers are all there, I'd said. What's the point of keeping this great wall? Asher was puzzled. This is our world's last line of defense. The Great Wall is also the starting point of our journey. The real test begins now. Elder Princess Sangza sighed. She was not wrong. From leaving the Great Wall to reaching the Northern Ice Kingdom, the group of 10 had traveled for 3 months. There was not even a muddy path beyond the Great Wall. They had to find their own way with a map, or walk with their unicorns. Fortunately, the name of Targaryen was more useful than Asher had imagined. In any tribe, as long as Dany and Princess Sangza announced their identities and let the clansmen know that they were the descendants of the Dragon Queen, they would be received with the highest standards. Every 10 years for the old ancestor's birthday, hundreds of clans would send representatives to Slavers Bay to present gifts. Even when they return, they only acknowledge the old ancestor as their king. Sangza had a complicated expression. Only some of the barbarians have returned, right? I met the freedmen of Queen's Horn at King's Landing, Asher said. Yes. 30 years after the long night, the number of freedmen of Queen's Horn exploded. They could not live there anymore, so they followed the centaurs and moved beyond the Great Wall. We will soon meet the Dothraki. Remy Khaleesi is Sangza's and my second aunt. Of course, Khal Raymun is also a Targaryen, the Targaryen of the Pentashade Dragons, Dany said. To Asher's surprise, she thought that she would see a nomadic people living in yurts. Instead, she was surprised to see a city even larger than King's Landing under the snowy mountain. There were even huge steel mills and wildfire processing plants. The buildings in the city were not as tall as King's Landing, but they were much cleaner and more comfortable than King's Landing. Chapter 11:22. After arriving at Golden Horse City, Asher was shocked to find that almost all centaurs could speak dragon language. In other words, dragon language had become the common language of centaurs. I remember that you centaurs have your own Dothraki, she said to the hand of the true dragon. At this time, the King's Landing in the southern hemisphere was in the middle of spring and summer, while the true dragon Khanate in the northern hemisphere was in the lush autumn season. Khal and Khaleesi led hundreds of thousands of people nomadic on the grasslands. The centaurs had manors and factories. The true dragon Khanate had a population of 3 million, and 70% of the people lived in large farms, farming, or grazing in small areas. 10% of the city residents were mainly workers, while the remaining 2 were elite roaring warriors and their families. After Khaleesi and Khal left the capital, the Prime Minister assisted the Crown Prince in supervising the country. At this moment, Crown Prince Long Ao was surrounding Princess Sangza and trying to please her. Instead, the Prime Minister was introducing Golden Horse City to the distinguished guest. The old Dothraki language hasn't been completely abandoned. It's mainly spoken in the countryside. As a language, it only had sounds and no words. Its expression was also too simple and not very rigorous. At first, we planned to use Valeglia or the common language of the 7 kingdoms as the main language of the Khanate. Later, Crown Prince Leg found that for newborns, dragon language was not more difficult than the common language, but for adults, dragon language was 10 times more difficult. Since that was the case, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that the population of the true dragon Khanate hadn't increased yet and spend a generation of effort to gather all the children together and hand them over to a scholar who was proficient in the dragon language to raise them. 80 years ago, the true dragon Khanate only had 50,000 people and less than 8,000 newborns. At this point, the Prime Minister couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now it seems that His Highness the Crown Prince is truly far-sighted. The world's mags and scholars are all learning Draconic, and in our true dragon Khanate, Draconic is the most popular language, even surpassing Slave Bay. When it was almost evening, Asher found a group of small knights coming towards them. They were all students in their teens. They were carrying backpacks and bows, with short swords or wands hanging from their waists. They were dressed in barbarian-style riding and hunting robes. They were talking and laughing, full of vigor. If it weren't for their almond-shaped eyes and tanned skin, she would have thought that she had returned to King's Landing. Well, in King's Landing, it was common to see students leaving school in the evening, but they took the city train instead of riding horses. "Greetings, Prime Minister." "Greetings, Your Highness," Seeing the old Prime Minister and Long Ao, the students pulled on the reins and dismounted from their horses, kneeling on one knee in salute. Whether it was the old Prime Minister or Long Ao, who was joking with Princess Sangza, they all nodded solemnly in return. It's hard to imagine that you are all centaurs. 100 years ago, centaurs were the synonym of savagery. The free city of Ursos even instituted a ban against centaurs. All armed roaring warriors were not allowed to enter the city. That's right. That's right. 100 years ago, centaurs were synonymous with savagery. No race is born barbaric. We were barbaric in the past because the Cal King hadn't appeared yet. When the prophecy of riding the steed of the world comes true, the centaurs will walk towards glory. The grizzled old centaur straightened his back and said proudly. Asha rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Tell me, riding the steed of the world, are you referring to the Dragon Queen or Leg? Or Pegasus Black Dragon?" As the Prime Minister of the Khanate, the old centaur even had a graduation certificate from the Imperial University. Of course, he would not be stumped by this question. "The king has a father too, right?" he said. "Yes, as long as one is human, they have parents," Asha said. "Isn't that right?" The old centaur spread out his hands. "Everyone has parents. The same goes for riding the steed of the world. The king's father is still the king. The Sky Emperor is the first riding the steed of the world. Prince Leg is the son of the Cal King, the second generation." "All right, you've covered it up." The old centaur glared and said in a low voice, "This is the truth. The ancient prophecy has come true. During the long night, the Cal King led hundreds of thousands of centaurs to clear out the deviants of Ursos. In the last battle, although Prince Leg was not the commander, he followed the Cal King's blood riders and led hundreds of thousands of the most elite roaring warriors to wipe out the corpses and deviants. After staying in Pegasus City for 3 days, Asha and the others bid farewell to Prince Long Ao. Prince Long Ao was very reluctant and even wanted to join their team, but he was sternly rejected by elder Princess Sangza. "Is he trying to court you?" Asha asked curiously. "Sangza likes the Duke of Valeglia." Danny smiled. Princess Sangza blushed but did not refute. "The Duke of Valeglia, Jarlis?" Asha thought carefully and finally remembered. Half a year ago, when she attended the Dragon Queen's birthday party, he was a gloomy young man sitting on either side of her. Although he was very handsome and had the temperament of a poet, and even played the guqin well, Asha did not like him. "I think Prince Long Ao is more masculine, more like a man," she said honestly. "Cousin Jarlis is the crown prince, and he became a demigod priest at the age of 25, Danny said. "Leg is also the crown prince, but didn't he not become the emperor for a day? I asked the Dragon Queen, and she said that she would give up the throne in about 200 years, Asha said. "I like my cousin's poems. It has nothing to do with whether he is the crown prince or not," Princess Sangza said. "Poems?" Asha's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say. The crown prince can at least become the emperor. "Maybe when he is 50, cousin Jarlis will go beyond the Great Wall," Danny said. As they continued to travel north, the green vegetation gradually decreased, and the temperature quickly dropped. Snow began to fall from the sky. "Asha, do you want to go to Sky Dragon Temple?" Princess Sangza suddenly asked when they went around a 10,000-meter tall snow mountain. Asha was stunned. She asked in surprise, "On this mountain?" "Withered Finger Peak of the Snow Mountain." Abron leaned over and pointed at the mountain that looked like a finger in the distance. He said excitedly, "My ancestor is also cultivating there." "Who?" Asha was confused. "Prince Daolang." "Ah, he's older than my father. He's still alive." Asha was shocked. Princess Sangza's eyes flashed. She said in a low voice, "Prince Daolang has become a demigod priest. Sigh, my ancestor failed to break through. He passed away 50 years ago." Joey Royce sighed. Jean Tally said excitedly, "My ancestor is also at Sky Dragon Temple. Why don't we go up and take a look? I've never seen the old master in my entire life. Let's leave 2 people here to guard the luggage and the unicorns. Those with relatives can go up together," Asha suggested. "Bury the luggage in the snow. Don't worry about the unicorns." Joffrey patted Ide's shoulder and smiled. He's a shapeshifter. The unicorns won't be able to escape. I'd glanced at Caitlin. Leave it to me. It only took a day for the 10 youths to climb to the top of the mountain. Even Arshaw, who was the weakest among them, had reached the realm where she could lift something light as if it weighed heavy. After a few months of trekking, she had also activated 2 points of energy storage on the soles of her feet. Now, the sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs were nothing to her. Sky Dragon Temple was larger than they had imagined. There were dozens of stone and wood houses, and the total area was more than 5,000 square meters. The top of the mountain was not a flat platform. The houses were built according to the terrain. They were scattered in picturesque disorder, like mushrooms growing on tree stumps. Before they reached the top of the mountain, they saw an airship with a fat belly hovering above the tower halfway up the mountain. It's Brandon. He's here too. Ide's eyes were sharp. He was the first to see the serial number at the end of the airship. Indeed, the Mad Prince Brandon had arrived a month ago. Are you here to find your teacher? Bran stood at the edge of the cliff and asked Sangza as she climbed up. The Arctic King will arrange a guardian for us, Sangza said. It's safer to follow a demigod. Asher Greyjoy? A cry came from the entrance of the temple. Brandon turned around and saw the person. Granduncle, you've finally come out. It was an old man who was about 3 feet tall. He was barefoot and wore linen clothes. His bald head was covered with dark brown age spots. His upper lip and lower jaw were like silver strands that hung down to his chest. His cheeks were like sun-dried oranges, shriveled and wrinkled. He was not tall, and his back was a little hunched. His arms and legs were as slender as sticks, but he had a pair of bony hands and a pair of wide, dark feet. 7 hells. You're not Tyrion, are you? Asher cried. That's me. The dwarf looked down at himself and laughed. I'm almost 150 years old. This is normal. You were as handsome as a real Targaryen back then, Asher complained. People don't care about their appearance when they're old. Granduncle. Dany and Princess Sangza bowed respectfully. Granduncle. Casterly Rock City's Joffrey, Tarth Island's Andrew, and Dawn's Bronn all called him the same. Well, the dwarf never divorced Ya Lian Ien. Later, Ya Lian Ien's adopted nephew from her younger brother could also be considered his descendant. Greetings, Master Tyrion. Ide, Jenny, Caitlin, and Joey were not directly related to the dwarf. However, Tyrion was not the only one in Sky Dragon Temple. Soon, the demigod knight Randall Tarley, the demigod priest Dowlang Martell, and the other old nobles of the 7 kingdoms who were looking for a breakthrough also came out. Jenny Tarley, who had been full of anticipation, suddenly felt a little scared when she saw the old ancestor's serious and cold face. We also want to travel to another world to cultivate, but we won't go with you. You and I have different experiences, and we focus on different things. Randall Tarley said directly. We're different from Brandon. We're just passing by and came to take a look. Jenny said awkwardly. That's good. Randall's expression relaxed a little before he began to ask about the situation at home. I just came out of seclusion and don't have any new cultivation plans. I'll be your bodyguard. The dwarf smiled. That's great. Brandon said excitedly. I want to go with Sangza and Asher, not you. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Brandon was stunned and forced a smile. We can combine into a team. A team of 20 people isn't too big. Princess Sangza glanced at her granduncle. Seeing that he didn't object, she could only agree. After the old practitioners of the temple left, Asher approached Tyrion and asked curiously, what's so special about this place? Why are they all here? Chapter 11:23. This is just an ordinary mountain. The people who live here aren't ordinary, so this place isn't ordinary either. Tyrion said. Isn't there anything special about this place? I thought it would be easier to comprehend the path of the 7 gods here. Asher doubted. Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. At first, there was only me and Bronn here. Or rather, the original single-family house was built by me for my old friend Bronn. About 60 years ago, when he was about to reach the end of his life, I went to see him. At that time, he had many children and grandchildren, and it was very lively. I praised him for having a perfect life, but he complained to me that King's Landing was too prosperous, too rich. Now, I just want to read the 7 Stars Bible in peace. So, I carried him on my back and flew north that day. We casually found the highest mountain, which was here. The two of us cut wood with our own hands and built 2 wooden houses. The so-called Sky Dragon Temple was only because I had the world's largest pterosaur, Tessa. The food, daily necessities, and even firewood were all found by Tessa in the forest below the mountain. 10 years later, Bron died, and I was the only one left here. Just as I was about to leave, Jamie and Brittany came again. So, we lived next to each other and continued to live here. Not long after, Count Randall Tarlis' son died. Yes, Samuel Tarly died 50 years ago. When he heard that Jamie had broken through to the realm of Sword God, he resigned from the church and came here alone with his sword. In less than 5 years, he became the first semi-divine knight. When the news reached the great cathedral of Bel, Prince Dowlang couldn't sit still and asked his grandson to send him over on a pterosaur. In less than 2 years, he, who had been stuck at the peak of level 4 for decades, suddenly broke through to the realm of demigod. This was incredible. Everyone, like you, thought that this was a treasure land with strange magic. Maybe the Dragon Queen would secretly give us special treatment. More and more old people came, and more people broke through to the realm of demigod. So, the previous legends seemed to be confirmed, and the legends became more and more ridiculous. Isn't there anything special about this place? Otherwise, why would there be so many demigods? Asha was a bit unwilling. She was hoping to find some fortuitous encounters here and break through to become a rank 4 Grand Knight. If you want to talk about something special, it's not that there aren't any. Tyrion pondered for a moment before saying, "It's very quiet here. Sitting on a steep cliff, your state of mind will be unprecedentedly peaceful. The effect of training will be far better than in the noisy mortal world. Secondly, there are many books stored in the Sky Dragon Temple's library. The 7 God scriptures are only a small part of it. Many of the secret records cannot be found anywhere else. Lastly, there are many grandmasters here. Sword gods can be seen everywhere, and demigods are as common as dogs. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Temple has Tianshan Snow Lotus, and eating it can help you break through to the next realm?" Asha asked. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. "The Snow Lotus is real. At first, we didn't know that it could be eaten, but it can only nourish the blood and prolong one's life. Wanting to eat snow lotuses to break through to the next realm was just wishful thinking. One's realm is the representation of knowledge, and is only related to one's knowledge, experience, and understanding. In order to completely dispel her wishful thinking, he made snow lotus stew with rock sugar for dinner that night. Asha's stomach warmed up after eating it, and her fatigue disappeared. The point of accumulation in her heart was hot and numb, but her realm did not budge at all. "If I can eat it every day, it'll be very helpful for my cultivation." Before leaving, she smacked her lips and hinted to Rando Tarly. Yes, the snow lotuses were picked by the temple's demigod old monk from the nearby mountains, and Rando Tarly was the manager of the vault. "When you're 50 years old, you can come here to cultivate. By then, you'll be able to eat one every 3 days, Rando said calmly. 50 years old. Asha smiled awkwardly and left. After staying in the Heavenly Dragon Temple for 2 days, Brandon and his companions left on the airship, while Tyrion followed Asha and the rest down the snow mountain. "Where's your Tessa?" Seeing him walking with his big black feet, Asha was puzzled. "Too ostentatious, it's not good to bring her to the other world." "Ostentatious?" Asha was puzzled. Tyrion smiled and waved his hand at the back of the mountain. "Tessa." Hiss a dragon's cry pierced the skies, and the mountain peak trembled slightly. Looking into the distance, a tsunami-like wave of snow rolled down from the peak of the northern snow mountain. There was an avalanche. An 80-meter-long beast soared into the sky from the wave of snow. Hiss. The strong winds caused by the flapping wings were like the hands of a drowning man, wildly tugging at Asha's scarf and long hair. The blue sky and white clouds were instantly covered by a thick shadow. "Oh 7 gods, your Tessa has grown so big. Even the Megalosaurus can't compare to her." Looking at the pterosaur circling above her head, Asha was shocked beyond words. She can't compare to the Megalosaurus at all. Tyrion waved his hand at the sky. Tessa let out a long howl and flew toward the back of the mountain again. Where's the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus? Has it given birth over the years? Asher asked. Blackie is at Slaver's Bay, but it hasn't laid any eggs. Perhaps it won't lay any eggs for the rest of its life. My sister hopes that all 5 dragons will become true gods. The newborn dragons will divide their destiny and greatly affect their training speed, Tyrion said. Asher frowned and said, the Megalosaurus has completely disappeared from the Targaryen family now? Tyrion glanced at the Targaryen family and said hesitantly, actually, over the past 100 years, she has collected hundreds of fossilized dragon eggs from all over the world. When she leaves the mortal world, she will distribute the stone eggs to the many Targaryen families. If you want a Megalosaurus, you have to hatch it yourself. Could it be that the old ancestor can't hatch dragons with the start of the new era? Princess Sansa asked in surprise. The destiny of the era's protagonist does indeed determine whether the Megalosaurus can be born, but she's different from Lalo. The destiny of the ruler of the world far surpasses that of the child of the era, Tyrion said. Then why doesn't she hatch it? Asher asked, puzzled. She feels that 5 children are enough. 1 more child means 1 more responsibility. The Megalosaurus can be distributed to her children and grandchildren, Asher said, puzzled. Sigh, you still don't understand. Tyrion sighed. That's her child. Other than herself, the Megalosaurus she hatches will not become anyone's mount, including her own son, Simba. Can others hatch a Megalosaurus? Dany asked. Either they're lucky and happen to awaken the same talent as her, the mother of dragons. Or they're talented and hardworking enough to master part of the First Flame's characteristics. It shouldn't be difficult to hatch a dragon. Tyrion's eyes flashed. I suspect that Simba can hatch a dragon now too. The 2 Targaryens were deep in thought. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, Ide whistled. The unicorns exhaled white steam and ran out of the forest in 2s and 3s. Tyrion, are you riding Tessa, or are you riding with us? Asher asked. See you in the Northern Ice Kingdom. Tyrion smiled. Under everyone's stunned gazes, his body melted like a candle, turning into a red and white puddle of steam. Then, he quickly kneaded into an adult dragon whelp that was 3 meters long with red scales. Its body was small, but from the expression and gaze of the Megalosaurus, it was definitely an old dragon. How did you do it? Sansa asked in shock. My body originally fused with a part of the dragonworm's genes. After a long period of fusion with Tessa, I copied the pterosaur's genes from her body. The fusion of the dragonworm and the pterosaur is the Megalosaurus. In order to cultivate this blood witchcraft, I even asked the Dragon Queen for some divine dragon's blood essence. With the true dragon's blood as a reference, the fusion of the genes went smoothly. Now, I am the Megalosaurus. The demonic dragon raised its head and roared. A 10-meter-long dragon flame pierced through the sky like a sharp sword. The bright red flame pillar twisted the air around it. You've become a demigod blood wizard. Dany exclaimed in shock. Soon. Perhaps this trip to another world will help me break through the last barrier. There are also Megalosaurus in that world. Golden dragons can even turn into humans. I have to see it. The demonic dragon's eyes glowed. Sky Dragon Temple was between the Khanate of True Dragon and the Northern Ice Nation. Half a day later, they stepped onto the Northern Ice Nation's territory. The Northern Ice Nation's climate was very similar to the ancient Northern region, but now it had 4 seasons instead of several years of winter. They saw fields of winter wheat and turnips. Near the village, there were also cabbages and radishes. With the resources provided by the Khanate of True Dragon on land, the northern region on the sea, and beyond the Great Wall, there hasn't been a famine for 100 years, Princess Sansa said. Along the way, they saw many collective farms. Night watchers from all over the world were farming there. Even though it was winter, there were still farmers working in the glass tents. Apart from the farms, there were almost no towns or factories in the Northern Ice Nation. The population of the Northern Ice Nation is too small. The land is 2 to 3 times bigger than the northern region, and there are only 300,000 people. It's impossible to develop an independent magic industry. I'd sighed. Ah, look over there. She's not human. The group was walking on the dirt path outside the farm. I'd suddenly pointed at a village girl and shouted. The village girl in a blue cotton jacket was holding a bundle of cotton sticks and was about to walk to the low brick house with smoke coming out of the chimney. Hearing the shout, she immediately turned to the unicorn knight curiously. When she looked over, Asher and the others also saw her face. She had a delicate face, slightly rough skin, light yellow hair, slender limbs, and a pair of long pointy ears. The pointy-eared village girl was not afraid of strangers. She stepped forward and asked curiously, "Are you from the Khanate of the South?" She was speaking High Valyrian, and she was still a little unfamiliar with it, stumbling over her words. Princess Sansa rode forward and said, "We're from the Seven Nations, King's Landing." "Do you know?" "I'm not sure. I'm Arya, an elf. I just migrated here from another world." The elf village girl smiled. "Is the village full of elves?" Sansa saw a few elves who heard the noise and walked to the threshing ground curiously. "Yes. The king of the Northern Ice Nation was worried that some unruly night watchers would hurt us, so he let the elves live together to protect themselves," Arya said. Through the conversation, the Imperial College students gradually understood that many humans, elves, dwarfs, and other races had formed groups to migrate to the Northern Ice Nation. The Northern Ice Nation is bitter and cold, but life in the northern countries is even harder. In that world, humans are too unfriendly to elves. The elf elder in the village sighed. "This world is also dominated by humans," Asher said. The old elf's eyes flashed. "At least you believe in the seven gods, and the seven gods are real. We only decided to migrate to this world after studying the Seven Stars Bible. The Maiden of Freedom of the Seven Gods announced that all intelligent life is free. They have the right to live, develop, and preserve their culture. You also believe in the seven gods now?" Sansa frowned. "Elves should have their own gods, right? We believe in Danamida. Old woman, Holy Mother, and Maiden are another name for Danamida," the old elf said solemnly. "Are you sure?" The Imperial College students were doubtful. The old elf stretched out his right palm and shouted piously, "My lord, Danamida, please bless your believers." Buzz, a ball of holy light condensed in his palm. The Imperial College students were stunned. "Holy light? Don't tell me you're calling her Danamida but calling her Holy Mother in your heart?" Asher shouted. Chapter 1124. Merit Lay is the main religion of the Northern Kingdoms. This deity appears in three forms: a carefree young girl, a mature pregnant woman, and a hunchbacked old woman. In the Palace of Neverwinter, Queen Jegret introduced the deity to the guests. As the only daughter of the powerful demigod who sang the Song of Ice, she was also considered a child of God. She became a demigod in her 70s, and then came to the Northern Ice Kingdom with Ymont to live in seclusion. Ymont was also a demigod. He was the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen, and the eldest son of the sun god Leg and the moon goddess Dany. His bloodline was stronger than Jegret's, and he became a fire demigod at the age of 40. She really looks like the young girl, the Holy Mother, and the old woman of the seven gods, Sansa exclaimed. Not only are the images similar, even the doctrines are similar. Meritlee's priest preaches love, peace, and kindness, and wantonly builds hospitals, shelters, and orphanages. Everything she says and does is in line with the teachings of the seven gods. So, believers who come to our world only need to change their minds and think that Merit Lay is the incarnation of the seven gods, and it is easy to get the blessings of the seven gods. Is Merit Lay the same deity as Danamida? Asher asked. Yes, the humans in the northern kingdoms call her Merit Lay, the elves call her Danamida, and the dwarfs have a different name. After that, Queen Jegret told the younger generation about the history of the Demon Hunter world. Compared to the history of their world, it was very short. It was said that the goblins and dwarfs were the natives of the Demon Hunter world. About 2,000 years ago, the elves came to the new world during the convergence of the stars. Compared to the natives, the elves had a rich culture, mature art, and advanced science. Their attainments in magic were unparalleled. The elves, with their more advanced civilization, naturally dominated the world. However, the elves also had two fatal flaws. First, although they lived long lives, their fertility rate was very low. Second, the elves had no enemies for a long time, causing the entire race to be arrogant. They valued the illusory and complex advanced culture, but neglected the development of their true power, military and destructive magic. 700 years ago, another celestial body converged, and humans crossed the sea from another world. After 200 years of recuperation and learning the mysteries of magic from the elves, the expansion of the human race was unstoppable. It took another 100 years to develop the three great kingdoms. In the next 400 years, humans destroyed all the beautiful and magnificent cities of the elves. They either drove the elves out of the country, killed them all, or imprisoned them in some desolate area. In the world of demon hunters, elves are synonymous with the poor, robbers and vagabonds, and female elves are specifically used to refer to prostitutes. Can you imagine? Just 500 years ago, they were still the overlords of the world, the masters of chaos magic. Queen Jegrit lamented. No wonder they wanted to migrate to our world, Asher muttered. When I go to the demon hunter world this time, I will marry the descendant of the female elf, Laura. She is a princess with elven bloodline. I heard that she is very beautiful and very cute. Brandon said excitedly. Jegrit glanced at her great-grandson and said coldly, Bran, you only have the opportunity to go on a blind date with Pavetta. Whether you can succeed or not depends on whether other people like you or not. Great-grandmother, I am a direct descendant of the Celestial Emperor. The other party is just a duchy princess of a fallen world. What is there not to like? Brandon was not convinced. It seems that this matter is going to fail. Even I don't like this kid. The dwarf whispered to the white-bearded old John. Old John nodded gently. For 20 years, Sansa and Lady Catelyn did not teach him well. Compared to 20 years ago, there has been a qualitative change. Arya said sullenly. 20 years ago, she was the one who hooked Brandon's soul. Some time ago, she was the one who returned his soul to the flesh of King's Landing. During Brandon's torture in Hell, he had not been idle. He was the descendant of the Dragon Queen. He was also the descendant of Sansa and Catelyn. They had sent him to his side. How could they not teach him to be a good person? In fact, not only Sansa and Catelyn would preach to him, sometimes when they were free, Grand Aunt Arya would whip him a few times to wake him up. Who is the female elf, Laura? Asher asked in confusion. Dany, Sansa, and the others also looked curiously at Queen Jegrit. The elven princess. Grandmother had met her once. The two made an agreement. Later. Jegrit hesitated for a moment and sighed. Later, she fell in love with a human. But the humans and elves were in a cruel race war. The two's union was seen as a betrayal to their own race by both elves. Her husband was killed first, then she was hunted down by the humans and elves. Before she died, she left behind a daughter. The current queen and princess of the Sindra Kingdom are both Laura's descendants. The next day, Princess Sansa met the teacher that the Northern Ice Kingdom had chosen to lead them, the commoner sword Saint Sophia. She was a tall swordswoman with long brown hair and an oval face. She carried a two-handed sword on her back. She wore a black woolen sweater and a black cloak that represented the Night Watchers. She looked valiant and charming. She was born in an ordinary farmer's family by the Trident River. At the age of 5, she was the same as the other children in the village. The old priest in the small church activated the power storage point and she followed the instructor of the poor to practice basic swordsmanship. Because her talent was visible to the naked eye, she was recommended to the great church in her territory at the age of 7. Dari City had stronger priests and swordsmanship instructors. Little Sophia's martial arts began to improve by leaps and bounds. At the age of 11, she became a level 4 Grand Knight and successfully received an offer from the Imperial University. Even Count Dari was shocked. Because she was born in Dari City and received financial support from the Dari family since young, half of the budget of the church in each territory came from the local nobles. Sophia reluctantly agreed to Count Dari's request to date his cousin, Fry. At that time, she had not graduated from university and had not reached the realm of a sword saint. Fry despised her for being a commoner. Sophia, who was rejected, heaved a sigh of relief. In her last year of university, she directly applied to the Northern Ice Kingdom to guard the world's borders. She stayed for more than 10 years and did not return to the Seven Kingdoms. Well, a level 4 Grand Knight had mastered extraordinary swordsmanship skills. Only at level 9 could one be considered a demigod in pure swordsmanship. Level 5, 6, 7, and 8 were all sword saints. Sword saints did not have an essential improvement in their skills. In other words, extraordinary swordsmanship was already the peak of mortal swordsmanship. Sword saints comprehended more extraordinary skills of controlling the sword with their mind and wielding the sword with their willpower. For example, a normal shield could block the full strength of a level 4 Grand Knight's sword. But in the face of a sword saint, the fine steel round shield would also be split open by the iron sword strengthened with willpower. It was not the physical strength of the sword saint's arm that became stronger, but the willpower that had infinite possibilities. Another example was that in the face of a magic attack, a normal knight could only dodge, but a sword saint could annihilate the spiritual power of the opponent's magic elements. The reason why the swordsmanship in this world developed so quickly was because of the divine position of the warrior of the seven gods. Dani first absorbed the essence of the swordsmanship of the knight civilization for 10,000 years and broke through to the realm of the gods. Then, she imparted her knowledge to all the knights in the world without reservation. The knights developed their own swordsmanship with the guidance of the sword god. Their swordsmanship was included in the sword of the warrior and was recorded by the warrior divine position. Dani's swordsmanship soared. For example, after Jamie and Brittany became sword gods, their experience, insights, and even the will of the sword god would all be absorbed by Dani through the warrior divine position. After the promotion, Dani, the warrior, taught the world more perfect swordsmanship, forming a virtuous cycle. Almost every few years, the Celestial Emperor would open the swordsmanship experience and new body techniques to all the swordsmen and knights in the world for free. PowerPoints and sword manipulation with will were developed in this way. After 100 years of snowballing development, the martial arts of the Song of Ice and Fire world had today's achievements. And this was not the end. As more people entered the Demon Hunter world, there would also be swordsmen from the Demon Hunter world. In the future, the progress of martial arts would be faster. In the next 2 months, many exploration teams came to Neverwinter one after another. There were students from various universities in the world, but more of them were mercenaries and caravans. Brandon and Tyrion also changed into unicorns, the old unicorns with long manes. Together with Sword Saint Sophia, a group of 22 people set off with the Bravosi caravan. It's not that we want to make money. Most of the time, money can't move people's hearts at all. It can't buy treasures that others cherish. The leader of the caravan explained. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a medium build and a square face with well-proportioned facial features. A third of his brown hair was silver-white. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the old Sea King. Well, the political system of Bravos didn't change much, but the Sea King was always Targaryen. The Dragon Queen didn't use force. At the end of the long night, there were only 20 to 30,000 people left in Bravos. The hundreds of thousands of people who migrated to the plains of Queen's Horn had long been used to the rule of Targaryen. To put it bluntly, those who survived the long night were mostly Dragon Queen subjects. "What goods did you bring?" Tyrion asked curiously. "Technology, history, literature books, as well as meditation techniques and night training techniques, steel weapons, perfume, spices, high-quality silk, dragon paper, thermometers, high-precision lenses. They are all good stuff. It's a little too good." The former Crown Prince Brandon cursed, "Do you have any brains? History will expose the secrets of the gods and the great families. Technology is the crystallization of 10,000 years of human civilization. It's fine to sell perfume and spices, but can you sell high-precision lenses? Are you going to betray the country?" The middle-aged man's face turned red. "Prince Brandon, I'm afraid you don't understand the world of demon hunters. The civilization of the elves is stronger than the ancient Valeglia. The extraordinary knowledge of the Warlock Brotherhood far exceeds that of the modern era under the grace of the Celestial Emperor. Perfume, spices, and silk can only please the nobles. The powerful organizations that truly control the power aren't idiots, and they won't be idiots. Nonsense. If that world is better, why do so many elves and wild warlocks want to come here? Brandon scoffed. Our world has the Holy Mother, and the future is brighter. Asher asked curiously, what if there are bandits from the other world who rob your goods? Or, the king will arrange soldiers to pretend to be bandits to steal these precious books. We have already discussed with the Warlock Brotherhood over there. They will arrange for people to protect the caravan. The leader smiled. These things are pre-ordered by the extraordinaire organization in the other world. Princess Sangza was shocked. No one is an idiot. The middle-aged man sighed. The Celestial Emperor is such a powerful existence. Any extraordinaire who knows that she rose from an ordinary person to a divine king in just over 10 years will covet her secret. Chapter 11:25. The Seven Hells. Is this the Seven Hells? When Asher learned that they were passing through the Seven Hells, she asked curiously, what does hell look like? No one knew what Tyrion did, but there were no longer lead-grey clouds above their heads. Instead, the scene of black smoke and dark red flames appeared in front of them. Right above their heads, there was a giant sea of oil with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The boiling oil bubbled and thick smoke billowed. Hundreds of thousands of undead wailed inside. There was also a millstone that was even larger than the monarch's descent. Countless undead wailed as they ran, and behind them, there was a stone roller that was even thicker than the Great Wall. It rumbled as it chased after them, crushing them like wheat into red juice. There was also a mountain taller than the Snow Mountain where the Sky Dragon Temple was located. It was made up of shining sharp blades. The undead climbed up from the foot of the mountain like ants. With each step, they would cut off dozens of pieces of flesh. Finally, there was only a white skeleton stuck with blood halfway up the mountain. This is the 18 Punishment Division of the Seven Hells. The land of eternal winter we are in now is the gap between the second layer of the ice purgatory and the material world. The second layer is below the first, so we can see the projection of the first layer of hell when we look up, Tyrion said. It's too scary, Asher said with a pale face. Tyrion glanced at the students and said meaningfully, so, when you are alive, you must restrain yourself and return to etiquette. Don't do bad things. We will remember Master's teachings. The students bowed solemnly to Master Tyrion. Asher had a strange expression and muttered, it's so awkward to hear this from you. When they crossed an ice river, they accidentally met a team of female warlocks from another world. 7 gods above, she's so beautiful. That's an elf, right? There were many women in the team. Even the red-robed Melisandre was among them. They were all stunning beauties, but the eyes of the Imperial University students fell on the dark golden-haired female elf in the lead. She was a perfect woman without any flaws in terms of facial features, skin, figure, and temperament. Targaryen's appearance was also very delicate, but in comparison, it was too invasive. He did not have the tranquil temperament of a female elf that was harmonious with the world. Even Master Tyrion, whose mortal heart had long withered, could not help but thump. Lady Yenneave, Lady Melisandre. Sophia first stepped forward and bowed to the 2 women beside the female elf. Then, she faced the female elf in a more solemn manner. Madam Francis, you haven't left the Northern Ice Kingdom yet. I'm admiring your 7 hells. The Celestial Emperor's attainments in spatial magic are truly breathtaking. The female elf smiled. After that, Sophia appeared and introduced both sides to each other. Yenneave had wanted to practice in this world, but she was not the only one from the Warlock Brotherhood who had arrived at Everwinter alive. It could only be said that she was lucky. She was the first female warlock to pass the trial of the 7 layers of hell, and the only opportunity to communicate with the King God Cauldron was hers. After the other warlocks learned about this world's extraordinary upper limit, they were very excited and immediately sent the news to the Warlock Academy. Very soon, the Transcendents of the Demon Hunter world formed an envoy group and went to Slave Bay to visit the mortal god king. The female elf Francis was the leader of the envoy group. The Warlock envoy group arrived at the Northern Ice Kingdom a year and a half ago. They left the Northern Ice Kingdom half a year ago and were ready to return to their own world. However, They did not expect that they had been trying to crack the spatial structure of hell for half a year and had not yet left the range of hell. Have you seen Her Majesty Dani Lissa? There seems to be no news of the envoy group from the outside world. Princess Sangza said in surprise. We have been to Slave Bay, but did not stay there for long. Francis said. Why are you looking for the Dragon Queen? Tyrion asked. To ask about the mysteries of magic and also to find a place for the elves to settle down. Her Majesty Dani Lissa was very kind and carefully answered all our questions. She also agreed to let the elves build their own home in the barren wilderness. The elven warlock said with emotion. The female human warlock beside her said excitedly, Your world is too magical. It's like a bottle, you can only enter and exit through the Arctic Circle. And such a magical world was actually artificially shaped. The rumors are not exaggerated. Dani Lissa is a god, a real god. Will you warlocks migrate to our world? Asher asked curiously. Francis glanced at Yennev, who had been silent, and shook her head, not necessarily for the elves, but probably not for the humans. For the warlock organization, we have the responsibility to protect the chaos magic. For the individual warlocks, they come from the northern countries and have to use their knowledge to serve their country. Since they had met Tyrion and the others, the female warlocks did not take their time to analyze the structure of hell. Half a month later, they came to the Megalosaurus Mountains of the Demon Hunter world. Yennev said goodbye to the female warlocks at the intersection of the worlds. That's it. I have to go back to the world of 7 gods to understand the law. Next, I will go to Slave Bay. Being beside the Dragon Queen, the sea of law will be clearer. You are so lucky. Francis had a complicated expression, and the other female warlocks could not hide their envy. I have gone back and forth to the northern countries several times. This time, I plan to go to Nilfgaard in the south to have a look. Their national religion, the Sun religion. It is very interesting. Melisandre was also about to leave the group. You are a mage. Is it safe? Asher could not help but ask. Aunt May thought for a moment and said, If you meet a demon hunter called Jennet, tell me. I need him. Ask him to come to me. The black-haired female warlock who was already walking back stopped and turned around to look at the red-robed woman with an unfriendly expression. You Jennet is a strong and reliable man. The red-robed woman smiled faintly. Yennev pursed her lips and did not say anything. She turned around and left. The red-robed woman shrugged and nodded to Francis and Tyrion. She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the south. She did not even bring her luggage. Asher murmured. She is also a deity. She does not drink, eat, sleep, or rest. She bathes in flames and is untainted. Francis said enviously, In our world, it is not difficult to grasp great power. It is almost impossible to comprehend the law and become a deity. Let's go. Don't worry about that woman. Even if we all die, she will not lose a single hair. Tyrion shouted. Why? The school teacher once said that demigods can also be exhausted and magic power exhausted. Then, they will be surrounded and killed by mortals. Jenny Tully was puzzled. That woman has a special technique to avoid danger. In front of outsiders, Tyrion did not reveal the red-robed woman's trump card. Francis was very enthusiastic and tried her best to persuade everyone to visit the Elven Kingdom. Other than Brandon, who was anxious that his fiancée was about to reach adulthood, the others came here with the intention of traveling to another world. Naturally, they would not refuse the invitation of the most beautiful female warlock in the world. When they arrived at the so-called Elven Kingdom, Tyrion and the rest finally realized how bad the situation of the elves was. The Elven Kingdom was just a valley full of flowers. It was called 100 Flowers Valley. The total population was less than 4,000. It was even less than a human town. And this small valley was the only legal settlement of the elves in the world. However, although 100 Flowers Valley was small, it concentrated some of the characteristics of the elven civilization and the way the elves lived and produced. The beautiful palaces and unique culture of the elves amazed the students of Imperial College. Are the humans of this world crazy? Even hiring elves as gardeners is better than driving them to the wilderness to be bandits. Stark especially liked the elven cities. Even though they are all humans, the personalities and customs of the humans of this world are different from ours. Princess Sang's aside. The students of Imperial College stayed in the small Hundred Flowers Valley for a month, mainly to read books written by the elven sage. Before leaving, Tyrion thought of the mission of this trip and found Francis. He asked, "Do you know Laura Doran from 100 years ago?" She was also an elf. The female elf nodded. She was an elf princess from another world. She was engaged long ago, but in the end, she fell in love with a human from our world. Laura and Cranion's union was to prove to the two warring races that elves and humans could live in peace. But in the end, everyone was depressed. She was wrong. At this point, the elven sorcerer suddenly hesitated. Laura and her descendants seemed to be covered in a layer of curse. Laura clearly had such great power, but she died so miserably, she whispered. Wasn't she hunted down and then had a difficult birth? Tyrion was puzzled. No, she was captured by the humans and locked in a cage. They even used an iron sword to cut off her hands so that she could no longer cast spells. It was the middle of winter. In the woods of a desolate hill, Laura gave birth to her child. In order to protect her daughter, she injected all the magic in her body into the half-elf. At that moment, it was as if the sun floated out of her body. The biting cold wind and the dark night were all dispelled by the light and heat. Outside the valley, a blizzard raged, but the valley where Laura and her daughter were was suddenly as warm as spring. There were even flowers blooming in the ice and snow. "Ah, that's," Tyrion exclaimed, but immediately changed his words. "Amazing. That was the Dragon Queen's fire of creation." The female elf looked deeply at the dwarf and nodded. "It is indeed amazing." Seeing such a scene, the human soldiers did not dare to harm Laura's daughter. In the end, the Queen of Redania, Sero, adopted the child. "What happened to the child after that?" Tyrion asked. "The same fate as her mother. She had great talent, but died an unnatural death. She married a human king, but because of the power struggle in the kingdom, she was imprisoned by her adoptive mother's daughter, who was also her sister. She died after giving birth to a pair of twins. Laura's grandson also did not live long. Because he had an affair with a countess, he was murdered by the countess. He was only 18 years old when he died. Laura's granddaughter married the king of Cintra, but also did not live long. At present, it seems that the lioness of Cintra, Calanthe, has lived the longest. Perhaps she can prove that the so-called curse is just my imagination." 3 months later, Tyrion led a group of Imperial College students to the southernmost pearl of the north, Cintra. After returning from the palace, Tyrion patted Brandon's shoulder. Queen Calanthe agreed to the marriage, but her desire was not strong. She hoped that her daughter would marry a noble of her country. In a week, Queen Calanthe will gather all the noble talents in the country to hold a marriage selection banquet for her daughter. Whether or not you can marry Princess Pavetta will depend on your performance. After a pause, he said seriously, "Bran, I will tell you the truth. If you can bring Princess Pavetta back to our world, it will save your ancestors a lot of trouble." Brandon was very excited. "I am the direct descendant of the God King. I received the best education since I was young. Regardless of appearance or talent, I will not lose to the small nobles of the small Cintra Duchy." Chapter 11:26. In the world of demon hunters, supernatural powers were common, so much so that every kingdom had a royal warlock who served the king. The royal warlock could be seen as a scholar who knew magic. Cintra also had a royal warlock. It was a plump old man with long brown hair, Druid Mossack. The druids of this world couldn't transform into animals. They were priests of nature and could understand nature through talking to plants and trees. They could control the powerful forces of nature to maintain the balance between ecosystems. The forces of nature included but were not limited to controlling the weather, stopping storms, summoning hailstorms, and sending down lightning. In some ways, they were very similar to the children of the forest in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Mossack was very powerful. If he didn't want to kill, he could stop hundreds of armored soldiers with just a lightning barrier. Today was Princess Pavetta's wedding banquet. Mossack received an important task from Queen Calanthe: "Don't let anyone ruin tonight's banquet." Are you sure you want to do that in front of the otherworld emissary? The old druid looked hesitant. I am the Queen of Sintra. In my country, in my palace, do I need to care about other people's opinions? The Queen said lightly. Mossack frowned. You have the right to do anything in the palace, but if things go in the worst direction, I'm afraid the marriage between Prince Brandon and Pavetta will, the convergence of planets will end. Sintra needs an heir, and I don't want to be separated from Pavetta. Also, I'm not sure what Dani Rise will do to Pavetta if she goes to the world of 7 gods, Calanthe said in a low voice. The agreement from back then. Can I know about it? The old druid asked carefully. Queen Calanthe hesitated for a moment and whispered, I didn't lie to Melisandre. The ancestors didn't pass down accurate information, only that there would be powerful gods in the future. But our family is not ignorant of our own abilities, especially my mother, who was a powerful prophet. She told me that our family could awaken a powerful bloodline that even gods would covet. I guess the Dragon Queen also wants this talent. The druid remembered the rumors of the previous queen and asked, is it the ability to control fire and heal? Maybe, maybe not, Calanthe said uncertainly. Could it be that there are other talents? Calanthe nodded. There's another type of power that doesn't lose out to fire, but it's not as easy to control as the power of light and fire. That's why my mother was called the Sun Prophet by the warlocks, and nothing else. The other party is a deity. How can you refuse? Furthermore, it would be unreasonable for you to go against the ancestors' agreement, the old man said worriedly. I'm not rejecting it completely, but I hope that the Dragon Queen can wait a few more years. Calanthe's face was full of helplessness. Right now, the royal family only has me and my daughter, Pavel. At my age, it's very difficult for me to have another child. With Pavel gone, the royal family's inheritance will be cut off. The old man suddenly understood. You want Princess Pavel's child to fulfill the agreement from back then? Calanthe nodded silently. I hope Prince Brandon can make Princess Pavel change her mind. The old man sighed. She can choose not to choose Brandon Targaryen, but no matter what, she must change her mind. Calanthe's face was full of murderous intent. What a group of outstanding youth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Tyrion led the Imperial University students in new attire to the palace gate, the residents and nobles of Sintra were stunned by their appearance and temperament. Maybe they're all nobles, Prince Easter murmured. Don't doubt it. At least half of them are princes or princesses, the brawny man with milky white hair said lazily. Butcher of Braviken, you've been to the other world and passed the trial of integrity and honor. Do you know their identities? The prince's eyes were somewhat provocative. He had just asked a question when he cursed in a low voice, damn it, do the people of the other world have unique tastes? What do you have to do with integrity and honor? Geralt shrugged. The values and customs of the other world are indeed different from ours. Unexpectedly, when the group of princes and princesses bowed to Queen Calanthe, they only reported their names and didn't mention their titles and identities. Oh, the same identity, students of the Imperial University. Is the Imperial University a sorcerer's college? Prince Easter asked curiously. The black and white marble floor of the palace with a complex 4-point star pattern was polished until it was shiny. There was a large empty space in the center of the hall, and on both sides near the white stone pillars, there were rows of long tables and chairs. The tables were filled with roasted lamb chops, ham, bread, beef, apples, grapes, and other food. Dozens of chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each with 30 candles. The noble guests sat on both sides. The queen and prince's seats were on the stone steps above the center of the hall, which was also a long table. In the middle was Queen Calanthe's throne. The queen's rumored lover, Prince Easter, and Geralt sat on the queen's right. The first seat on the queen's left was empty, and the second, fourth, and third seats were occupied by Princess Pavetta and Mage Mossack. At this time, Tyrion, still barefooted and dressed in linen clothes, led 21 Imperial University students to the center of the hall and bowed to Queen Calanthe. Hearing Prince Easter's question, Tyrion smiled and said, in our place, the university doesn't only teach magic. Warriors, blacksmiths, merchants, scribes, architects, and even farmers can learn the knowledge of their respective professions in the university. The prince was stunned. Won't the warlocks feel insulted? Learning with the farmers? The court mage asked. Unless the warlocks don't eat, Tyrion said. Master Tyrion, please sit here. Queen Calanthe pointed to the seat next to her and invited him. Brandon was just about to speak when Tyrion gave him a timely look to calm down. Sansa, look after him, he whispered and walked up the stone steps with a smile on his face. Master Tyrion, why aren't you wearing shoes? Is it for cultivation? A count at the same table asked curiously. Before the dwarf could answer, Queen Calanthe smiled and popularized the concept of the seven gods ascetic. I'd rather die tomorrow than live like that. Without wine and women, living is torture, Prince Easter grumbled. I had the same idea as you back then. After seeing the prosperity of the world, I realized that wine and women are all clouds and smoke. The dwarf sighed. Master, aren't you exaggerating? Easter felt that the little old man was bragging. Hey, Prince, you're still too young. Tyrion smiled indulgently. Easter knew that Tyrion was the illegitimate brother of the Dragon Queen and had lived for more than 100 years, so he turned his gaze to the demon hunter beside him. Geralt of Livia, you've also lived for more than 100 years. Tell me, do you hate women and wine now? Even if I throw away the sword in my hand one day, I won't let go of the wine bottle in my hand. After saying that, the demon hunter gulped down a large cup of wine. After drinking, he let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Easter smiled and looked at Tyrion. The dwarf glanced sideways at the demon hunter and called out, Geralt, Melisandre wants you to find her. Melisandre? Where did she go? Geralt was stunned. Nilfgaard in the south. The dwarf sighed. To be honest, I admire you. Although I've seen countless women, I don't dare to touch a witch, especially a shadow-binding knight. I've seen Madame Melisandre. She's very beautiful and sexy, Easter said. She's also very charming and gentle, but I'm also a little afraid of her. She always likes to draw my blood to do some strange witchcraft experiments when I'm asleep. The demon hunter sighed. Did she draw your magic power and soul essence by doing that? Tyrion's expression was very wretched. Everyone, today is my daughter's wedding banquet, Queen Calanthe said. Sorry, meeting a former kindred spirit, I couldn't help but have some feelings. The dwarf immediately straightened his face, solemn like a holy monk. After a few glasses of wine, almost all the guests had arrived. With a look from Queen Calanthe, the blue-robed palace honor guard who had been standing at the bottom of the stairs stepped forward, bowed to the queen and the guests on the stairs, then turned to face the palace gate and announced, Princess Pavetta's wedding banquet has officially begun. Please welcome the first suitor, His Highness Peregrine of Nilfgaard. A young man of medium build led two attendants out of his seat and came to the center of the hall. Just as he was about to speak after bowing, the laughter of the Cintrans came from both sides of the banquet. They cheered in a joking tone, Go His Highness Peregrine, while knocking on the table or playing strange music with the bagpipes. After coming to this world for more than half a year, Tyrion also knew about the conflict between the northern countries and the southern country of Nilfgaard. Queen Calanthe coldly scolded the nobleman youth who was making the most noise, and the hall returned to silence. The Prince of Nilfgaard said, Queen Calanthe, if I marry Princess Pavetta, Cintra, located at the southernmost part of the northern countries, will form an alliance with Nilfgaard, and no country in the world will dare to go against our will. Speaking of this, the prince showed what he thought was a smug, but was actually a very wretched smile. I know that Cintra hasn't given birth to a prince for a long time, and my 5 brothers are all strong men, and I have a very powerful bloodline in my body. The seed I left in Pavetta's body will also bear the strongest male heir. This is the wedding banquet. The dwarf moaned softly. Just as he thought this was the custom of the demon hunter world, he caught a glimpse of Princess Pavetta's face full of shame and anger, and she looked to her mother for help. Queen Calanthe's expression was impatient, but her eyes were burning with anger. Tyrion was sure that this was not a tradition, but a strange thing in every world. Cintra is indeed the pearl of the northern countries, but what is Nilfgaard? A pile of dog shit. The lioness of Cintra was very rude, and sneered in front of all the guests. The prince and his 2 attendants were shocked, But the surrounding Cintrans laughed loudly and applauded the queen. "Boy, tell me, is it true that the barbaric Nilfgaardians drink urine, eat their own children, and mate with ewes?" The dwarf was stunned. The Prince of Nilfgaard recovered from the shock, and his face was full of disbelief and shame. The nobles of Cintra in the palace cheered even more excitedly, as if their queen had swept away thousands of troops on the battlefield with Nilfgaard. "Queen Calanthe, are you humiliating me? You are insulting Nilfgaard." The prince's face was red as he stammered. "Come on, who doesn't know that your father is just a usurper? The king of Nilfgaard can't stay for long. How long can your family stay on the throne? A year, a month? Boy, get out of here early and suffer less humiliation," Queen Calanthe said sarcastically, and glanced at her daughter with a smile in her eyes. The Prince of Nilfgaard did not say a word, and turned to leave with his attendants. He left the palace directly and did not return to the banquet. The Cintrans cheered thunderously. Then the second suitor, the third. Gradually, Tyrion and the other students of the Imperial College understood the right way to propose. Prince Brandon Targaryen of the World of the Seven Gods. As the ceremonial officer sang, the silver-haired, purple-eyed Bran walked to the center of the hall with the encouragement of his classmates. Chapter 11:27. Prince Brandon is so handsome. Targaryen's appearance was impeccable. As soon as Bran appeared, the noblewomen cheered. Because he practiced swordsmanship all year round, he wasn't as weak as the pretty boy poet. His tall stature and well-defined muscles made the knights in the hall feel good about him. "This is the most handsome young man I've ever seen. If he had appeared 20 years earlier, your father would never have become the king of Cintra," Calanthe said to her daughter, tilting her head. Tyrion's cheek muscles twitched slightly. "If you had married him 20 years ago, the name of the Mad King would have been known throughout the other world." Cintra's succession laws were very harsh on women. Queen Calanthe was the only child of the late king, but she couldn't be the queen. Her husband was the new king. If the new king had legal reasons to divorce her, the throne would still belong to the divorced husband, and his new wife would become the queen. After Calanthe gave birth to Pavetta, she had 2 miscarriages. Her body was damaged and she couldn't get pregnant again. So, the king thought that she couldn't give him a son and prepared to marry a new queen. Before the plan could be put into action, he fell ill and died. There were always rumors that it was Calanthe who did it. If Bran and Calanthe had married 20 years ago, and Bran wanted to be the Mad King, Calanthe might not have been able to stop him. "I am a direct descendant of the God King, and the brother of the Westeros King. Of course, the one who wants to marry Princess Pavetta is me, not my grandmother or the king's brother. I say this only to prove to you and everyone here that my bloodline is absolutely worthy of Her Highness." As he spoke, he gracefully turned around and bowed to the nobles on both sides of the hall. "What is the God King? What about the Westeros King?" A handsome poet playing the accordion asked curiously. "The God King, as the name suggests, is the king of the gods," Bran said with a faint smile. "There really are gods? The king of the gods? Who gave him the title?" The poet was shocked. "Don't you believe in the existence of gods?" Bran asked. In any Western culture, not believing in gods was heresy and even a great sin. "Of course I believe in the gods. In fact, I'm also a believer of Merit Lay," the poet immediately replied. "My great-great-grandmother was a god, the king of the gods. My great-grandfather was the sun god, and my great-grandmother was the moon goddess. This is not a secret. In our world, anyone can find out. Sun god, moon god." Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Bran smiled proudly and continued, "There's no need for anyone to confer titles. The evil gods and demons that oppose the deity king have all been wiped out 100 years ago. On the other hand, my great-grandfather's sun god position was conferred by his mother. She created a sun for him and placed it in the sun god chariot. My great-grandfather was in charge of it. When I was 6 years old, my grandfather carried me to the Moon Palace to visit my great-grandmother. If I have the honor of marrying Pavetta, I think it won't be difficult to bring her to see the sun god chariot." A living legend had appeared beside her. Even the strong-willed Queen of Cintra was shocked speechless. She had long known that the Dragon Queen, who had an agreement with her ancestors, was a god, but this was not a god, but a god. And it was the sun god and the moon god, which sounded very high and mighty. The dwarf sighed and broke the silence. Kid, don't brag. You don't have the right to get close to the sun god chariot. The sun will burn you to ashes in an instant. But his words not only did not expose Bran's bragging, but also indirectly proved that the deity king, the sun god, and the sun god chariot were all true. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim and whisper. In an instant, Prince Bran seemed to have an additional bright halo around him. Bran smiled awkwardly at his granduncle and Queen Calanthe, then turned to the indifferent Princess Pavetta and said sincerely, Cintra is the pearl of the northern countries, and you, Princess Pavetta, are Cintra's star. No matter what identity I have, no matter how noble my family is, it only gives me a little more confidence, the confidence to mention love and marriage in front of you. Haha, this little guy really knows how to talk, Queen Calanthe said to Tyrion with a smile. The dwarf stroked his beard and nodded silently, but in his heart, he thought, this kid has some of my style back then. Unfortunately, these beautiful words still didn't move the princess. Bran raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said loudly, only the most outstanding man is worthy of her highness. Birth and bloodline are only one of them, but more importantly, character and ability. I am the eldest son of the kingdom, and my father and grandfather had high hopes for me since I was young. I was enlightened at 2, learned poetry at 3, and practiced swordsmanship at 4. When I was 7, I became a level 2 warrior and killed a piebald tiger during the autumn hunt. When I was 12, I became a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 4 Fire Wizard as expected, and entered the Imperial University without taking the exam. In terms of swordsmanship and witchcraft, no one my age is a match for me, including my Targaryen cousins. On the way to Cintra, I also killed a manticore for the small town of Temeria. Not bad, you are a warrior. Queen Calanthe looked at Bran with more solemnity than before. Pavetta, what do you think? She asked her daughter. Princess Pavetta was wearing a blue velvet corset dress, her thick blonde hair braided down to her chest. There wasn't the slightest trace of joy or shyness on her face that was as bright as the moon. Instead, she looked a little distracted. Mother, I bang clang. The palace door was suddenly pushed open, and 2 soldiers in full armor fell in from the outside. The one who broke in was a warrior in grey leather armor with a short black cloak and a helmet covering his face. My apologies, Queen Calanthe. Gentlemen, please forgive me for breaking in, and for the conflict with the palace soldiers. I wanted to talk nicely, but they wouldn't listen. The nobles at the banquet whispered to each other. Princess Pavetta's eyes lit up at first, but they immediately became worried. Queen Calanthe's face was gloomy, and she looked at her court mage with a reproachful gaze. The old druid looked embarrassed and whispered, there is no barrier at the entrance when guests enter and leave, but, to break into the heavily guarded palace alone is too crazy. I mean no harm. Please give me some time to explain, the knight in grey armor said. Because this was a wedding banquet, and because he was wearing armor that represented his identity, he was a knight. The soldiers and the nobles at the banquet watched quietly and didn't immediately make a move. The warrior didn't waste any time and quickly came to the center of the hall. He pushed Prince Bran aside and knelt on one knee in front of Queen Calanthe. I am Doni of Ironwalled, and I am also here for the wedding banquet. Please let me marry your daughter, your highness. My reason is better than anyone else's. Princess Pavetta looked emotional and her eyes were wet. The dwarf frowned. Queen Calanthe's chest rose and fell rapidly, and her expression gradually became ferocious. But before she could fly into a rage, Prince Brandon couldn't hold it in anymore. Knight Doni, this is a wedding banquet. Of course you are qualified to propose to the princess, but can you let me finish first? It is my turn now, he said angrily. Knight Doni glanced sideways at Brandon and said in a low voice, Your Highness from another world, you have said enough, but the princess is not giving you any face. Brandon might have a personality problem, but he was definitely not stupid. He looked up at the princess and said in surprise, You, Doni, no surname. Ironwalled, a small place where birds don't shit. No one knows you. Take off your helmet. My palace doesn't welcome people who hide their heads and show their tails, Queen Calanthe said coldly. My apologies, Your Majesty. I made a knight's oath not to show my face before the 12th bell. Donny bowed. Bullshit. Bran immediately guessed that the adulterer who stole his lover had something to hide. He slapped the back of Donny's head. He used his strength to only knock off the helmet and didn't hurt Donny at all. Clang. The helmet rolled a few times on the floor. The scene was silent. Everyone, including Brandon, was stunned by Donny's appearance. Monster, this is a demon. After coming back to her senses, a noble woman screamed at the top of her lungs. A hedgehog demon? Bran took 2 steps back. After taking off the helmet, a monster with a black head, black face, a hedgehog nose, and spiky hair was revealed. It really looked like a hedgehog demon. Demon Hunter, I treated you as a distinguished guest. Now it's time for you to repay me. Kill this monster. Queen Calanthe gritted her teeth. But he is not a monster. The Demon Hunter frowned. He is. He is not. The Demon Hunter's tone was firm. Queen Calanthe glared at him and ordered the soldiers, kill this monster. Immediately, a few soldiers rushed up. Like meat buns hitting a dog, they were knocked to the ground by Donny in a few moves. Brandon hesitated for a moment and avoided getting involved in the fight. You made a wise choice. Donny picked up the iron sword and gave Brandon a sideways glance. Brandon's handsome face turned red and was about to say something when the hedgehog man turned to Queen Calanthe and said loudly, Lioness of Cintra, I have the right to get what is mine. Princess Pavetta is a requirement of the law of accident. As soon as he said that, the hall was dead silent again. The nobles were stunned and didn't know what to do. Queen Calanthe's breathing was rapid and her words were even more hurried. Prince Brandon, will you help me take down this madman? The dwarf raised his hand and was about to say something when Brandon's face lit up. He immediately bowed and said, with pleasure. Brandon's steps were exquisite and fast. Everyone in the hall only saw a blur and the Prince of Otherworld was already behind Donny the hedgehog. With a flick of his finger, he hit the aorta on the side of Donny's neck. His movements were elegant and light, so slow that everyone could see what he did. But Donny didn't resist and fell to the ground with a grunt. So strong. The guards who rushed in from outside the palace were stunned. Not only the guards, but Queen Calanthe and her noble knights were also shocked. This kid wasn't lying, he wasn't an embroidered pillow. Prince Bran has touched the threshold of Sword Saint, Sophia said seriously at the banquet. Kid, you made an unwise choice. Brandon said proudly. Law of surprise. Tony the hedgehog felt as if someone had hit him in the head with a stick. He stopped breathing and struggled on the floor. I saved King Ragnar, and in return, I will use the law of surprise. Pavetta is mine. Bran ignored him. Your Majesty, what should we do with this beast? Kill him and Pavetta will be your wife, Queen Calanthe said coldly. The dwarf wanted to say something but stopped. Bran was overjoyed. In order to please the ancestor, he didn't mind taking over. After all, he had already made countless men take over. Chapter 11:28. Wait. Prince Easter left his seat and looked around the hall, frowning. The law of surprise must be obeyed. No honorable person can sit by and watch the law of surprise be violated. Geralt nodded and said solemnly, Your Highness is right, and Tony is not a monster. He is a poor cursed knight. Bran looked at the dwarf hesitantly, hoping that his uncle could give him a hint. The dwarf was expressionless now. In fact, like Bran, he was at a loss. Before coming to this world, they had learned about the traditions and customs of this world. The sacredness of the law of surprise was equivalent to the rights of guests and the sacred marriage contract in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The person who saved others could ask the saved person for the first thing he saw when he returned home, or something that the saved person already had but didn't know at the time. The law of surprise was the law of the Demon Hunter world. In addition to having the legal effect of a contract in customary law, it also involved fate. Under normal circumstances, Brandon wouldn't participate in the dispute of the law of surprise at all. But just like Wade Fry, who knew the story of the rat chef, still did something against the rights of guests. Just because the benefits were too great. Tyrion hesitated at this time because of Pavetta's importance. Maybe the fate of this world couldn't affect the Dragon Queen at all? Maybe, for Pavetta, The Dragon Queen didn't care about the laws of this world. He pondered expressionlessly, and Bran took it as a silent agreement. He looked at the Lioness of Cintra again, because Prince Easter was her lover. Prince Brandon, this is my palace. You have my permission. Defeat anyone who stands in your way and show Pavetta your superb swordsmanship. As you wish. Bran smiled. At this time, Easter and the Knights of Honor had already surrounded them. Well, this was Pavetta's wedding banquet. The guests were not only the nobles of Cintra, and foreigners might not be willing to give Queen Calanthe face. Prince of another world, this is not your world. Challenging our laws and traditions is equivalent to insulting us. They were either empty-handed, carrying heavy wooden chairs, or picking up the weapons of the soldiers Tony had knocked down, slowly approaching Brandon. I'm sorry, but this is Queen Calanthe's order. Bran used his right leg to hook Tony's sword into the air and stabbed out with his right hand. The knights who surrounded him only saw a silver light flash before their eyes. Their wrists hurt and they couldn't hold their weapons. Damn it, how can this kid be so strong? In just a moment, 7 or 8 people were holding their dominant hand and wailing. The rest of the unarmed men rushed forward. Bran did not dare to kill anyone, so it was inevitable that he would lose sight of the others. Some of the fists did not dodge and landed on his body. However, even though he was only wearing formal attire, when he was hit, there was the sound of a wooden stake being hammered. Damn it. He's not that big, so why is his body so hard and his strength so strong? Could it be that there's a ball in his body? No, it's magic. There's a golden glow around his body. Seeing that Brandon did not use any killing moves, the knights gave up on defending and opened their arms to pounce on him while howling. Some of them were kicked 7 or 8 meters away, while others were pulled away like children by an iron hoop and thrown far away, knocking down 4 or 5 people. 3 or 4 strong men hugged Brandon's arms, waist, and thighs. He roared, and the strange golden runes could be faintly seen through his formal attire. Princess Pavetta, Queen Calanthe, please forgive my rudeness. He even had the time to shout at the queen on the steps. Then, like a Chu Bawang surrounded by a group of weaklings, Bran picked up the knights who were hugging him and hammering his head with their fists and threw them away like trash. In just a moment, the hall of the palace was a mess and wailing could be heard everywhere. Brandon stood proudly on the spot. Only his hair and clothes were a little messy, and even his breathing was not heavy. The floor beside him was full of moaning knights. Prince Easter was also bruised and swollen, and was one of them. I didn't expect the prince's Vaja body tempering art to have such achievements, Sophia exclaimed. His character is bad, but his talent is really strong, Jeanette whispered. All Targaryens have good talent, Asha said sourly. Brandon looked around, and all the knights and nobles who met his gaze couldn't help but gulp, while the eyes of the ladies and young ladies all lit up. Powerful, handsome, noble, sweet-tongued, and good character, Prince Brandon was perfect. Donnie the Hedgehog, you shouldn't have come. Brandon came to the Hedgehog Knight with his sword, but did not immediately attack. First, he used his eyes to ask Queen Calanthe. No, don't. Princess Pavetta shook her head with tears in her eyes. Queen Calanthe, who had hesitated, immediately shouted angrily, kill him, kill this monster. Brandon raised his sword to stab. Stop. Along with the shout came a silver glow. With a bang, before Brandon could react, the silver glow was as fast as lightning and hit the middle of the iron sword. Golden sparks flickered. Ah! Bran's hand was sore, and the iron sword fell to the ground with a clang. Looking at the iron sword bouncing on the floor, he was stunned for a moment. The blade was twisted, and there was a bean-sized gap where it had hit. Beside the iron sword, there was a silver spoon that was intact. The soft silver spoon smashed a hole in the hard steel blade. Bran suddenly turned his head and looked at the demon hunter who was slowly walking over. He said in shock, "You're a sword saint. Prince Bran, you can step down. I'm a demon hunter, and I only know how to kill. My attacks are either crippling or injuring," Geralt said calmly. Bran first looked at his uncle, but Tyrion slowly shook his head. "You're a demon hunter, why are you involved in this matter?" Bran said unwillingly. "I can't watch an innocent person get killed." Bran's expression changed a few times. In the end, he unbuttoned his suit at his throat, took a few steps back, and got into a fighting stance. He said in a deep voice, "I'm a descendant of the King of Gods, and I won't back down without a fight." Geralt stared at him for a while, and his eyebrows gradually relaxed. He nodded and said, "I understand, I'll try my best to control my strength." "You're humiliating me." Bran was furious. "Today, I'll let you know that a sword saint isn't invincible." Dragon King's roar of fury. It was standard Chinese. As the last syllable fell, Bran's mouth seemed to have spat out an explosive missile. The flames rolled up a circle of milky white airwaves and covered the demon hunter's head. Roar. Everyone in the hall had a terrifying feeling, as if a volcano had erupted under Bran's feet. At the same time, a sacred and majestic dragon roar rang in their ears. For a moment, their hair and beards were burnt, and they felt dizzy. This was a triple attack of soul, flame, and sound waves. The demon hunter, who bore the brunt of the attack, took half a step forward. Like a reef in a flood, he stood still under the pressure of the sound waves and soul. The flames that swept towards him seemed to have met an invisible shield, and countless sparks flew in front of him. "Not enough," Geralt said lightly. Crash! The chandelier behind him shook violently, and the plates on the table shattered. The glass window above the stone wall of the palace exploded with a bang. 18 fire dragons. Brandon's left hand hung over his right palm, and in the blink of an eye, a rapidly spinning fireball was filled between his two palms. The flames turned from bright red to blazing white. Hiss! A python-like 5-clawed fire dragon flew out from the fireball. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and pounced on the demon hunter. Hiss! The second, the third. It was like a Gatling gun. In just a short breath, 18 fire dragons that were 10 meters long and as thick as buckets occupied most of the space in the palace. The fire dragon's eyes shone with wisdom. It avoided obstacles such as the chandelier, tables and chairs, and idlers, and attacked the demon hunter from all angles. The demon hunter also practiced both magic and martial arts. A transparent barrier with blue runes appeared around him. The fire dragon's claws were as sharp as real swords, and its teeth were even sharper than the blade of a metal sword. It scratched a crack on the barrier. Although the crack healed quickly, the barrier was visibly illusory. In a few blinks of an eye, with a bang, the barrier shattered into pieces of flickering runes that looked like fireflies, and then disappeared completely. Prince Brandon is too powerful. He practiced both magic and martial arts, and he has reached a level that mortals can't reach. Maybe the gods are real, and he is a descendant of the gods. The nobles of Sintra were pale, and they looked at Bran with awe. Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed suppressed the roar of the fire dragon. Geralt drew his own sword, and drew an 8 in front of Bran, who was smiling proudly 10 steps away. It was as if he had cut nothing, but he had cut nothing. Boom! Bran's expression stiffened. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by an invisible bomb. He was instantly thrown back more than 10 meters, smashed through the thick oak table, rolled to the corner, and slammed into the stone wall. Out of the 18 flying fire dragons, 3 of them were in the way of the sword aura and were directly crushed. The other 15 lost control, and their eyes lost the light. They crashed into the floor and the roof, leaving a large area of black and dark red molten state. The bronze chandelier melted into liquid, and the beams were burning. Everyone in the hall felt like they were in a furnace. At this moment, everyone could feel the power of Bran's fire dragons. Of course, the demon hunter was stronger. Fortunately, Master Tyrion was there to control the flames, and the old druid had set up a defensive barrier, so the fire didn't spread and didn't affect the innocent. You are not an ordinary sword master. Bran's chest was almost broken in half. From his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, his flesh and ribs were all cut open, and even his heart was cut open. However, he didn't die immediately. Instead, the wound automatically emitted a milky white holy light, and even his blood was slowly flowing back. The priest of the Imperial College didn't stay idle either. He immediately stopped the bleeding and healed him. "You're about to become a sword master?" Bran's face was full of unwillingness. "Sorry, I'm a demon hunter. I'm used to using my full strength when facing demons." Geralt sighed and walked to Tony the Hedgehog to help him up. He said to the gloomy Queen Calanthe, "Your Majesty, Tony saved your husband's life, and he must pay back what he owes. This is the law of accidents, the law that everyone abides by, and also the wish of fate. Are you sure you want to go against fate? Rules are set by you men, and I don't follow them. Even if I'm facing fate, I won't back down. Calanthe's face was ashen as she shouted. Fine, you don't fear fate, but you have to keep your promises, right? Even ordinary people have to keep their promises. As a queen, you should keep your promises, the demon hunter said. That bastard Ragnar is dead. I didn't ask anyone to save him. His promise has nothing to do with me. The demon hunter was speechless. Ragnar was Calanthe's ex-husband who died of illness. Before Pavetta was born, Tony saved her and made a promise to her by the law of accidents. Mother, I love Tony. Princess Pavetta finally broke free from her fear of her mother. She ran down the stairs and hugged Tony passionately. Her face was full of happiness. I love him. When I'm with him, I feel freedom and happiness that I've never felt before. This is my wedding banquet. I can choose my own husband. I want to marry Tony. This princess's taste is a bit. Asher whispered into Danny's ear. Even if Brandon has thousands of flaws, at least he's human. He's not bad looking. How can a hedgehog eat him? It must be true love, Danny said. Maybe. No, I always feel that they. Princess Sangza frowned as if she had encountered a big problem. The princess's behavior is not normal. The hedgehog knight is old enough to be her father. According to the law of accidents, Tony should take her as his adopted daughter. Chapter 1129. Pavetta, are you serious? Calanthe's expression kept changing. Mother, I'm not being impulsive. I've known Tony for a year. Please grant us our wish, the blonde princess pleaded. A year. Calanthe gritted her teeth. Tony let go of the princess and took 2 steps closer to the queen. With a sincere expression, he said, when I proposed the law of surprise to King Ragnar, I didn't want anything in return. When I knew that the product of the law of surprise was his daughter, I even thought of never asking for this reward. However, no one can avoid fate's arrangement. That night, I met Pavetta and looked at her from afar. She also saw me at the same time. Our hearts seemed to collide. After dawn, we enough. Calanthe raised her hand to interrupt him. She lowered her head and whispered, fate, fate, clang. The iron sword in her hand fell. She looked up and seemed to have made a decision. She slowly approached Tony and extended her right hand. Tony's face lit up and he immediately grasped it with both hands. Calanthe hugged him with her back facing the demon hunters. Everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. The queen finally accepted fate and the law of surprise took effect again. Fate. Dog's hit. This is your fate. Calanthe grasped the dagger at Tony's waist. The hedgehog knight was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest and a dull pain took away all his strength. This is your fate. Calanthe roared and pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. TSK TSK TSK. Everyone was stunned. No, Pavetta was stunned. Her pupils gradually widened and her cherry mouth opened so wide that one could stuff a gaozhuang bun inside. Boom. The next moment, a glaring white light accompanied by a scorching ring of fire spread out in all directions with her and Tony as the center. Everyone in the palace was like a feather in the wind, pushed to the corner without any resistance. Even the dwarf, Sophia, Geralt, and the other strong people were forced back by the airwaves. Damn it, the inheritance has been activated again. The dwarf's expression was ugly. A huge shadow of a crow appeared above Pavetta's head. Every time it flapped its wings, the heat waves and strong light were like a tsunami, pressing in all directions. When the crow landed on Pavel's body, the light instantly distorted and turned into a fireball, emitting a blazing white light like a small sun. In the eyes of the citizens of the royal capital, a sun was about to break free from the palace. The light that escaped from the windows and the dome dispelled the darkness within a radius of dozens of miles. What inheritance! Geralt was pierced by the white light until tears streamed down his face, but he gradually steadied himself in the waves of fire. Pavel has awakened my mother's bloodline. This is the sun prophet. Strangely, the others almost melted in the light and heat. It was only because Tyrion and a few Targaryens used fire control to distort the direction of the blazing flames that they temporarily saved their lives. However, Calanthe was unharmed in the flames and was in good condition like the Targaryens. "Tony, my love." Princess Pavetta seemed to be in a trance, oblivious to everything happening around her. She just squatted on the ground and hugged the hedgehog knight whose aura was fading away. "Donnie," she cried sadly. The sun that was emitting light and heat trembled. The strong light suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an illusory red fire mist like smoke. When the fire mist quickly filled the hall, everyone saw something invisible to the naked eye. Souls. Floating above Tony's corpse was a handsome middle-aged man who was anxiously shouting at the sobbing Pavetta below. In the corner of the hall, above the guests who had unexpectedly died tragically, there were also dazed figures floating. Unlike Tony, their appearances were exactly the same as the corpses. This Tyrion's face was filled with disbelief. My sister really put in a lot of effort. What did she see in them? Tony. When Pavetta kissed the hedgehog knight's black lips, the soul that was about to enter the world of death was pushed back into the original body by the fire mist. The wound healed visibly and the dead person gradually breathed and then opened his eyes. The other injured people were injured by the fall, burned, cut by the broken glass. All the injured people moaned comfortably in the fire mist. I can feel my left leg. I can stand up, a cripple shouted in surprise. Everyone in the hall was in better condition than ever before. It was as if they had been reborn in the fire mist. Even their past illnesses had disappeared. "The wooden table is sprouting," a guest exclaimed. Not only did the dead come back to life, but the injuries also healed. The wooden table and chairs also grew green onion spores. Miracle. This is a miracle. Merit Lay has shown up. A woman with tears on her face knelt on the ground and prayed with her hands clasped together. This is the first flame, the flame of life with the characteristics of the first flame. Princess Sangza murmured. Pavetta. Tony the hedgehog caressed the princess's face affectionately. "Tony, are you okay? Tony, your curse has been lifted." Pavetta was stunned and then hugged him excitedly. "That's great." Tony touched his face. It was no longer the round nose of a hedgehog and his hair was no longer the spikes of a hedgehog. Pavetta's emotions stabilized. The fire mist and the illusory sun disappeared as if everything before was an illusion. That kind of power-level holy light, no curse can stop it. Tyrion sighed softly. "What's going on?" Prince Easter was confused. "Don't panic, the princess has awakened her ancestral bloodline. This is the normal energy reaction of a warlock's awakening," the old druid comforted loudly. "Normal my ass," the demon hunter said softly. "It is indeed a normal bloodline awakening. The Empress Dowager also used her flame of life to heal us," an elderly Sintra noble said. "Yes, the Empress Dowager often went to the slums when she was alive and used her holy fire to heal the sick and poor," the Sintrans echoed. "I've also heard the story of the Sun Prophet, but isn't resurrecting the dead a bit too exaggerated? And a rotten wood sprouting," a guest from another kingdom said in disbelief. The dwarf glanced at him and sighed. "A rotten wood sprouting and a living person resurrecting is not an exaggeration. Let me remind all the elderly women, be careful, your period is back." "Master, what are you talking about?" The noble women were embarrassed and angry. "Why does it sound like the ability of Greenhand Garth?" Asher said strangely. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the Imperial University students, Tyrion said in the common language that the otherworlders could not understand, "Garth is the angel of Mother Earth, and for 100 years, every 10 years, Dragon Queen has comprehended a song of lore. 40 years ago, even the song of Mother Earth appeared after singing, and she was the new Mother Earth. In fact, all the life mastery in the laws were comprehended and then merged into the fire of creation. Otherwise, how could you be resurrected from the concept, Asher? In the fire of the smoke sea, even your life mark was burned away. Dragon Queen sang a lot of songs of lore." Asher was stunned. Sophia's face was full of reverence. "I'm 32 years old this year, and I've seen the song of lore resound throughout the world twice. The first time was the song of death, and the whole world fell into darkness. There seemed to be endless wailing of the dead in my ears. It was very scary. I was only 4 years old at that time, and I was so scared that I cried. The priest of the small church even stood at the entrance of the village with a tin trumpet and shouted, saying that it was a happy occasion and that we should not be afraid. The second time was the Song of Autumn. I was 22 years old and was studying in King's Landing University. The world was covered by a thin layer of yellow light, and there seemed to be. It was hard to describe, but I felt very happy. The most direct manifestation was that the whole country had a great harvest that year. I haven't heard of the Song of Law yet. Asher was fascinated. There will definitely be a chance. Since the Song of Autumn has appeared, the songs of 4 seasons will definitely be gathered. The more varied the songs of law, the more prosperous the world will be. Sophia smiled. As they talked, Queen Calanthe had already shakily walked to her daughter's side, and the mother and daughter hugged each other. Princess Sangza glanced at them and asked doubtfully, "The fire spirit and the ancestor have been separated for more than 100 years, separated by a world. Can she still grow with them? As long as she can sense Little Fog can also evolve. Little Fog is the first fire spirit, the king of the fire spirit." Tyrion said. "What are you mumbling about?" Prince Easter looked at the guests from another world warily. "We are discussing the princess's bloodline. It involves secrets that are not suitable for others to hear," Tyrion said. "What does the secret of the Sintra royal family's bloodline have to do with you?" The dwarf sighed. "Let's talk about it in another place and another time." Calanthe held her daughter's and Tony's hands. Facing the guests, she announced loudly, "Fate has spoken, and I have heard it. The law of surprise must be obeyed. Pavetta will marry the hedgehog knight Tony, granduncle." Bran's face was pale, and he looked at Tyrion for help. Tyrion ignored Bran, met the queen's gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Although we are from another world, we also respect and revere your law of surprise." Calanthe's gaze fell on all the guests, and they nodded gently, indicating that they would not oppose the marriage. The Lioness of Sintra was swift and decisive. She immediately called the servants, cleaned up the palace, and began the wedding ceremony for Tony and Pavetta. "Have you noticed that the hedgehog knight looks?" Ide hesitated for a moment and whispered, "He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Even a small noble family can't raise someone with such temperament." "Indeed, his identity should be very unusual," Oberon said thoughtfully. "Would a warlock cast a curse of that level on an ordinary person?" Joey Royce sneered. "No matter what his identity is, it has nothing to do with us now," Princess Sangza said lightly. The students glanced at Brandon, who was sitting in the corner dejectedly, and were silent. 2 weddings were held that night. First, Calanthe officiated the marriage vows for her daughter and son-in-law. Then, under the witness of the old druid, the Queen and Prince Easter of the Skellig Isles tied the knot. If she doesn't marry Easter, the throne will immediately fall to Tony. "Only a man can be the king," a foreign noble said in a low voice. Before the ceremony ended, Tony stopped the demon hunter. "Geralt, you saved my life. I want to repay you." The demon hunter shrugged. "I'm just defending the law of the unexpected." Tony pulled him back and glanced at Bran in the corner. He said seriously, "But you did save me. Don't let me carry this debt, or I can't start a new life." "Okay." The demon hunter nodded casually. "Let's follow the tradition, the law of the unexpected. I choose what you have but don't know." With that, he turned and left. No, Calanthe's expression changed drastically. She screamed, "Demon hunter, take back what you said." Geralt froze and smiled. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I'm not interested in newborn puppies or food. The next time I come to Sintra, I'll only take a monster's head. Like you, I don't believe in Fatua." Before she could finish, Princess Pavetta suddenly covered her mouth and retched. "You must be kidding." Everyone was stunned. Geralt laughed as if he was crying. "If you can, please pretend that I didn't say anything before." "Fuck." The dwarf was exasperated. Chapter 11:30. "Ide, you're best at stone carving, right?" Tyrion called out to Ide when they returned to the inn. "My lord, what do you want me to carve? How long will it take to carve a human-sized statue of the Madonna?" Ide was startled. The threshold for carving a statue of the Madonna is very low, and the upper limit is also very high. I can carve a statue like the one in the small sanctuary of a normal village in half a day. But if you want it to be as exquisite as the one in the great sanctuary of King's Landing, I won't be able to do it in 10 years. One day. Don't worry about divinity. Just an ordinary one will be enough, Tyrion said. What do you want a statue of the Madonna for? Are you planning to recruit followers of the 7 gods in Cintra? Asher asked curiously. I have to contact the Dragon Queen and set up a base of faith. In the next few days, everyone should come to the small sanctuary to pray when they have time, Tyrion said. Why are you looking for the Dragon Queen? We didn't marry Pavetta, and her firstborn went to Geralt. Our mission failed. We have to ask the Dragon Queen what we should do next, the dwarf said helplessly. Must it be the firstborn? Princess Sansa asked. Only a fire elf. Dany said, leave a priest in Cintra to ensure that Pavetta doesn't have any problems during her childbirth. After she gives birth to a few more children, it shouldn't be difficult to have Targaryen marry the firstborn. No, it's not difficult, it's almost impossible. If we don't do anything, if the Dragon Queen doesn't interfere, it's almost impossible for us to take Pavetta's child away from this world. Tyrion said solemnly. Why? Fate, the dwarf said bitterly. What's with fate? Asher was puzzled. Every world has its own will. The world's will do what's good for the world and stop what's bad for the world. Usually, the world's will send down a child of destiny to help it achieve its goal. The Demon Hunter world also has its own will. It doesn't want Laura's bloodline and the First Flame to leave this world. It will interfere with fate and stop us from completing the task. Just like how the owner of a casino would use tricks to prevent customers who have won a lot of money from leaving. It's too mystical. Asher muttered. 3 days later, Tyrion thoughtfully left the newly built small sanctuary. He then found the demon hunters who were preparing to leave the small hotel. Geralt, are you going to look for Melisandre? Tyrion asked with a smile. The demon hunter's poet friend said, we're going to the world of the 7 gods. Master, can you write a letter of introduction for us? Yaskell the bard, right? The bearded young man with a wooden guitar hanging from his waist was pleasantly surprised. You know me. You're my idol. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed and said, more than 90% of the nobles in Cintra want to kill you. You've accomplished something that I didn't even dare to dream of. The bearded man blushed and hurriedly explained, it's all a rumor. I'm just one person, and I've only been in Cintra for a few days. How could I hook up with so many noble ladies? Besides, not all of them fit my taste. I've never been a picky eater. Good boy, I admire you more and more. Tyrion patted him again. He rolled his eyes and suggested, you don't have to write a letter of introduction. Why don't you be my godson? With this identity, you can do whatever you want in the world of the 7 gods. Godson. The bearded man stammered and stepped back. I have a father. Geralt put down his horn wine glass and helped his friend out. Master Tyrion, why are you looking for me? You're not looking for Melisandre. I received a letter from Yennefer half a month ago. She's looking for me urgently. It's good to be young. Tyrion sighed. I'm not much younger than you, the demon hunter said. Tyrion approached him and whispered, Pavetta's child will be your goddaughter. As for her future, I think you have the right to be a vixen. Geralt was stunned for a moment. A daughter? How do you know? A prophecy. You didn't seem to have predicted Pavetta's pregnancy that night, Geralt said doubtfully. Fate obscured my vision. Besides, it wasn't my prophecy. The demon hunter hesitated. Queen Calanthe doesn't like me. She wants me to leave Cintra immediately. She doesn't like Tony either. But what can she do if God wants her to do this? Not everyone can go against fate, Tyrion said with a complicated expression. Who has gone against fate? The bard asked curiously. Dany, Geralt said. Tyrion nodded slightly. I've said it before. Leave Cintra in 3 days and never come back. Sure enough, when she saw Geralt again, Queen Calanthe's face looked as if she had eaten shit. Mother, we can't escape from fate, Tony advised. You're also blind. You were stabbed to death by me. The one who saved you was Pavetta, Calanthe scolded. Mother, 2 life-threatening situations happen one after another. It doesn't mean that the first life-saving grace is worthless, Princess Pavetta said. Listen to what he has to say. King Easter held his wife's hand. Geralt signaled Tyrion to speak with his eyes. Your Highness, what do you think about the agreement between my sister and your ancestor? We planned to merge the bloodlines of the 2 families through marriage. But now, even the little princess in Princess Pavetta's belly belongs to Lord Geralt. Little princess? She's pregnant with a daughter? Calanthe was stunned. Then she waved at Geralt like an angry lion and shouted, My granddaughter doesn't belong to you. Believe me, I don't want to take on any responsibilities other than killing monsters. The demon hunter smiled bitterly. Fate can't be defied, Tyrion said in a deep voice. What exactly is the agreement? Easter frowned. Tyrion stretched out his right hand and a faint red flame slowly gathered. The soft light made people who saw it feel warm in their hearts. This. Everyone looked at Pavetta. The aura of the flame was so similar. The old druid nodded to the king and queen. Same origin. Tyrion put away the divine flame. What Pavetta awakened isn't your ancestor's bloodline, but the talent of the Targaryens. You want to take away Pavetta's ability? Calanthe asked with a serious expression. No, your ancestor, the elf princess Laura, also has a talent that doesn't lose to the blood of a true dragon. It's called ancient blood. It's like 2 swordsmen with different styles meeting and exchanging their swordsmanship experiences. Both of their realms will increase. Tony looked thoughtful. You Targaryens are using your own bloodline talent to exchange for Laura's ancient blood. Yes. Master Tyrion, how much do you know about my ancestor? Calanthe said hesitantly, to be honest, my mother didn't know where her bloodline came from. Tyrion looked around. This was the back garden, and the second-floor platform overlooked the panoramic view of the garden. He found a stone, squatted in front of Queen Calanthe, and drew a tree-shaped genealogy on the slate. As he wrote, he introduced, We call your world the Demon Hunter world. The elves of this world are called Ain Shidi. In the other world, the home of your ancestor Laura, we call it the Elven world. The elves there are called Ain Shidi. Ain Shidi and Ain Shidi are like humans of the same race, but 2 different countries. Laura was the princess of the Elven world. She was supposed to marry the prophet of her race, but while traveling in the Demon Hunter world, she fell in love with a human man. They gave birth to a daughter, Lei Arnluin. Lei Arnluin gave birth to a pair of twins. The daughter married the king of Sintra, who was also Queen Calanthe's great-grandfather. Unfortunately, the one who inherited the bloodline was the eldest of the twins. Therefore, before your mother married, the Sintra royal family did not awaken the talent of the elves and the Targaryen. Is my mother the child of the eldest of the twins? Calanthe asked in surprise. Tyrion nodded. Fate is so magical. Your parents are actually cousins. After understanding all the reasons, Calanthe raised a new question. Why didn't Dany Liz take away my ancestor Laura's talent? Since it was a transaction, shouldn't it be done on the spot? Princess Laura is only an elven princess. She wasn't sure if her father and people were willing to exchange. Dany Liz and Laura weren't bartering merchants, but good friends at first sight. She trusted Laura and handed over the reward first. If the elves agreed, the 2 sides would automatically reach a sacred oath. After 100 years, when the planets converged, the elves would give the ancient blood to my sister. This is the agreement between our families. Calanthe was silent. That's just your family's word, Easter said hesitantly. Isn't the power in Pavetta's body conclusive evidence? Tyrion said lightly. We're not involved. Perhaps we should ask the royal family of the Elven world, the king murmured. That's not a problem. We're very willing to talk to the elves. But I have to remind you that Laura betrayed her own race. The Elven royal family may not be kind to you. The Calanthe couple were at a loss. How will the inheritance be carried out? Geralt asked in a deep voice. Or, what do you want to do with the child in Pavetta's belly? To some extent, the elves have already broken their oath. My sister gave Laura a fire elf. Well, you can think of it as a teddy spirit. A teddy spirit was an air elf unique to this world. It had the ability to make wishes similar to Aladdin's genie. Its body was full of magic and elemental essence. A mage could draw on its energy to cast spells. If you don't believe me, I can prove it, Tyrion said. How? You've never truly displayed the power of a fire elf. I can undo a part of the seal set by the elves. Seeing the worry and hesitation on Calanthe's face, he said seriously, I swear that I will never harm the princess. Very well. In front of the court mags and demon hunters, Tyrion pressed his thumb between Pavetta's eyebrows and recited a long spell to undo the seal. The moment the spell ended, a red light shone from where his thumb touched her forehead. Wisps of flame escaped from the top of Pavetta's head and formed the appearance of a 3-foot-tall dragonfly-winged elf. It was Little Mist. But at this time, Little Mist's eyes were closed, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Is this a fire elf? Such powerful power! The pressure emitted from Little Mist's body made the hearts of the mortals heavy and they almost couldn't breathe. She is the king of fire elves. 100 years ago, she was a demigod. Now, she has comprehended a part of your world's law of fire. Tyrion moved his finger and the fire elf disappeared into the top of Pavetta's head. The princess's appearance didn't change, but there was an additional aura of supremacy and holiness on her body, like a god. Seeing the changes in their daughter, Calanthe and Tony couldn't hide their joy. The elves must want to control the fire elf's power. Why did they seal her? Geralt was puzzled. The fire elf is a strange creature. She is the fusion of a child of the forest and a crow. The elves discovered that her life imprint showed signs of fusion, so Tyrion looked hesitant. Maybe, different worlds have different laws. Maybe the elves' ancient witchcraft is indeed powerful. Maybe, my sister deliberately left a trap.